The forest had stopped smelling like forest hours ago. Pine sap, wet bark, cold soil, all of it had been buried beneath blood. It coated the ground in dark patches and clung to crushed leaves underfoot. The air was thick with copper, sweat, fear, and the sour rot of bodies that had fallen too early in the night to still seem newly dead. Adrian Blackwood stood among it all, breathing hard. His wolf form was streaked black and red, his dark fur matted with enemy blood and his own. Cuts burned along his ribs. One shoulder throbbed each time he moved. He barely felt any of it anymore. The battle had dragged on for 12 brutal hours, through moonrise and deep night, and the Shadowfang pack still had not fully broken. But they would. Soon. His golden gaze swept across the battlefield beneath the towering pines. Wolves slammed into one another in flashes of teeth and claws. Warriors snarled, yelped, fell, rose, and fell again. Bones cracked. Bodies hit the ground with wet, heavy sounds. The wounded cried out from the dark between the trees. Shadowfang was losing. Adrian could see it in the way they moved now. Their strikes came slower. Their paws slipped. Their shoulders sagged. Too many of them looked past their opponents as if searching for someone who would never answer. It was not only exhaustion draining them. It was grief. The word had spread through the fighting like fire through dry grass. The youngest son of the Shadowfang Alpha was dead. He had been little more than a boy, barely old enough to have survived his first shift, and the war had chewed him apart without caring whose son he was. His warriors had pulled what remained of him from the chaos, grief breaking them before Adrian's forces ever could. After that, Shadowfang had not fought the same. A few still had fury left in them. Most did not. They moved like men and wolves who already knew the ending. Adrian let out a low breath. This should have been finished by now. A Shadowfang warrior lunged toward him, desperate and too slow. Adrian met him head-on. His claws tore across the wolf's chest, and when the warrior stumbled, Adrian closed his jaws around his throat and ended him. Another enemy came from the left, but one of Adrian's betas intercepted, driving the wolf sideways and ripping into his flank. The line was collapsing. Shadowfang would kneel before dawn. There was nothing left to hold them up. Then a scream rose above the battle. It did not sound like rage. It did not even sound like pain. It sounded like an ending. Adrian went still. The night seemed to narrow around him. Snarls blurred into distance. Movement slowed at the edges of his vision. His ears angled toward the sound. His nose caught the air. Then the scent hit him. Her blood. Everything in him stopped. Adrian turned sharply, his gaze cutting past fighting wolves, fallen bodies, and churned earth. At the far edge of the battlefield, near the shadowed line of trees, something gold lay against the roots of an ancient oak. No. His body moved before his mind accepted it. Ella. His Luna. She was on the ground, her golden fur soaked dark at the throat. For one stunned heartbeat, Adrian told himself she was wounded. Hurt. Waiting for him. Anything else was impossible. Then he saw the wound. Her throat had been torn open. The world tilted. A Shadowfang beta stood above her, panting, claws dripping red. His eyes were hollow from battle and loss, but when they met Adrian's, his mouth curved. He smiled. Something inside Adrian split wide open. His wolf howled through him, a sound too large for his body. He shifted without thinking. By the time his knees struck the bloody ground beside Ella, his hands were human and shaking. He lifted her into his arms. She was limp. Too still. No warmth answered him. No breath stirred against his chest. No bond flared in recognition when he pressed his face to her fur. Ella was gone. His mate. His Luna. The woman he had sworn before his pack, his bloodline, and the moon itself to protect. Adrian's grief broke out of him in a howl that did not belong to any man. It tore through the pines and rolled across the battlefield, raw enough to silence even the dying. Wolves froze mid-fight. Warriors turned. For one suspended moment, war itself seemed to hesitate. Then Adrian rose. The Shadowfang beta tried to move. He was too late. Adrian hit him with the force of something no longer bound by reason. They crashed into the mud and blood. The beta snarled once before Adrian's teeth found his throat. Flesh tore. Bone gave. The beta's body jerked beneath him and went slack. Adrian did not feel satisfaction. He felt nothing but the fire in his chest, looking for somewhere else to burn. His golden eyes lifted. Samuel stood several yards away. The last living son of the Shadowfang Alpha stared back at him, frozen in terror. He was young, too young to hide fear well, though old enough to have carried the weight of inheritance. Around them, the battlefield remained unnaturally quiet. Every eye seemed fixed on Adrian now, on the Alpha whose grief had turned into something no one dared approach. Adrian moved. Samuel tried to step back, but Adrian was already on him. He slammed the young wolf to the ground hard enough to rattle the bones beneath his skin. His claws pressed into Samuel's throat. One motion. That was all it would take. The Shadowfang line would end under his hand. Damien would lose his last son. Their legacy would bleed into the dirt beside all the others. Samuel's pulse hammered beneath Adrian's claws. Adrian wanted to kill him. The want was violent, almost clean in its simplicity. But Samuel had not killed Ella. That truth forced its way through the storm in Adrian's head. It did not cool his rage. It only gave it something to strike against. Killing the boy would not bring her back. It would not punish the claws that had opened her throat. It would only add another body to the ground and call itself justice because grief demanded a name. Adrian bared his teeth. Then he released him. Samuel gasped, choking on air, eyes wide with shock. Live with it, Adrian growled. His voice came out low and ruined. Live knowing your pack fell. Live knowing your father kneels in the blood of his sons. Live knowing you were never strong enough to stop any of it. Humiliation flushed through Samuel's fear. He did not move. Perhaps he could not. A Blackwood warrior broke from the line. Adrian saw him too late. The wolf lunged past him, claws flashing. They ripped across Samuel's side and drove deep. Samuel twisted with a strangled cry and collapsed back onto the blood-soaked ground. Stop, Adrian snarled. The command came too late. Samuel's body shuddered once. Twice. His eyes fixed on the canopy above him, bright with disbelief, and then the last breath left him. Silence pressed in. Adrian stared down at the dead air, and the rage inside him shifted. It did not disappear. It sank, turning colder, heavier, hollowing out the place where vengeance had been only moments before. He had wanted blood. Now blood surrounded him, and it gave him nothing. His head turned slowly toward the warrior who had disobeyed him. The Blackwood wolf lowered his gaze at once, trembling beneath the weight of Adrian's fury. Adrian wanted to tear into him too. Wanted to punish anyone close enough to reach. Instead, another howl tore from his chest, daring the world to send him one more enemy. No one answered. Then Adrian saw Damien. The Shadowfang Alpha knelt beside Samuel's body. The old wolf looked smaller than he had at the start of the battle. His fur, silvered by age, was clotted with blood and mud. Wounds marked him from shoulder to flank, but he did not seem to notice them. He stared down at his son as if the war had emptied him of everything except the ability to grieve. Adrian stepped toward him. Damien lifted his head. Their eyes met. Adrian expected defiance. Hatred. Fear. He found none of it. Only exhaustion. Only acceptance. That made his fury worse. Adrian snarled, the sound rumbling from somewhere deep in his chest. This would end now. He would tear Damien apart in front of what remained of Shadowfang. He would leave their pack with no alpha, no heirs, no future worth naming. He launched himself forward. A single word cut through the night. Enough. The command struck the battlefield like a physical force. Power rolled over the clearing, vast and suffocating, pressing wolf and man alike toward stillness. It was dominance unlike anything Adrian had ever felt, old and absolute, carrying the weight of bloodlines that had ruled long before any of their packs had drawn borders on a map. Adrian landed hard, muscles locked against his will. Figures emerged between the trees. Royal warriors poured onto the battlefield in disciplined ranks, their armor catching the moonlight. They did not hurry. They did not need to. The fighting had ended the moment their presence touched the air. At their center stood the king. His wolf was blacker than the spaces between the trees, immense and silent. Violet eyes burned in his face, bright with ancient power and cold judgment. Adrian's body shook. With rage. With grief. with the need to keep killing because stopping meant feeling the weight of Ella's body in his arms all over again. But the war was finished. The king had spoken. And no alpha, not even Adrian Blackwood, could stand against the royal pack. The blood, sweat, and antiseptic stench filled the air, mingling into something thick and inescapable. The hospital tent trembled as another body was rushed inside, the heavy footfalls of warriors carrying the wounded adding to the chaotic rhythm of battle's aftermath. Dr. Claire Whitmore didn't look up. She couldn't. Her hands were deep in the ruined chest of a Shadowfang warrior, her fingers coated in blood, searching desperate for any sign that she could still save him. His breathing was shallow, erratic, and as Wolf half fought against her, muscles spasming beneath her fingers, rejecting the touch of a human. "Stay with me," she muttered under her breath, pressing harder against the torn artery, her voice drowned by the din of pain and orders shouted around her. One of the medics, a young girl barely out of training, stood nearby, clutching a roll of fresh bandages, her face pale. Doctor, his pulse is fading." Claire already knew. She felt it slip between her fingers, that fragile thread that tethered him to life. And then it was gone. She sat back on her heels, exhaustion wrapping around her like a heavy cloak. The warrior's face was still, his body cooling, his eyes, ones that had once been filled with fire, now empty. Someone clenched her fist, biting back a sob. Claire went to the disinfecting area and cleaned her hands, taking a new pair of rubber gloves, and moved on. No time to mourn. Another body was placed on the table, this one heavier, broader Blackwood. Both packs knew that she would offer assistance no matter the sight of the warrior in need of help. She could feel the way the Shadowfang warriors around her bristled, their hatred raw despite her being clear about her rules for offering assistance. She didn't care who the wounded were, life was too precious to waste. She knew that by healing an enemy of the pack, she was making things worse for her family, but she was a doctor. No one would be denied her help. He was dying. That was all that mattered. Claire. One of the older medics, Tobias, stepped forward. "I don't think there is much more to be done." "I do." Her voice was steel. "Help me or get out of my way." Tobias swallowed but nodded. He handed her a scalpel. And she began. A war against time. The moment she made the incision, the Blackwood soldier's body fought her. The incredible healing ability of werewolves was a double-edged sword. Without intervention, their bodies would seal wounds improperly, trapping infections, preventing foreign objects from being removed. This soldier had a shattered rib piercing his lung, and if she didn't fix it now, his body would heal around it, killing him slowly. "Hold him down," she ordered as the young medic grabbed the soldier's arms. Even unconscious, his body twitched violently, reacting to her invasive touch. "Claire," Tobias called from the side. "We need blood." He lost too much. She gritted her teeth. They were already running low. And Shadowfang donors wouldn't give a single drop to save an enemy. "Find a match." That was all she said, pressing forward, her fingers working deftly, sealing the damaged lung while she forced the bone back into place. The soldier jerked, his body rejecting the pain, but she pushed harder, sweat beading at her temple. He opened a desperate pair of blue eyes that seemed to look right into her soul. Reassured by the image of her, he fell back into a slumber. She had to be faster. The shadows under her eyes burned from lack of sleep, and her fingers trembled from exhaustion, but she kept working. One stitch. One breath. 1 second closer to saving him. Then, just as she finished the last suture, footsteps thundered into the tent. "Unwelcome orders. Claire Whitmore." The voice was deep and commanding. 2 Blackwood warriors loomed at the tent's entrance, their towering figures blocking the flickering lantern light behind them. She didn't stop working. "Busy." One of them stepped closer. "Drop everything and come with us." Her eyes snapped up. "He's one of yours," she hissed, pointing to the Blackwood soldier beneath her hands. "Unless you want his death on your conscience, get out of my tent." The warriors exchanged a glance. One of them growled lowly, but the other stepped back, watching as she finished the job. She secured the last stitch, wiped the sweat from her brow, and only then did she straighten, exhausted. That was when she saw them. Standing just outside the tent entrance, 2 royal pack wolves had arrived. Their presence was unmistakable, the way their auras pressed against the air, thick with ancient authority. One was lean and sharp, the other massive and broad-shouldered. Their expressions were unreadable. Claire swallowed. This wasn't just a summons. This was an order from the king himself. She took a minute to understand what that meant. A truce was in place, probably, so no other warrior needed her immediate assistance. Her next thoughts went to her father and her two younger brothers. A bad feeling engulfed her. A world in ashes. She followed the royal soldiers and did the best she could to clean some of the blood on her face and hands. The king will have to see her in her doctor's uniform, which bears the signs of her efforts. Her legs were weak, her body aching, but she didn't falter. The two Blackwood warriors flanked her, their steps perfectly in sync, making her feel smaller than ever. She was human. They were wolves. One of the few humans tolerated into this world. And she was out of place in every way. The moment she stepped outside the tent, the full scale of the destruction hit her. The battlefield was no longer filled with clashing bodies, it was filled with the dead. Shadowfang warriors were being laid in rows. Too many. Too many familiar faces. Too many who had life running through their veins hours before, still breathing, still fighting. Funeral pyres had already begun to burn, smoke curling toward the night sky. Her heart twisted. She forced herself forward. She could not cry. The wolves surrounding her didn't speak as they approached the forest's edge, where a massive royal war tent had been erected. Temporary. Commanding. Inside, 3 figures stood. The Alpha King. A presence so imposing, Claire's breath caught in her throat the moment his piercing gaze locked onto her. Measuring. Calculating. As if deciding whether she was worth his time. Her father, Alpha Damien Whitmore of Shadowfang. He stood rigid, his shoulders squared, but the grief in his eyes was devastatingly visible. Panic started to make room in her soul, sending shivers down her back. And lastly, Adrian Blackwood. The man who had begun this ordeal. His face was blank, but his eyes were ruined. Claire's heart pounded. They had called for her. Why? The Alpha King tilted his head slightly, his piercing violet gaze never leaving her. You are the human healer of Shadowfang. It was not a question. Claire straightened her spine, ignoring the weariness screaming in her bones. Yes. His expression didn't shift. And yet, you saved Night Vales and Shadowfangs alike. She met his gaze without flinching. I save anyone who comes to my table, my lord. Silence. The air was thick, the weight of battle still clinging to every breath. Then, after what felt like eternity, the Alpha King's lips curled into something unreadable. She will do. Claire's pulse stopped. Her father's face darkened. Adrian Blackwood tensed. And everything shifted. The heavy silence inside the war tent was suffocating. The thick canvas walls, stained with blood and smoke, enclosed the space like a prison. Outside, the crackling of funeral pyres and the hushed murmurs of warriors mourning their dead filled the night air, but inside, there was nothing but the oppressive weight of a single man's will. The Alpha King stood at the center of it all, his piercing violet eyes sweeping over the gathered leaders with the unwavering authority of a ruler who was never questioned. His broad shoulders carried the weight of generations, and his presence commanded absolute obedience. Lucian Whitmore, once the proud alpha of the Shadowfang pack, stood before him, his fists clenched at his sides, his shoulders squared despite the exhaustion and loss etched into his features. He had fought, he had lost, and now, he awaited his sentence. Adrian Blackwood stood opposite him, rigid with barely contained rage. His dark hair was still matted with blood, his golden eyes burning with the raw fury of a man who had lost the most dear thing in the world. The grief of losing his Luna clung to him like a second skin, but it was anger searing, unforgiving anger that kept him upright. Claire Whitmore stood to the side, small in comparison to the towering werewolves around her. Her white healer-esque coat was stained with blood, her face pale, the dark circles under her blue eyes making her look as if she were carved from marble, fragile, but unyielding. She was exhausted, frayed at the edges, and still processing why she had been dragged here at all. The king let the silence stretch, watching them, measuring them. Then he spoke. Lucian Whitmore, his deep voice rang out, cutting through the quiet like a blade. You are no longer alpha of the Shadowfang pack. A sharp intake of breath came from Lucian, but he did not argue. He only bowed his head slightly, his body tensing, bracing for what would come next. Your pack no longer exists. The words sent a ripple of shock through the room. Claire's breath caught in her throat. Even Adrian, who had expected some form of punishment, stiffened. The king continued. From this day forward, what remains of Shadowfang will be absorbed into the Blackwood Pack. They will follow Adrian's command, obey his laws, and swear loyalty to him. They will no longer be a separate entity. Lucian finally looked up, his grief-stricken eyes locking onto the king's. My king, please. Lucian's voice wavered, not from weakness, but from restraint. He knew he could plead for his pack, beg for mercy, but he also knew the price of speaking too much. There were truths he could never voice, secrets that could cost more than just his exile. The king's decision was not as simple as ensuring peace. Lucian could sense it. There was something more beneath this decree, something carefully veiled beneath the weight of authority. But he could not expose it, not now, not here. So he bit back what he truly wanted to say and lowered his head, clenching his fists at his sides. The Alpha King held up a hand, silencing him. You will spend the remainder of your days at the Leaken borders as the captain of the recruit soldiers. The words landed like a blow. Lucian swayed slightly, his hands gripping the fabric of his ruined coat. The Leaken borders. It was exile. A position that held no honor, no authority. He was being cast out, stripped of his legacy, his pack, his life. Claire could barely process what she was hearing. She turned to her father, expecting him to protest, but his shoulders had sagged slightly, his chin lowered in acceptance. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible. But the king wasn't finished. To ensure that peace between the two packs is honored, a union will be forged. His violet gaze flickered toward Adrian, then to Claire. Adrian Blackwood will wed Claire Whitmore. The ceremony will take place tomorrow. The room exploded. Adrian's roar of outrage shook the tent. You cannot ask this of me. His hand slammed onto the wooden table, splintering it beneath his strength. His golden eyes burned as he turned on the king. I lost my mate because of him. And now you want me to take his daughter as my wife? Lucian took a sharp step forward, his anguish breaking free. She is all I have left. I beg of you, my king, let her go. Let her return to the human world where she belongs. She has never been part of this war. Do not sentence her to this fate. Claire stood frozen, unable to breathe, unable to think. Her mind refused to accept what had been said. Wednesday. To Adrian Blackwood. Tomorrow. She knew nothing of him besides that he and his family were the ones who were considered ancient enemies of her pack. A lot of hatred had been dripped into her ears since she was a child about the Blackwood. How could she wed one of theirs? The king's expression remained unreadable. The war has cost us too much. There is no peace without sacrifice. Adrian let out a harsh breath, his hands curling into fists. She is human. She has no place among wolves. She has been raised as one of us, the king replied evenly. Lucian took a desperate step forward, his voice breaking. You are condemning her to a life of misery. She is a healer, not a warrior. This is no peace, it is a punishment. The king's gaze turned cold. You speak as if you have a choice. Lucian flinched. He had no power left. No army, no standing, no future. His last act as Alpha had been begging for his daughter's freedom, and he had failed. A deep silence settled over the tent. Adrian was breathing heavily, his fists still clenched. He turned to Claire, his jaw tight, his expression a mask of disbelief. She was standing there, silent. And then he realized. She hadn't reacted. Not to her father's banishment. Not to her own forced marriage. Adrian stepped toward her, gripping her shoulders roughly. Say something, he growled, shaking her slightly. Fight. Protest. Do something. Claire blinked slowly, her blue eyes distant, her lips slightly parted. Her gaze flickered to her father, whom she would never see again. Her hands trembled. Then it hit her like a blade to the gut. Her brothers. Her breath shuddered. They were not here. They should have been beside their father, arguing, fighting back, demanding justice. Where are my brothers? She turned her eyes to Lucian. His grief-stricken face answered without words. Her knees nearly gave out. They were dead. She felt cold, so unbearably cold. Her father as good as gone. Her home no longer hers. Her future taken. Adrian's grip on her tightened, steadying her. He shook her, forcing her to look into his eyes, wild with frustration. Woman, he snapped, shaking her again. Say something. She swallowed the sob that tried to claw its way out. Her lips parted, but her voice was quiet, hollow. What power has a human to disobey the king's demand? The words hit harder than any physical blow. Lucian made a strangled noise, looking away. Adrian let go of her. She almost lost her balance. His hands dropped to his sides as if she had burned him. He took a step back, his face unreadable. The king watched it all with that same impassive expression. This is done, he said. We'll have the ceremony tomorrow morning. Then, Whitmore, you're on your way. Then, without another word, he turned and strode out of the tent. Claire stood in the middle of it all, alone. The war had been lost. And so had she. The scent of burning wood and flesh filled the air, thick and heavy. Smoke curled toward the heavens, gray against the deep blue of the night sky. It drifted lazily, as if unaware of the weight it carried, the final remnants of warriors who had fought, bled, and died for a war that had stolen everything from them. Adrian Blackwood stood at the edge of the funeral pyres, motionless as he watched his Luna burn. Ella's body had been laid atop the largest pyre, her golden fur still visible beneath the flickering orange glow of the flames. The fire licked at her, consuming her, turning her into nothing but ash. Adrian clenched his fists at his sides, his nails biting into his palms. The pain was nothing compared to the hollow, gaping wound inside his chest. He should have avenged her properly. He should have slaughtered every Shadowfang standing until nothing of their cursed bloodline remained. He should have. But the king had taken that from him. The royal decree had come down like an executioner's axe, stripping him of vengeance, of justice. Instead of war, he was given a human girl in its place. A union to ensure peace. What a joke. How was he supposed to bind himself to the daughter of the man who had caused Ella's death, the offspring of a family that had been holding a grudge against his pack for the last decades? How could he stand beside her, live with her around, without feeling the bile of hatred rise in his throat? The fire crackled, sending up another wave of embers into the night. Adrian's throat tightened. Ella. They were not fated mate, the moon goddess didn't offer them that special connection, but she stood by him the past almost 20 years. He was his high school sweetheart and they naturally felt into marriage. The friendship, the passion, and the companionship they shared will never be equaled. He had failed her. Failed to protect her. Failed to be there when she needed him most. Alpha. A voice broke through his thoughts. Adrian didn't turn immediately, but he recognized the scent of his beta. Duncan had come. Adrian finally turned his gaze away from the fire, looking at the man standing beside him. Duncan looked weaker than usual. His face was paler than it should have been, and his shoulder was still heavily bandaged where the Shadowfang blade had nearly taken his life. The wounds looked mean. Adrian's jaw tightened. The human girl had saved him. The same girl he was now being forced to wed. You shouldn't be up, Adrian said gruffly, though there was no real bite in his voice. Duncan gave a half-hearted smirk. You know me, Alpha. I never listen. Adrian exhaled sharply, looking back at the pyres. The silence stretched between them, comfortable despite the weight in the air. The flickering light of the fire danced across Duncan's face, making the exhaustion there even more pronounced. After a long pause, Duncan spoke again. You don't have to do this, you know. Adrian stiffened. Duncan continued, his voice quieter, more careful. You could refuse the marriage. No one would blame you. You're grieving. You're angry. No one expects you to. I can't refuse, Adrian snapped, his voice harsher than he intended. Duncan fell silent. Adrian let out a slow breath. The king made his decision. If I refuse, the pack suffers. I want to let that happen. His golden eyes darkened. But make no mistake, Duncan. I will not accept this as anything other than punishment for the Shadowfang. Duncan hesitated. She isn't the one who killed Ella, nor the one who started this. Adrian's fists clenched. She is his daughter and their offspring. It is enough for me. The words dripped with venom. Duncan sighed. If you treat her like the enemy, she'll break. Both your lives will be a nightmare, and the purpose of establishing peace would be futile. Adrian let out a bitter laugh. Good. She can rot in this pack for all I care, he growled. She will find no kindness from me. She will never forget that she does not belong here. Duncan frowned, his brows pulling together. You're talking about your mate. She is not my mate. Adrian's voice was cold, absolute. He turned fully to Duncan now, his golden eyes gleaming with an edge of something dangerous. She will never be my mate. She is a burden. A prisoner. A reminder. And I will make sure she knows it every day. Duncan exhaled sharply. And if she finds a way to escape? Adrian scoffed. Where would she go? Back to her father? To the human world? The king would never allow it. Duncan hesitated, studying Adrian carefully. But if she did, would you chase her? For a moment, something flickered in Adrian's expression, something unreadable. Then, his jaw tightened. If she runs, it will only prove she was never meant to be here. I want to stop her. But if she stays, she will know what it means to live in my world. Duncan exhaled sharply. And what if she fights back? Adrian tilted his head slightly, a dark smirk pulling at his lips. She is human. Let her fight all she wants. Duncan shook his head, exasperation flickering across his features. She may be human, but she is not weak. She stood her ground against two of our warriors when she was saving my life. He held Adrian's gaze. She is not going to just submit to this. Adrian's smirk vanished. He hated that Duncan was right. The woman, Claire, had her qualities. She had saved dozens of warriors on both sides, and she defied his soldiers to save Duncan's life. He hadn't been there to witness it, but he had heard the murmurs. Even when she had been dragged before the king, she had barely flinched. And yet, when she learned of her brother's deaths, when she realized her father was lost to her, she had shut down. He still remembered how fragile she looked when he was shaking her. She had surrendered. Duncan's voice cut through the silence again. She didn't choose this, Adrian. Adrian scoffed. Neither did I. Duncan sighed, running a hand through his hair. He was still too pale, still too weak. Just don't be a complete bastard to her. Adrian didn't answer. He wanted to be cruel. He wanted to make her suffer for existing and for standing in the place where Ella should have been. He wanted her to know he would never forgive her. Adrian turned his gaze back to the fire, to the ashes that had once been the only woman he had ever loved. He let his grief settle, wrapping around him like a second skin. Tomorrow, he would marry a woman who should have been his enemy. And he would make her life hell. Duncan watched his alpha and saw a man already lost. Duncan sighed, rubbing his face. Adrian's grief was swallowing him, turning into something dangerous. Duncan knew he had no real power to stop what was coming, but he should. Claire Whitmore, a human and healer, was about to be thrown into a den of wolves, bound to an alpha who had nothing left but rage. But against all odds, he had a deep feeling that these two troubled souls might find solace in each other. They were both brave, compassionate, and alone in the world. Duncan straightened, ignoring the ache in his healing body. You have to keep your faith. The night smelled of ashes and sorrow. Claire stood at the edge of the pyres, her hands clenched tightly together to stop their trembling. The flames licked at the night sky, stretching high like desperate hands reaching for something, someone who would never return. Her brothers lay at the center of those flames. Damien Whitmore, her father, stood beside her, his once imposing form seeming smaller, diminished. His silver-streaked hair was disheveled, his strong shoulders hunched under the weight of everything he had lost. And still, the grief was not his alone. The remnants of Shadowfang stood in silent vigil, their faces gaunt, their spirits shattered. They had lost not only their alpha but their pack, their identity, and their future. The air was thick with the scent of morning smoke, sweat, blood, and despair. Claire swallowed against the rising lump in her throat. They needed something. Anything. She should have been mourning her brothers alone, letting herself sink into the abyss of her grief, but as she looked around at the warriors who had once followed her father with pride, she realized they had nothing left to hold on to. Except her. A horrifying thought struck her. I am their last hope. A tremor passed through her limbs, and she bit the inside of her cheek, forcing herself to stand straighter, to lift her chin. She was not an alpha, nor was she a warrior, but she was the only remaining piece of the Shadowfang alpha family. And come tomorrow, she would be Luna. Not just of them, but of the Blackwood. Her stomach twisted, bile rising in her throat at the thought of him, the man she was being bound to. Adrian might never love her, never even accept her, but the warriors of Shadowfang didn't know that. They only knew she was marrying their new alpha. Their only chance at safety. Claire's fingers curled into her palms. If she let herself fall apart, if she acted like a captive, a prisoner, a victim, then they would remain broken. They needed to believe in this union. And if she had to pretend, she would. Because she could not let them sink any further into despair. Taking a steadying breath, she turned to her father. His weary, grief-stricken eyes met hers, and something shifted in them. He knew. Damien reached out, his rough, calloused fingers cupping the side of her face gently. You see it now, don't you? His voice was hoarse from too many losses. Claire's throat tightened. She gave a slight nod. A shadow of a smile tugged at his lips, tinged with sorrow. You'll be a better leader than I ever was. Her chest ached. I'm not. Yes, you are, he interrupted softly. Not an alpha, maybe, but you've always had a way of making people believe in something greater than themselves. His gaze flickered to the pyres, then back to her. They need that now more than ever. A single tear slipped down her cheek, but she didn't let her voice waver. I don't know if I can do this, father. Damien's hand fell away, but there was no disappointment in his gaze. Only understanding. You will. His faith in her was terrifying. Claire lowered her head, closing her eyes as the flames flickered and cracked, stealing away the last of her family. Tomorrow, she would become Luna of both packs. And she would do it not for herself, not for Adrian, but for them. For Shadowfang. A confession in the dark. Claire barely made it back to her tent before the exhaustion set in. Her limbs felt too heavy, her heart too raw. She wanted to curl up and let the grief consume her, but she wasn't alone. Sam was already inside, pacing anxiously. The second Claire stepped through the entrance, her best friend whirled around, eyes blazing. I hate this, Sam growled. I hate all of it. I hate that you're being forced into this. I hate that we lost them. I hate that she cut herself off, shaking her head before gripping Claire's shoulders. Tell me you're okay. Claire let out a hollow laugh. I'm not. Sam pulled her into a fierce hug. I swear to the gods, Claire, I will be at your side through every second of this. She pulled back, her face tight with barely contained fury. Even if that bastard of an alpha makes your life miserable. Claire let out a shaky breath. He will. Sam nodded grimly. Then we'll make his life miserable, too. Despite everything, Claire smiled, a small, fragile thing. Sam always found a way to pull her out of the dark. A gift from a stranger. Morning came too soon. Claire barely had time to steady herself before a soft knock sounded at the entrance of her tent. She expected one of the Shadowfang warriors. Maybe Sam. Instead, a Blackwood Omega stood there, holding a large wooden box in his arms. Claire frowned. What is this? The Omega dipped his head respectfully, though he didn't meet her eyes. A gift, Lady Whitmore. From Lady Ivana Blackwood. Claire stiffened. She had never met Adrian's grandmother. Why would the woman send her anything? She carefully opened the box, her breath catching at what lay inside. A dress. Not black, like she had expected, but a soft, pale blue. The fabric was smooth, flowing like water beneath her fingers. It was beautiful, delicate, a stark contrast to the brutality of the world she was about to enter. Nestled on top was a letter. She unfolded it carefully, eyes scanning the elegant handwriting. Claire. You have lost much. But you are about to gain something greater. You can wear this dress with pride. Let your pack see you not as a bride being given away, but as a woman stepping into a role of power. Hold your head high. You must be strong now. Not for yourself, but for those who still look to you. Ivana Blackwood. Claire swallowed hard. She touched the fabric again, wondering how a woman she had never met had known her exact measurements, how she had known exactly what to say. Sam stepped beside her, arms crossed. Creepy. Claire gave a short laugh. A little. But she accepted the gift. Because this was her first act as Luna. She would stand before both packs, not as a prisoner, not as a sacrifice. But as a leader. Even if she had to fake every second of it. Claire stood before the mirror in the ceremonial tent, staring at the woman reflected back at her. The pale blue dress flowed around her like mist, its delicate fabric smooth against her skin. It was unlike anything she had ever worn, elegant, regal, and unmistakably meant for a Luna. Her braided blonde hair cascaded down her back, the intricate weave done by careful hands that were not her own. The Omega who had delivered the dress had insisted on helping her prepare, her touch gentle but swift. Claire had let it happen. She didn't fight. Didn't protest. There was no point. She was stepping onto a path she hadn't chosen, but she would walk it with dignity. A knock at the tent entrance pulled her from her thoughts. A Shadowfang warrior entered, his expression grim. "It's time, my lady." Claire inhaled deeply, pushing away the fear. Then she lifted her chin and stepped outside. Adrian's displeasure. The ceremonial clearing was silent when she arrived. All eyes turned to her, Shadowfang and Blackwood alike. Their gazes held curiosity, caution, resentment. But none were as piercing as Adrian's. He stood near the altar, his broad frame dressed in deep black ceremonial robes that contrasted sharply with his golden eyes. His posture was rigid, his expression blank until his gaze fell upon her. Claire saw the slight tightening of his jaw, the flicker of something in his eyes that looked almost like annoyance. He hadn't expected this. He had seen her bloodied, broken, grieving. Now, she was composed, unreadable. And he didn't like it. Good, she thought bitterly. Let him hate it. Let him see that she wouldn't cower. Above them, the Alpha King stood on the raised platform, watching with the patience of a predator. His violet eyes assessed them both, silent and observant. The ceremony began. Inside Adrian, his wolf, Maximilian, stirred restlessly. The beast had been silent throughout the war, mournful and enraged over Ella's loss, but now it prowled at the edges of Adrian's control, responding to something it saw that Adrian refused to acknowledge. His wolf's energy crackled beneath his skin, agitated, enthusiastic even, and it made his own irritation deepen. Maximilian's attention was on Claire, watching her, recognizing her. It infuriated Adrian. His wolf should be repulsed, just as he was. Instead, there was a whisper of something else, something unsettling. Adrian clenched his jaw, burying the sensation deep, refusing to acknowledge it. A wedding without love. The rites were performed swiftly, without flourish. Claire stood beside Adrian, but they didn't touch. Their voices were flat as they spoke their vows, the words passing between them like a lifeless script. The binding mark in ancient tradition where mates would claw their partner's palm and let their blood mix was performed with nothing more than a shallow cut performed on both of them by Adrian. No emotion. No love. Just duty. And then it was over. Claire Whitmore was now Claire Blackwood. The weight of it settled in her chest, but she didn't let it show. Applause rang through the clearing, polite and brief, and then a snarl. The sound was raw, primal, electric. Claire's head snapped toward the source like everyone else present. An unexpected bonding. Duncan was moving before anyone could process what was happening. He lunged forward, his blue eyes locked on something or someone. Sam. Claire's heart lurched as she watched Duncan grab her best friend, his hands gripping her shoulders as his pupils dilated with unmistakable recognition. Mate. The word was softly spoken, but it was there in the way Duncan's body shook with need. A single breath later, his fangs sank into her throat. The world froze. Sam gasped and then her eyes fluttered shut, a blissful, accepting sigh escaping her lips as her fingers twisted into Duncan's hair. A bonding bite. The mark of mates. He raised his eyes questioning her. The silence shattered when Sam laughed, gripping his face before pulling him down into a fierce kiss. The crowd erupted. Howls filled the air, a cacophony of wolves celebrating the sudden claim. Duncan had found his mate. Adrian looked momentarily stunned, but the damn king was smiling. This is a good omen, he said, his voice carrying over the noise. Claire was still catching her breath when another ceremony was performed. Duncan and Sam's union was solidified, their wrists cut and joined, their blood binding them in the same way Claire and Adrian had just been bound. Only this time, it was real. Full of emotion. Claire swallowed past the tightness in her throat as she watched her best friend glow with happiness. For Sam, this was everything. For Claire, it was another reminder of what she would never have. Shadowfang's oath. As the chaos of the second wedding died down, the final act of the night began. The Shadowfang betas stepped forward, one by one, kneeling before Adrian. Each one spoke the words that sealed their fate. I pledge my loyalty to Alpha Adrian Blackwood. It was the final blow. Shadowfang was no more. Claire's heart clenched as she watched warriors who had once stood beside her father bend the knee to another alpha. This was reality now. And then it was time for farewells. A final goodbye. Damien stood before her, his wife by his side, his face lined with grief and pride. I wish his voice faltered. He cleared his throat. I wish things were different. Claire blinked rapidly, trying to keep her composure. You'll be okay? Damien let out a tired laugh. That's not the question, Claire. Will you be? She wanted to lie. Wanted to tell him yes, that she would be fine, that she was strong. Instead, she whispered, I don't know. His fingers brushed against her cheek, a father's touch one last time. You are my daughter, Claire. You will endure. Her throat burned. Then he turned, taking his wife's hand, and walked into the darkness. Claire didn't move until they were gone. Gone forever. The journey to Blackwood. The car ride was silent. Adrian sat beside her, his posture stiff, his eyes fixed on the window as the landscape passed by. Claire didn't speak. She stared at her lap, at the wedding band now wrapped around her finger. A meaningless symbol. Adrian let out a low scoff beside her. Well, I suppose I understand why you wanted to look your best for the ceremony. The dress was a nice touch. His voice was laced with mockery, and when Claire turned to him, she saw the cold amusement in his golden eyes. But next time, don't wear perfume near a wolf. It's suffocating. Claire blinked, caught off guard. I'm not wearing any perfume. Adrian's smirk faded, his expression darkening. I didn't think you'd start lying so soon. Claire's spine stiffened. Without thinking, she moved, shifting swiftly in her seat until she was facing him. Her body pressed forward, tilting her head just enough to expose the vulnerable curve of her throat. Then smell me, she challenged, voice steady despite the furious pounding of her heart. If you're so sure I'm lying, find the proof yourself. For a single, electrified moment, Adrian did nothing. His gaze locked onto the bare expanse of her throat, his breathing deepening. His wolf Maximilian surged forward inside him, demanding something he couldn't name. A wild urge shot through him, one that had nothing to do with rage. He wanted to bite. Adrian snarled, shoving her back so abruptly that she nearly hit the door. Don't do that again, he growled. Next time you bare your throat to me like that, I might break it instead. Claire didn't cower. Instead, she straightened herself, eyes narrowing. And you will never call me a liar again. Adrian sneered. You'd be the first Shadowfang that doesn't lie. Claire's lips curled into a bitter smile. I'm a Blackwood now. A reminder. She was not his mate. And yet, she was bound to him. 2 hours stretched between them, filled with unspoken words and simmering resentment. Claire was the first to break the silence. What happens when we arrive? Adrian's voice was ice. You will be introduced to the pack. Then, we will go to our quarters, and you will stay out of my way. Claire clenched her fists. She had expected nothing less. She turned back to the window, watching the trees blur into shadows. Her new life awaited. And it was beginning with nothing but silence. The journey stretched long and silent, the road winding through thick forests and vast stretches of untouched wilderness. The Shadowfang citadel had been fortified stone and towering walls, built to withstand generations of war. But Blackwood was different. Claire saw it as they crossed into the pack's lands. There were no great walls, no heavily armed patrols marching like an ever-present reminder of war. Instead, rolling hills and dense woods stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with individual wooden houses that seemed more a part of the land than apart from it. Unlike the rigid, militant nature of Shadowfang, this place felt wild. But that didn't mean it was welcoming. They passed wolves in their human form, strong-bodied warriors and sharp-eyed sentinels, their gazes cold as they watched her. Claire kept her posture straight, refusing to shrink beneath their scrutiny. She was used to being unwanted. This was nothing new. When they reached the main residence, Adrian stepped out first, moving with that effortless dominance that made every head turn toward him. The Blackwood Hall was not the massive, stone citadel she was accustomed to, but a grand lodge of dark wood and glass, standing at the heart of the land like it had grown from the earth itself. Adrian turned to her but didn't he offer his hand? Of course not. Come, was all he said. And then he led her inside, where her true welcome awaited. The cruel command. The hall was full. Wolves of all ranks had gathered, their gazes filled with curiosity, hostility, or cold indifference. Claire felt them before she even stepped in. The weight of so many stares pressed against her, suffocating. Adrian strode through them like a force of nature. When he reached the raised platform at the front of the hall, he turned, his golden gaze sweeping over the room, ensuring he had everyone's attention. Then, he spoke. "This is Claire Blackwood," he announced, his voice void of warmth or acknowledgement. "By decree of the Alpha King, she is my Luna." Claire kept her face carefully blank as whispers spread through the room. Adrian continued. "She is not one of us. She will never be one of us." His voice was cold, deliberate. "And you are to treat her accordingly." Silence fell. "I do not want a single one of you to address her, to acknowledge her, or to offer her any kindness," he ordered. "She is nothing here. A duty, not a choice. You will ignore her as I do." Claire felt the sting of the words even though she had expected nothing less. No reaction. No argument. No sign of weakness. She let it all pass. The pack remained still, taking in the command. Some looked openly pleased, others, uncertain. But no one spoke against him. Adrian let the silence hang for a moment longer before dismissing them with a single, sharp command. "Go." The hall emptied quickly, the pack moving out in near silence. Claire watched them leave, their shoulders rigid with obedience, and knew her battle had already begun. The first kindness. Adrian turned to one of the Omegas still lingering at the edges of the room. "Take her to her quarters." The young girl, a small, skittish thing, nodded quickly. Claire prepared to leave. But before she could take a step, the air in the room shifted. A new scent filled the space, warm, wise, commanding. The elderly woman moved toward them with the grace of someone who had lived long enough to see centuries of arrogance and still find amusement in it. Lady Ivana Blackwood. Claire recognized her instantly from the regal posture alone. The matriarch of the Blackwood bloodline, a woman whispered about with both reverence and fear. She stopped before them, her sharp eyes flickering between Adrian and Claire. Then, she smiled. Lady Ivana stepped closer, her eyes glimmering with something between warmth and amusement. "Adrian, my dear boy, you have no idea how relieved I am to see you standing here victorious. You had me frightened half to death until the good news reached me." Adrian's features softened just slightly, a rare flicker of fondness passing through his golden eyes. "You worry too much, grandmother. You should know by now that I always return." Adrian's expression shifted, an almost imperceptible flicker of something softer crossing his face before wariness settled back into place. "Grandmother," he greeted, his voice tempered, cautious. It was wary. Lady Ivana gave a dismissive wave. "Adrian." Then she turned to Claire, ignoring his ridiculous command entirely. "My dear, I am Ivana Blackwood, Adrian's grandmother. Welcome. Welcome." The first word of kindness spoken to her since she arrived. Claire inclined her head respectfully. "Lady Ivana." The elder woman studied her for a long moment, as if searching for something. Then, she gave a slow, knowing nod. Her gaze flickered back to Adrian, and her smile turned amused. "A foolish command, boy. You must know I have no intention of obeying something so ridiculous." Adrian's expression tightened. "This isn't your concern." Ivana tilted her head. "No? You would silence your Luna before she has even had a chance to learn what power she holds?" Adrian exhaled sharply, frustrated. "She holds no power here." Ivana hummed, clearly unconvinced. Then, turning back to Claire, she gestured toward the door. "Go on now, child. I imagine you must be tired. We'll speak soon." Claire gave a small nod before following the Omega out of the room, but not before catching Adrian's narrowed gaze, his barely contained rage. A legacy of stubbornness. Once Claire was gone, Adrian let out a low growl. "What do you want, grandmother?" Ivana sighed, shaking her head. "Men. Always so blind, so stubborn." Adrian crossed his arms. I am not in the mood for your wisdom. Ivana smirked. Clearly. Then, her expression hardened. I understand your mourning, Adrian. But you let grief blind you to the future. His jaw tightened. Do you know what you've done? She asked, her voice quiet but sharp. Do you have any idea how long we've tried to bring a Shadowfang into our bloodline? Generations of Blackwood men have failed. Adrian's face darkened. Too bad she's just a human. Ivana laughed softly, mocking. Oh, child. You think so small. Adrian stiffened, but she was already turning, already leaving him with too many thoughts. Before she stepped away, she looked over her shoulder and gave him one last piece of advice. You may think she is nothing. But your wolf already knows better. And then she was gone. Adrian clenched his fists, his breath unsteady. Damn her. Damn all of them. Adrian had no desire to return to his quarters. Inside the pack lodge, the walls would feel too close, too confining. There was too much weight pressing down on him, the burden of his title, of his grief, of the unfamiliar woman now bearing his name. And beneath it all, there was an unease he couldn't shake. His grandmother's words still lingered in his mind, settling like a thorn in his chest. She had spoken as if there was something plain as day that he refused to see, some undeniable truth just beyond his reach. It irritated him, no, it unnerved him. Adrian prided himself on understanding his world, on controlling it. But right now, he felt like he was missing something crucial. And that, more than anything, made his blood burn. So he let Maximilian, his wolf, loose. The shift was seamless, his body surrendering to the pull of instinct as his bones realigned and his skin gave way to fur, fangs, and claws. Within seconds, he stood on 4 paws, exhaling a deep, shuddering breath as his wolf took control. Maximilian didn't hesitate. He surged forward, bounding into the forest, his dark fur blending into the shadows of the towering trees. The world was alive here, the scent of fresh pine, the rustling of prey in the underbrush, the distant howls of patrolling wolves. This was his domain. And tonight, it finally brought him a sliver of calm. The rhythmic pounding of his paws against the earth, the wind rushing past his fur, the pulse of the wild surrounding him, it all settled something inside him. Out here, there were no burdens of leadership, no forced alliances, no lingering grief to suffocate him. Here, in the heart of the forest, he was not an alpha, not a widower, not a man trapped in the chains of duty. He was simply a wolf, untamed and free. And for a short while, that was enough. His paws barely made a sound as he weaved through Blackwood's vast lands, the borders stretching over a natural park protected by their pack. The wild was theirs to guard. Always had been. Which led him back to the question he couldn't stop asking himself. Why had Damian Whitmore attacked now? For decades, Shadowfang and Blackwood had lived on opposite sides of a bloodied history. There had been skirmishes, deaths, border feuds, but never full-scale war. Why now? Why had Damian suddenly thrown his warriors into a battle he had to have known he would lose? Adrian growled, frustration rippling through him as Maximilian slowed his pace, ears twitching toward the distant sound of the river. Something didn't add up. Damian wasn't a fool. He had always been a calculating, careful leader, one who had managed to hold his own despite their history. So why throw it all away? What was he thinking, suspecting? The thought coiled in his mind, an uncomfortable whisper he didn't like. And then, before he even realized it, he was thinking about her. Claire. He let out a low, irritated growl, shaking his head, but it was too late. The images had already formed, unbidden and unwanted. The way she had looked that morning, proud but haunted. The way her throat had been exposed when she challenged him, her skin bare, delicate. The way her hair had caught the dim light, so blonde and luminous it didn't seem real. Something twisted in his gut. Something primal. Maximilian growled his approval. And when Adrian stopped running, he found himself standing at her lodge. Staring at the closed door. Before he could think better of it, he knocked. Claire's choice. Claire's hands were still trembling. Even minutes later, even with the pack long gone and the silence of her quarters pressing around her, she couldn't stop the shaky exhale that left her lips. Adrian's words still echoed in her mind. She is nothing here. A duty, not a choice. You will ignore her as I do. Claire pressed her hands against the wooden table, grounding herself. The idea of going back to the human words formed for a moment in her head. After all, she was a good doctor and she had been cherished, but the professionals she had worked with in the human hospitals she did her training. But she would not break. She had sworn it to herself back at the funeral pyres. But gods, it was hard. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she moved through the room, forcing herself to take stock of her surroundings. She had expected something cold, bare, impersonal. Instead, she found warmth. The wooden lodge had a distinct scent: aged pine, burning embers, and a faint hint of something earthy and familiar. The floors creaked softly beneath her bare feet, the air thick with a lingering heat from the fireplace that had been lit earlier. The walls were lined with handcrafted shelves, the furniture carved with intricate details that spoke of care, not just necessity. But despite the inviting atmosphere, she couldn't ignore the other details. There were 2 toothbrushes in the bathroom. And when she opened the cabinet, she found male clothes neatly folded inside. Her stomach twisted. As if someone had truly believed that she and Adrian would be mates. That this would be a real marriage. The thought made her want to laugh and scream at the same time. She shut the cabinet with a sharp click and turned toward the bathroom. A shower. That's what she needed. Stripping off the heavy dress, she let the hot water scald away the weight of the day, trying to silence the memories clawing at her mind. As the heat soaked into her skin, she caught sight of her palm, the shallow cut from the wedding ceremony still faintly visible. She frowned, rubbing her thumb over it. It would scar on her human skin, while on Adrian, it had probably already healed without a trace. Another reminder of what she was and what she wasn't. A human in a world where strength was measured in fangs and claws. A Luna without a mate. A wife without a husband. Her fingers traced over the mark, and without meaning to, her mind drifted back to him. Adrian Blackwood. She had spent most of the day trying not to think about him, but the memory of him still lingered like a stubborn shadow. He was unlike anyone she had ever met, an immovable force, both ruthless and controlled. The first time she saw him, she had expected something cruel, perhaps monstrous. Instead, she had seen a man carved by war. He was older than she was, in his early 30s, his body built for battle, every muscle honed from years of leading warriors into bloodshed. His face was sharp and striking, high cheekbones and a chiseled jawline, softened only slightly by the wild fall of his long black hair. But it was his eyes that unsettled her most: golden, burning, unreadable. She had married an attractive man. Too bad he would never notice her. She didn't know how long she stood there, letting the steam curl around her like a fragile shield, enveloping her in a sensation that almost felt safe. That same sense of quiet security lingered in the lodge itself. The wooden walls carried an undeniable comfort: the scent of aged pine, the faint crackle of lingering embers in the hearth, and the soft flicker of firelight dancing across the surfaces, casting everything in a golden glow. It was different from the stone walls she had grown up with, less imposing, more alive. She was wrapped in her towel, trying to get as much comfort as possible from the serene atmosphere. But suddenly, she froze. A knock. Loud. Firm. Her breath hitched. Claire turned toward the door, heart hammering in her chest. Then, slowly, she stepped forward, placing her hand on the knob before pulling it open. And there he was. Adrian Blackwood. Standing in the dim light, his golden eyes sharp, unreadable. And he had come to her. The moment Claire opened the door, she forgot how to breathe. Adrian stood before her, bare, his powerful body still glowing with heat from the run. The moonlight caught on his skin, illuminating the raw power in every sculpted ridge of his muscles, the sheen of sweat glistening on his chest. His long black hair, damp from exertion, fell loosely over his shoulders, framing a face that was both feral and devastatingly human. He was wildness barely contained, a force of nature, a man who had only just returned to his human form, still riding the edge of his wolf-esque instincts. And he was staring at her. His golden eyes burned, flickering between frustration and something darker. Something undeniable. Claire swallowed hard, fingers tightening around the edge of the door. The heat of her shower still clung to her skin, but it was nothing compared to the fire coursing through her veins under his gaze. He should have turned away. Should have left before either of them crossed a line that couldn't be undone. Instead, he looked at her, his jaw tight, his breathing unsteady, and murmured, "Send me away." She should tell him to leave. She should close the door. But she didn't. Instead, she stepped back. "Stay with me." Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper, but Adrian heard it. A muscle in his jaw ticked. His nostrils flared. For a single, charged moment, he didn't move. Didn't breathe. Then, in one fluid motion, he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. The air between them thickened, heavy with the weight of the unspoken. Before Claire could react, his hands were on her. Large, powerful fingers gripped her under her arms, lifting her effortlessly as if she weighed nothing. She gasped as he raised her high above his head, her body hovering over his like she belonged there. His strength was raw, unshaken, the heat of his skin radiating through her thin towel. Slowly, excruciatingly, he let her glide down against him. Her pelvis and her stomach brushed against his warm, hard chest, her skin hypersensitive to every shift of muscle, every breath he took. Her heart pounded as she was lowered inch by inch, his golden eyes never leaving hers. A few inches more, and their eyes would be at the same height. But Claire didn't wait. She kissed him hungrily. Her lips pressed against his, a mix of uncertainty and desperate need. The moment they met, she felt him still, his entire body tensing beneath her touch. Then, with a deep, guttural growl, Adrian took control. His hands tightened on her, holding her against him as he claimed her mouth with a force that stole her breath. Claire's hands found his shoulders, gripping him, nails digging into his skin as his lips moved against hers, hot and demanding. There was no hesitation, no doubt. Only fire. Adrian moved before she could think, carrying her to the bedroom. The world tilted, and she barely had time to catch her breath before she was on the bed, beneath him. The air between them crackled, something primal and electric. Claire barely had time to blink before his mouth was on her neck, his teeth grazing over the sensitive skin. She arched beneath him, her body betraying her as her fingers tangled in his hair. The heat of him burned, his hands exploring her curves with an intensity that left her aching. Her towel slipped, and Adrian's breath hitched as his gaze swept over her, hungry, reverent. There were no words. Only touch. Only the feeling of skin against skin, of his lips trailing down her collarbone, his tongue flicking against the hollow of her throat before moving lower. Claire gasped as his hands gripped her thighs, parting them as he settled between them. His breath was hot, teasing, before he claimed her. Claire's fingers tightened in his hair as pleasure rolled through her, raw and relentless. He took his time, worshipping her with slow, torturous strokes, his hands holding her in place as he pushed her toward the edge. And when she shattered, his name fell from her lips. Adrian growled in approval, kissing his way back up her body before capturing her lips again, tasting her, owning her. He aligned himself against her, and without hesitation, he pushed inside. Claire gasped, her body stretching, taking all of him. He was thick, unyielding, filling her with a slow, deliberate force that left her shaking. Adrian didn't move at first. He looked at her. His golden eyes, usually so cold, burned with something dangerous. Something territorial. Something possessive. Then, he moved. The rhythm was slow at first, torturous, like he was trying to memorize every part of her. His hands held her in place, one gripping her hip, the other tangled in her hair. Claire's breath came in ragged gasps, her fingers clawing at his back, her body desperate for more. And when he gave it to her, when he started moving faster, harder, she came undone. Adrian's snarl filled the room as she clenched around him, her body trembling beneath his. He was relentless, chasing his own pleasure until he followed her over the edge, burying himself deep as he groaned her name. The room was silent except for their ragged breaths. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. Because words would ruin this. Words would remind them of who they were. And this, whatever this was, it had no place outside this room. Adrian pulled away first, rolling onto his back, his chest still rising and falling heavily. Claire stared at the ceiling, her body still thrumming. And then, exhaustion took her, she slipped into the darkness to sleep. A fragile piece. Claire stirred just as the first light of dawn crept through the lodge's wooden shutters. The warmth against her chest was the first thing she noticed, the steady rise and fall of Adrian's breathing. He had shifted in the night, his head resting against her chest, his arm draped over her waist in an unconscious hold. Claire held still, barely breathing as she took him in. Adrian Blackwood, alpha, warrior, predator, looked young in sleep. The sharp angles of his face were softened, his lips slightly parted, the usual tension that coiled through his body nowhere to be seen. She had never seen him like this. Vulnerable. She hesitated before lifting her fingers, brushing a strand of his dark hair away from his face. He didn't stir. He trusted her in this moment. The thought sent an ache through her chest. What would become of them? She had been forced into this marriage for peace, but peace did not exist between them. Only fire and silence. Would they always be trapped like this, bound by duty, torn apart by resentment? She didn't know. And before she could think too much about it, sleep pulled her back under. A silent morning. The second time Claire woke, he was gone. The warmth of his body had long faded from the sheets. No lingering scent, no hint that he had even been there at all. She sat up slowly, rubbing her hands over her face. Of course he left. This was not a home. It was a battlefield, and neither of them wanted to be the first to surrender. Still, she would not stay locked away. Claire dressed quickly in a simple gown and cloak before stepping outside, ready to face the world that now belonged to her. A different world. The first thing Claire noticed as she walked through Blackwood territory was how different it was from home. Shadowfang had been wealthy, modern, powerful, a fortress of stone, with paved roads and towering structures. The mines in their land had made them rich, and it showed in every part of their citadel. But Blackwood was wild and free, nothing of the anxiety brought by the modern lifestyle here. Instead of a grand citadel, wooden lodges and cozy homes dotted the landscape, spaced far enough apart to feel open. Smoke curled from chimneys, and she could hear laughter in the distance, the sound of children playing. It felt less imposing. More like a home. Claire walked slowly, letting herself absorb every detail. But even as she took in the warmth of the land, she felt the stares. No one spoke to her. Just like Adrian had ordered. The medical unit. Claire eventually found her way to the Pack's medical lodge, hoping for a neutral place to start. If she couldn't speak to them as Luna, she would speak to them as a healer. Inside, the scent of herbs and antiseptic filled the air. The lodge was clean, but outdated. She walked past old wooden cabinets, shelves stocked with dried plants, bandages, and what looked like handwritten medical texts. Her stomach tightened. This wasn't just different from Shadowfang. It was behind. Shadowfang had modern medical equipment, surgical tools, and labs. Here, it looked like half of their treatments were still rooted in ancient traditions. She approached a young healer tending to a patient, offering a small, hesitant smile. "I'm Claire," she said gently. "I'd like to understand how the medical unit is organized. Maybe I could help." The healer didn't even look at her. She finished dressing the wound and walked away, silent. Claire stood there, feeling the weight of rejection settle in her chest. She clenched her jaw. Fine. If they wanted to pretend she didn't exist, she would find someone who wouldn't. The library. The library was one of the largest buildings in Blackwood, a grand wooden lodge with massive bookshelves carved from ancient trees. Claire stepped inside, expecting silence. Instead, she found Lady Ivana. The matriarch sat at a wooden table, flipping through a thick, leather-bound book. She didn't even glance up as she spoke. "I wondered when you'd come here." Claire hesitated before walking closer. "You're the only person who speaks to me," she admitted. Ivana chuckled, finally looking up. "Yes, well, I've never been one for foolish orders." Claire lowered herself into a chair. "I don't think they'll ever accept me." Ivana studied her for a long moment. "They will, in time. But not if you wait for it." Claire frowned. "What do you mean?" Ivana leaned forward, her eyes sharp. "You must make them need you." Claire swallowed. "How?" The elder woman gestured toward the bookshelves. "By proving you are not an outsider. By bringing something new and necessary to their world." Claire sighed, glancing toward the books. "I tried at the medical lodge. They wouldn't even acknowledge me." Ivana smirked. "Of course they wouldn't. They are not allowed. Also, they do not trust what they don't understand." She tapped a finger against the book in front of her. "Do you know what this is?" Claire leaned closer, scanning the aged pages filled with elegant handwritten notes. "It's an old healing manuscript," Ivana explained. "Ancient remedies passed down long before modern medicine. I have spent my life perfecting them. Maybe together we can find the balance between old wisdom and new science." Claire looked at her, intrigued. "You believe they should work together?" Ivana smiled. "I know they must. Claire ran her fingers over the edge of the book. This was something she understood. Something she could do. I could bring some of Shadowfang's medical advancements here, she murmured, thinking aloud. Combine it with what you already use. Make something better. Ivana nodded, approval flickering in her gaze. Now you are beginning to understand. Claire inhaled deeply. This could be her way in. Her way to prove she belonged. Not as Adrian's wife. Not as a duty forced upon them. But as someone they would one day need. For the first time since she arrived, she felt hope. A morning of quiet contentment. Sam stirred as the first hints of daylight crept through the wooden shutters. A slow, satisfied sigh left her lips as she shifted, feeling the steady warmth beside her. Duncan. His arm was draped across her waist, his fingers lightly cupping her bare skin as if, even in sleep, he wasn't willing to let her go. His breathing was deep, his body relaxed, a rare sight for a warrior who spent most of his life on alert. Sam let herself bask in the moment. She had never imagined her life would change so suddenly. Just days ago, she had been Claire's closest friend, an unwed warrior with no ties but loyalty to her pack. And now, she was Duncan's mate. A mate she had found in the very pack they had spent their lives seeing as rivals. The thought was unsettling in ways she hadn't fully processed yet. She had never hated the Blackwood, but she had always seen them as separate a world apart from hers. And yet, fate had bound her to one of them. To Duncan. And despite that lingering conflict in her heart, lying here in his arms, she could not deny that it felt right. His wife. The thought made warmth coil in her chest. Unable to resist, she rolled onto her side, her hand tracing a slow path across his scarred, powerful chest. Duncan groaned slightly, cracking one eye open, blue and heavy with sleep. A slow smirk pulled at his lips. You're awake already? Sam hummed in response, pressing closer. Didn't he sleep much? He chuckled, voice rough. I wonder why. She grinned against his skin before kissing him, her lips pressing gently against the curve of his shoulder, then lower. Duncan growled, flipping them over so she was beneath him. You'll be the death of me, he muttered, but his mouth was already on hers, and Sam had no complaints. A conversation between mates. Sometime later, they lay tangled in the blankets, bodies cooling, heartbeats steady. Duncan rested on his back, his hand absently stroking Sam's hair while she lay curled against his side. She spoke first. What is going to happen with Adrian and Claire? Duncan sighed, staring at the wooden beams of the ceiling. It's hard to say. Adrian he doesn't bend easily. But he's not a fool. You think he'll accept her? Duncan thought about it for a moment before nodding. He will. Eventually. Sam frowned. You sound confident. Duncan turned his head toward her, his expression serious. I've known Adrian all my life. He is stubborn, yes, but he is also rational. He knows how to adapt when he needs to. He has faced lots of bad things since his parents passed away and always found a way through. This isn't about whether he wants and accepts Claire. It's about whether he can set his pride aside long enough to see who she really is. Sam exhaled sharply, running a hand through her hair. I just wish he could see her like I do. Duncan raised a brow. And how do you see her? Sam's lips pressed together for a moment before she spoke. She was the only human in a pack of wolves. Duncan remained silent, letting her continue. She was raised in a world where she would never fully belong and yet, she never let it stop her. Do you know how hard it must have been for her? To be the only one who couldn't shift, who couldn't heal as fast, who would always be physically weaker. But she never complained. She just worked harder. Duncan listened, his expression unreadable. Sam turned onto her stomach, propping herself up on her elbows. She went to one of the best medical schools in the human world. Not because she had to, but because she wanted to make a difference. And she did. When she came back, the entire pack's health improved. Life expectancy increased. Birth complications decreased. She saved countless lives. Duncan smiled slightly. You know she saved me on the battlefield? Yes, I know, and I will forever be grateful to her for keeping my mate safe for me. She never fully belonged to our world, but she carved a place in it anyway. Everyone loved her not because she was born into the pack, but because she earned their respect. Because she was kind, because she was smart, because she made herself invaluable. And now? Now she's in a place where no one sees her worth, where she's being treated like an outsider all over again. Her expression darkened. She deserves happiness, Duncan. She deserves more than being treated like some burden. Duncan exhaled slowly. She will find her place here. One way or another. Sam's jaw tightened. I'm not allowed to speak to her. Duncan sighed, reaching up to brush his fingers along her cheek. I know. Do you? She asked, voice sharper than intended. Do you know what it's like to have someone be your family your entire life and then be ordered to act like they don't exist? Duncan didn't answer immediately. He knew loyalty. He knew duty. But he also understood what Sam meant. Claire had been more than a friend to her. She had been a sister. And now she was untouchable. Duncan gently pulled her back down so she was resting against his chest again. Adrian's command won't last forever. He is angry now, but it will fade. He won't let his pack suffer just to prove a point. Sam huffed. That's assuming he sees her as anything other than a mistake. Duncan's hand moved lazily along her back. You're forgetting something. What? He has already seen her. Sam frowned. What does that mean? Duncan smirked slightly. I saw how he looked at her on the day of the wedding. He was angry, yes, but there was something else. Sam tilted her head. And what was that? Duncan's smirk widened. Conflict. Sam blinked. You're telling me he was conflicted? Duncan nodded. Adrian never fights himself unless he knows he is losing. Sam let his words settle, pressing her cheek against his chest. She wanted to believe it. She wanted to believe that Claire wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life suffering under Adrian's indifference. Or worse, flee to the human world. Dawn had barely broken when Adrian strode into the main hall of Blackwood's command center. A long wooden table stretched through the middle of the lodge, where his team leaders, the betas in charge of the different branches of his pack, were already waiting for him. Some sat with steaming cups of coffee, others stood with arms crossed, speaking in low murmurs. The moment he entered, silence fell. Adrian wasn't the kind of alpha who ruled through fear, but he commanded respect. He had spent years building a reputation as a leader who listened but expected results, who forgave but never forgot. And they knew it. Status report, he ordered, dropping into his chair at the head of the table. Duncan, sitting closest to him, leaned forward. We've accepted 12 new rogues into the pack this past week. 6 of them already have assignments in patrol, and the other 6 are being trained. A murmur of approval rippled through the room. Adrian's ability to welcome and gain the loyalty of rogues was what made Blackwood a force to be reckoned with. Most alphas didn't trust them. Rogues were unpredictable, dangerous wolves who had abandoned their packs or been cast out, often due to violence or treachery. But Adrian had built his strength by offering second chances. He didn't care about the past. He cared about what they did with the future. Any problems? Adrian asked. No, Duncan replied. They're keeping their heads down, working hard. Some of them still have the loner mentality, but they break out of it. They always do, another beta, Corwin, added. He led the hunting teams that ensured Blackwood was always well fed, a burly man with sharp hazel eyes. You give them purpose, they follow. Adrian nodded but didn't reply. They knew how he handled rogues with hard work and equal reward. Obedience didn't come from fear, it came from belonging. If a rogue complied, they were given a role, food, and a home. If they disobeyed, they were cast out permanently. It was a simple system. And it worked. Still, integration wasn't without its challenges. He would need to check in personally on their progress later in the week. Rogues often struggled with hierarchy, and while they obeyed him, there were still tensions to smooth over among the pack's ranks. His betas were capable, but he preferred to keep a watchful eye to ensure no underlying resentment festered. The Rangers, the rising threat. What about the Rangers? Adrian continued. The Blackwood pack acted as guardians of a vast protected territory, serving both their own needs and the agreements made with human conservationists. Their werewolf rangers monitored wildlife, prevented illegal hunting, and ensured human activity didn't threaten the land. Rangers are steady, but we've had a few disruptions, reported Kieran, the beta in charge of the patrol teams. More signs of stray wolves around the human border. A few minor attacks, none fatal, but enough that the humans are noticing. Adrian's fingers drummed against the table. You think it's connected to the war? Kieran hesitated. It's possible. Before, rogue attacks were rare and scattered. Now, they're organized. A muscle in Adrian's jaw ticked. He didn't like this. Something wasn't right. For years, Blackwood and Shadowfang had maintained a tense but controlled distance. Now, after their battle, the borders were restless. And worse, the disturbances were spreading toward the human world. Duncan shifted in his chair. There have also been more reports of strange tracks near the northern edge of our territory, deep enough into our lands that a lone rogue shouldn't have made it there unnoticed. Adrian frowned. Have we sent scouts? A few, Kieran said. But they didn't find much. Just the scent of wolves that don't belong here. That means someone is testing our defenses, Adrian muttered. And I don't like it. We can't afford a problem with the humans, Duncan added, voice grim. Adrian nodded. Increase ranger patrols. I want more eyes on those borders. If anyone so much as sniffs too close to human territory, I want to know. A chorus of agreement followed, but Adrian's mind was already elsewhere. Why now? Was someone deliberately stirring unrest? The timing was too precise, too convenient. If rogue activity was suddenly escalating near both their borders, it could mean something or someone was manipulating the chaos. He needed to assess the Shadowfang's quarters more quickly than he planned. If there were lingering factions within the absorbed pack that had not yet accepted the new rule, this could be their way of resisting. And if that were the case, he needed to act before the unrest spread further. Was this fallout from the war, or something more? The questions nagged at him as the meeting continued, but by the time they had addressed everything, territory disputes, rogue integration, supply runs, and internal pack affairs, Adrian was exhausted. And more importantly, he was grateful for the work. Because it had kept his thoughts off her. A losing battle. But as the night stretched on, as the last of the betas left the lodge and the fires in the hall dimmed, Adrian found himself alone with nothing but his own mind. And that was a problem. He had spent the entire day avoiding her. Avoiding the memory of how she felt beneath him. The taste of her lips. The way her body fit against his. It should have meant nothing. Instead, it was haunting him. He growled under his breath, running a hand through his hair. It didn't matter. Claire was nothing to him. She was human. She was Shadowfang. She was his wife in name alone. Adrian exhaled sharply, pushing away from his desk. He would go for another run. Burn the restless energy from his limbs. Find anything else to focus on. But somehow, instead of heading for the door leading into the woods, he found himself taking a different path. And before he could stop himself, before he could even think about what the hell he was doing, he was knocking on her door. An invitation instead of rejection. Claire had been expecting many things when she opened the door that night. Anger. A demand. A cold dismissal. She hadn't expected this. Adrian stood there, broad-shouldered and restless, the dim lantern light catching on his dark, tousled hair and the sharp planes of his face. His golden eyes, usually so controlled, were flickering with something raw. Something dangerous. But he just repeated his ask from the night before. Send me away. He sounded torn. As if he was barely holding himself back. As if he didn't trust himself. Claire's fingers curled around the wooden doorframe. She should. She should tell him to leave, should guard what was left of her heart. But she didn't. Instead, she stepped back, her voice steady. Stay with me. Something in Adrian's expression broke. And then, in the next breath, he was inside. The door shut behind him. And then he had her. A bond forged in fire. His hands found her waist, lifting her effortlessly, pressing her against the door as his lips crashed onto hers. Claire gasped against his mouth, her fingers twisting into his hair as she clung to him. He was heat and hunger, his body caging hers, his breath uneven as his mouth devoured her. Claire arched against him, feeling every ridge of muscle, every bit of coiled strength as he pressed against her. His bare skin was feverishly warm, his scent intoxicating, a mixture of pine, earth, and the remnants of the night's chill. Damn you, Adrian murmured, dragging his lips down her throat. You should have sent me away. Claire shivered as his teeth grazed the sensitive skin below her ear. "Oh, but I don't want to." His grip tightened, his breath ragged. "You have no idea what kind of man you just invited in." She tilted her chin up, meeting his eyes with unwavering certainty. "I know exactly what kind." Adrian groaned, then kissed her again, this time slower, deeper, his hands sliding under her nightgown, tracing the shape of her bare thighs. Claire felt her body come alive under his touch, every nerve burning as he peeled away the last barrier between them. She had never known this kind of connection, never known desire could feel like this, like a force of nature, like being swallowed whole. He moved swiftly and reached the couch in a few strides. He sat down, helping her straddle him. But he took his time kissing her cheeks, her ears, her breasts, making her rub herself frenetically against him. When Adrian finally entered her, it was with a slow, deliberate movement, his eyes locked onto hers, as if trying to memorize every reaction. Claire gasped, her hands clutching his shoulders, her breath shattering as she started to move. She was in control. There were no words. Only heat. Only his body moving against hers, filling her, claiming her, unraveling her with every thrust. Adrian buried his face in her neck, his breath hot against her skin, his hands holding her in place as if she might disappear. And when they both reached the edge, when pleasure finally ripped through them, it wasn't just a release. It was something more. A wolf, his prey. To her surprise, Adrian didn't leave. Claire lay against him, her head on his chest, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing. The couch was small, and he took up most of the space, leaving her nestled against him, surrounded by his warmth. His arm was wrapped around her, strong and possessive, as if he still wasn't ready to let go. Minutes passed in silence before Adrian exhaled, tilting his head down toward her. "You know," he murmured, his voice deep and lazy, "good girls like you should stay away from big bad wolves like me." Claire smiled against his skin. In all the good stories, the good girl always finds the bad wolf irresistible. Adrian let out a low chuckle, his fingers tracing slow patterns on her back. "Is that so?" She nodded, a teasing glint in her eyes. His golden gaze darkened with mischief. "How many wolves have you found irresistible, then?" Claire stilled, suddenly aware of what he was asking. She hesitated, her cheeks heating. "None." Something flashed in Adrian's expression. He lifted her chin with his fingers, his lips curving slightly. "Perfect." She blinked up at him, heart hammering. Adrian's smirk deepened. "You're the first good girl I've ever made love to." Claire didn't have a chance to respond. Because the next moment, he rolled on top of her, pinning her beneath him, and this time, his kiss was slower, more deliberate. This time, he took his time learning her body. A glimpse of something more. They lay tangled together afterward in the bedroom, bodies exhausted, minds restless. Adrian propped himself up on an elbow, watching her in the dim glow of the moon outside. "May I ask you something?" he murmured. "What did you like most in the human world?" Claire turned her head toward him, blinking sleepily. "The human world?" He nodded, fingers lazily tracing circles on her hip. "For me, it's full of too many scents, too much noise. It never quiets." She thought for a moment, then smiled. "I miss ballet." Adrian raised a brow. "Ballet?" Claire stretched slightly, her body sore in the best way possible. "I love watching it. The control, the movement, the way it tells a story without words." Adrian studied her, his gaze thoughtful. Then, unexpectedly, she grinned. "And New York hot dogs." A laugh rumbled from his chest. "Hot dogs?" Claire nodded, eyes glinting with amusement. "The greasy, messy, absolutely perfect kind you buy from street vendors." Adrian shook his head, chuckling. "You're something else." Who would have thought that the two of them might laugh together and be intimate without any heavy thoughts lingering between them? He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer, and it felt good. She didn't know what they were. Didn't know where this would lead. But for now, she let herself sink into it. Because for tonight, she was exactly where she wanted to be. A week of silence. Claire had spent 6 long days in this pack, surrounded by wolves, yet feeling utterly alone. The nights were different. At night, Adrian came to her. At night, there were no walls between them. In the dark, when words weren't necessary, they found each other. But as soon as dawn broke, he was gone. And so was everything else. The pack ignored her. No one looked at her. No one spoke to her. Lady Ivana was the only person who acknowledged her presence, and even then, their interactions were brief. Claire had tried to keep herself busy, tried to find purpose, but it was impossible when she was treated like a ghost. And today, even Lady Ivana dismissed her. "I need complete concentration," Ivana had said, closing a thick, leather-bound book. "The healing potion I am working on cannot be disturbed." Claire had barely gotten a word in before the older woman turned away, muttering about herbs and lunar cycles. And so, just like every other day, Claire was left alone. She exhaled, forcing herself to stay calm, and made her way back toward her lodge, already trying to think of how she would pass the endless hours ahead. The mysterious Omega. When Claire entered her lodge, she immediately sensed another presence. The scent of fresh bread and warm tea lingered in the air. The floors had been cleaned, the fireplace carefully tended to, the blankets neatly folded. Someone had been here. And they were still here. Claire's gaze locked onto a slender figure, standing near the small dining table, a tray in her hands. An Omega. The woman froze, her head lowered, a black hoodie covering her hair and most of her face. "I didn't mean to intrude," the Omega murmured, her voice soft and careful. "I was just finishing." Claire straightened, something sharp curling in her stomach. She wasn't supposed to be spoken to. Adrian's command had been clear: no one was to acknowledge her presence. Yet here was this woman, defying it. Claire took a small step forward. "You don't have to apologize," she said, trying to get a better look at the Omega's face. But the woman kept her head bowed, her hood shadowing her features. Claire frowned. Was she a rogue? One of the newly accepted wolves that had sought refuge in Blackwood, and she knew nothing of the ban? Before Claire could ask, the Omega turned quickly, exiting the lodge before she could get a better look. Claire stared after her. Who was she? And why was she the only one brave enough to speak to her? A fractured friendship. The rest of the day stretched on, empty and meaningless. Claire tried to distract herself reading some of Ivana's old medical texts, rearranging her things, taking a long bath. Nothing worked. By the afternoon, her restlessness had turned into frustration. She needed to talk to someone. Anyone. Then she saw Sam. Claire's heart lifted at the sight of her best friend walking across the training field, talking to one of the other warriors. Finally. Claire hurried toward her, relief swelling in her chest. "Sam," she called. Sam turned. Their eyes met. For a split second, Claire saw a flicker of something: sadness, hesitation, longing. Then, Sam's expression hardened. She turned away. And walked off. Claire stopped mid-step, the rejection hitting her like a slap. Sam had obeyed Adrian's order. She hadn't even tried to fight it. Claire's chest tightened, a dull ache spreading through her ribs. She had lost her father, her brothers, her home. And now, she was losing her only friend. Something inside her snapped. Enough. If no one else would speak for her, she would speak for herself. And she knew exactly where to go. The confrontation. Claire stormed into the pack's command hall, her heart pounding, anger burning in her veins. Adrian sat at his desk, surrounded by his betas, discussing patrol routes and rogue integration. The moment she entered, silence fell. They all turned to her, some surprised, others wary. Duncan sighed heavily, rubbing a hand down his face. "Here we go." Adrian barely glanced at her. "Leave us," she ordered. The betas hesitated, but after one last look at Claire, they filed out. The door shut behind them, leaving only the two of them. Adrian finally met her gaze. He didn't look pleased. "Get out," he ordered, his voice cold and unwavering. Claire crossed her arms, standing her ground. "No. Among the few advantages of being a human is that I don't have to mindlessly obey my Alpha's orders." "What do you want?" His voice was cold, dismissive. Claire clenched her fists. "I want you to lift the ban on speaking to me." Adrian let out a sharp breath, leaning back in his chair. "No." Claire gritted her teeth. "I can help. Your pack is in need, and you're too blind to see the bigger picture." Adrian's golden eyes flashed with warning. "Claire." Adrian stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. His expression was dark, dangerous. "You think I don't see the greater good?" His voice was low, a growl beneath his words. Claire lifted her chin, refusing to back down. I think you're letting your hatred for my father cloud your judgment. But Adrian, you have to move forward. You can't let that hatred spoil everything, not for me, not for your pack. Holding on to the past like this will only make you blind to what we can build, to what's best for your people. I'm not asking you to forget, but I am asking you to let go just enough to see beyond your pain. Adrian's hands tightened on the edge of the desk. My mate is dead because of your father. The words landed like a blow. Claire sucked in a breath. Adrian's chest rose and fell heavily, his fingers digging into the wood as if trying to restrain himself. And you expect me to see some greater good when every time I look at you, I see everything I lost? The room felt too small, the air too thick. Claire stared at him, heart hammering. Tears burned at the back of her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. She swallowed the lump in her throat, then turned on her heel and strode toward the door. She yanked it open, slammed it shut behind her, and kept walking, not stopping, not looking back. A storm brewing. By the time she reached her lodge, her hands were shaking. Tears blurred her vision, but she forced them back. She had tried. She had tried to make something of this life. But Adrian was determined to see her as nothing more than a wound that refused to heal. And for the first time, Claire wondered if she should stop trying. If fleeing back to the human world where she had a place, a purpose might be the only way to escape the suffocating weight of his hatred. She will take a decision, but not right now when she is feeling hurt. A change of heart. Claire had barely closed the door when a sharp knock echoed through the lodge. Her heart clenched. She wasn't ready for another confrontation. She had barely caught her breath from the last one. She hesitated before stepping forward and pulling the door open. Adrian stood there. Not furious. Not distant. His expression was different this time. There was no anger in his golden eyes, no sharp words on his tongue. Instead, there was something quieter, something weighted. Remorse. Claire, he said, his voice lower, softer than before. May I come in? Claire studied him, searching his face. The Alpha of Blackwood did not ask, he commanded. But he was asking now. She stepped aside, and he entered. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Adrian exhaled, raking a hand through his midnight dark hair. I'm sorry, he said. For what I said earlier. It was his jaw tightened. It was cruel. And untrue. Claire's throat tightened, her emotions a tangled mess. She wanted to believe him. But she needed him to understand. I mourn them, too, she said softly. I mourn the lives lost in a war that never should have happened. I am sorry for your loss, Adrian. His golden gaze flickered, his shoulders tensing. But I had no part in that attack, Claire continued. I didn't cause this war, and I shouldn't have to suffer for it. She inhaled, steadying her voice. Losing my family, my friends, that was already punishment enough. Adrian's eyes darkened with something unreadable. I know, he said after a long silence. You're right. Claire clenched her hands, pressing forward. Then lift the ban, she pleaded. Let me help. Let me be useful here. Adrian sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I want to, he admitted. But I must honor the suffering of the rest of the pack. His voice was grim. To them, you are a reminder of what was taken. Lifting the ban too soon would feel like a betrayal to their grief. Claire's chest ached. It wasn't fair. But she understood. She nodded, looking away. I see. Adrian exhaled and took a step toward her. His hands reached for her arms, his touch warm, grounding. I don't want to punish you, Claire, he murmured. That's not what this is. She tilted her head up to meet his gaze. Then what is it? Adrian didn't answer. He kissed her instead. An interrupted night. Hours passed, the weight of the day melting away as Adrian claimed her once more, his body speaking all the things his words could not. It was different this time, not just passion, not just escape. There was a quiet understanding between them, a fragile connection that neither of them dared to name. Claire didn't know what this meant, where they stood, or what the future held. But in that moment, she let herself stop thinking. For once, she let herself simply feel. Sometime in the dead of night, a sharp knock echoed through the lodge. Claire startled awake, her pulse racing. Adrian stirred beside her, his arm draped over her waist. He let out a low, annoyed groan but didn't he move to stop her as she sat up. "It's okay," he muttered, voice rough from sleep. "Go ahead." Claire slid out of bed, pulling a robe over her shoulders before opening the door. Two young girls stood outside, their faces tense with urgency. The older one, no more than 13, was whispering to the younger. "I wish I could tell our Luna that Lady Ivana needs her in the medical facility," the older girl murmured loud enough to be heard, pointedly avoiding looking at Claire. "But since we're not allowed to speak to her, we'll have to find another way." Claire blinked. Adrian's deep voice rumbled behind her. "You can speak to your Luna," he said, stepping up beside Claire. The older girl visibly relaxed and turned to Claire properly. "Lady Ivana sent us," she explained quickly. "Beta Marcus' wife has been in labor for nearly 24 hours. She is exhausted, and the twins are not coming naturally." Claire's breath caught. Without another word, she grabbed her medical bag and rushed out, Adrian close behind her. The pack est true Luna. The moment Claire entered the medical facility, everything changed. The once tense atmosphere surrounding her was gone. Pack members looked at her, spoke to her. No more silent rejection, no more avoidance. Adrian had lifted the ban. He had mind-linked the entire pack, giving her authority in the one place she could truly prove herself. Claire barely had time to process it before Lady Ivana approached. The older healer looked exhausted, her hair disheveled, the usual sharpness in her eyes dulled by worry. "I'm too old for this," Ivana muttered. "The labor is not progressing, and she is too weakened to push." Claire's stomach tightened. "We need to do a C-section," she said immediately. Ivana sighed. "I would have done it already if I could, but my hands are not steady enough anymore. And no one else dares to touch her because she is a Beta's wife," Claire finished. Ivana nodded grimly. "If she dies, there will be consequences." Claire inhaled sharply, then turned to the others. "I need a full surgical setup. Now." The wolves in the room moved without hesitation. Claire glanced toward Adrian, who stood just inside the door, his arms crossed as he observed. Their eyes met. He nodded once. She understood the silent message. This was her test. Claire turned toward the patient, a young woman, her face pale, drenched in sweat. The woman's breathing was labored, her eyes fluttering open weakly as Claire approached. "Luna," she whispered. Claire startled. The woman recognized her as Luna. Claire's heart clenched, but she pushed it aside. "Save my babies," the woman pleaded, her voice raw. Claire's resolve hardened. "I will do more than that, I will save the three of you." She turned to the team. "Let us begin. A fight against time." Claire's hands moved swiftly, her mind a blur of focus and calculated precision. The first twin had been delivered safely. The second had followed shortly after, crying strong and healthy in the healer's arms. The room had filled with a sigh of relief, a fragile hope hanging in the air. But Claire barely had a moment to breathe before she saw it. Blood. Too much blood. The mother's body convulsed weakly, her face ashen, her breath shallow. Claire's stomach dropped. The uterus was hemorrhaging. No, 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 stay with me," Claire muttered under her breath, snapping orders to the assisting healers. She moved on instinct, hands steady as she worked to stop the bleeding. The techniques she had learned in the human world, the ones that had saved lives before, should have been enough. But nothing worked. The blood kept coming. Panic started to creep into Claire's chest. Wolves heal fast. Why isn't she healing? Adrian stood at the edge of the room, watching every second of it unfold, his body tense with worry. Lady Ivana was at her side, whispering words of guidance, her old hands moving to assist where she could. But Claire could see it in the elder healer's face. Doubt. They were losing her. "No," Claire whispered fiercely. "I can do this." She pressed harder, sewing the ruptured blood vessels, working as fast as her hands allowed. But deep down, something inside her knew the truth. It wasn't enough. The mother was slipping away. Claire's heart pounded in her ears. The room blurred around her as she tried again, tried everything she could think of. But the blood wouldn't stop. She couldn't lose her. Not when she had promised. Please, please let this work." Then, just as despair started closing in, something changed. The awakening. A strange warmth spread through Claire's fingers. A pulse. A twinkling sensation tingling at her fingertips, like tiny currents running beneath her skin. She stilled. A faint purple glow flickered at the tips of her fingers, delicate and almost translucent. The tissue beneath her touch began to mend. The bleeding slowed. A breath caught in Claire's throat. This wasn't tea medicine. This wasn't tea science. This was something else. Something more. Her mind screamed at her to understand, but she was too deep in the moment, too desperate to stop. She let the sensation guide her, feeling the light seep into the torn muscle, watching as the body responded. The broken vessel sealed. The wounds knitted together. And then, like a final breath of relief, the bleeding stopped. Claire pulled her hands away, staring down at what she had just done. Everything was whole. She hadn't just saved the mother. She had healed her. Without a word, she slowly lifted her gaze only to find Lady Ivana watching her. The elder woman's eyes were alight with something knowing. A gentle smile tugged at her lips. A price to pay. Claire barely managed to stand. The exhaustion came crashing down, her legs wobbling as she turned to check on the twins. A healer cradled them, their tiny cries soft but strong. Claire sighed in relief. She took a step toward the wash basin. But the world suddenly tilted. Darkness rushed in. And then nothing. The truth revealed. When Claire opened her eyes, she was no longer in the surgery room. She was lying on a soft bed, a woven blanket draped over her. The scent of herbs and old parchment filled the air. A familiar hand gently stroked her own. "Ah," Lady Ivana murmured. "You're awake." Claire blinked groggily, trying to sit up, but a wave of dizziness forced her back down. "What happened?" she rasped. Ivana's expression was one of deep satisfaction. "What I have long suspected turns out to be true." Claire frowned. "What are you talking about?" Ivana tilted her head, considering. "We will speak of it later," she said simply, squeezing Claire's hand. "For now, rest. You have taken your first step into something grander than you realize." Before Claire could press for more, the door swung open. An unexpected proposal. Adrian strode in. His expression was impossibly tense, his golden eyes scanning her as if searching for injuries. Claire blinked up at him. "You were magnificent," he said, his voice gruff but sincere. He let out a breath. "You were right. And I was a fool." Claire's lips parted slightly. The Alpha of Blackwood was admitting he was wrong. She would have left if she wasn't so tired. Adrian exhaled sharply and sat on the edge of the bed, his large hands wrapping around hers. "I need to leave for the Shadowfang Citadel," he said suddenly. Claire tensed. Shadowfang. Her home. "I had planned to go alone," Adrian continued, his gaze steady on hers. "But I've changed my mind." Claire's breath hitched. He leaned forward. "Come with me." Her chest tightened. "I want you to get the equipment and the team you need to build something better here. I won't stand in your way anymore. I see now that you were always meant to change this pack for the better." Claire's heart hammered. She was going home. She was going back, even for a short time. But then Adrian's grip tightened slightly. "With one condition," he added. Claire swallowed. "What?" "You take care of yourself." His voice softened. "I got really scared when I saw you unconscious." Claire stilled. Adrian wasn't just saying this out of duty. He meant it. Claire smiled faintly, nodding. "I promise." Adrian exhaled, then pressed a brief, lingering kiss to her forehead. "Then we leave tomorrow." Claire let the words settle in her chest. She was going home. But for the first time she wasn't sure where home truly was anymore. The last time Adrian had traveled in a car with Claire, he had hated every second of it. Hated being forced into marriage. Hated seeing her composed, delicate, and proud, untouched by the battle that had ruined him. Hated how she had moved so swiftly and unflinchingly tipping his world over in ways he refused to acknowledge. And worst of all, he hated how, when she had turned on him and offered her throat, demanding he send her skin and admit she wasn't lying, he had almost lost control. He had wanted to bite her then. To claim. To mark. To ruin. The anger, the hatred, the war, it had all blurred into something darker, something he hadn't wanted to name. And now, barely 2 weeks later, everything had changed. The rage that had once burned so hot within him had cooled, replaced by something far more dangerous: attachment. He had resisted it, fought against it, but here he was, craving her presence, needing her in ways he didn't understand. It terrified him. Now, as he sat beside her again, watching the golden glow of morning light brush against her hair, he couldn't imagine spending another day without her. How the hell did that happen? How had she done it? Maybe it was the way she was smart, never pushing too hard, never cowering, always challenging without being reckless. Maybe it was her patience, the way she never begged for approval but slowly, methodically carved a place for herself. Maybe it was her kindness, the way she mourned the lives lost, even those who had stood against her. Maybe it was how she was delicate but unbreakable, her body small but her presence towering. Maybe it was how she was so stubborn he wanted to throttle her or kiss her senseless. Or maybe it was how she was sexy as hell, and he could still feel the ghost of her lips on his skin, the press of her body against his. Adrian clenched his jaw, staring ahead at the winding road leading to Shadowfang territory. Maybe the king had been right. Maybe this marriage, this bond, was the thing that would save them all. The Shadowfang Citadel. The moment they crossed into Shadowfang lands, the air shifted. Adrian had been to many places. But nothing compared to the fortress of his former enemy. The citadel rose high into the cliffs, its dark stone walls casting long shadows over the winding roads below. Unlike the wooden lodges of Blackwood, the Shadowfangs had built a stronghold, a kingdom of iron and discipline. The wealth of the mines showed in everything: the fortified gates, the towering black and silver banners that rippled in the wind, the rows of warriors standing in formation as their car pulled in. Adrian exhaled, steadying himself against the strange feeling creeping through his chest: awe, respect, and the unsettling sensation of being an outsider in a place that should have felt like an enemy's den. It was impressive. And he was wildly out of place. This wasn't his land. These weren't his people. But they were Claire's. And when she stepped out of the car, her presence breathed life into the stone walls. The moment her feet touched the ground, a chorus of voices erupted. "Claire!" she asked back. Adrian watched in silent astonishment as men and women rushed forward, warriors, omegas, even hardened betas, all eager to greet her. Their faces lit up at the sight of her, their expressions filled with relief, admiration, and something deeper: love. It wasn't the strained deference of warriors to their superior. It was family. They weren't greeting a returning leader. They were embracing one of their own. Claire smiled, her blue eyes bright with warmth, speaking each name, squeezing hands, laughing softly as the pack she had been forced to leave welcomed her home. Adrian had never seen her like this. Here, she wasn't an outcast. She wasn't his human wife. She was Shadowfang. And they loved her. For the first time, he truly understood just how much she had lost when she was taken from this place. The weight of it sat heavy in his chest. How had she carried it so well? How had she endured so much without breaking? His respect for her deepened, an unfamiliar warmth settling beneath his ribs. And yet, she had never let it show. A strange ache settled in his chest. "Claire," a voice called. An older man stepped forward from the gathered wolves, his broad shoulders and graying hair making him instantly recognizable. Beta Garrick Vale, one of her father's most trusted men. Claire smiled warmly. "Garrick." The older Beta bowed his head slightly before turning to Adrian. "Alpha," he greeted. His tone was respectful, but cool. Adrian nodded. "Beta Garrick." The older man studied him for a long moment before tilting his head toward the main hall. "There is much to discuss." A pack in order. The main hall of the Shadowfang Citadel was as imposing as its walls' high ceilings, stone pillars, torches flickering in iron sconces. Adrian sat at the head of a long war table, listening as Garrick laid out the current state of the pack. It was impressive. Everything was meticulously organized: patrols, resource management, border defenses. The warriors were well trained, the economic structure strong. Claire's father had ruled with an iron grip, but he had built something powerful. And more important, a team able to function without its leader too. Adrian could respect that. By the time the report ended, Adrian was genuinely impressed. "Your former alpha was an intelligent man," Adrian admitted. "And he kept his pack strong." Garrick gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. "He did." There was something hesitant in his voice. Adrian noticed immediately. "What is it?" he asked. Garrick's jaw tightened. "There have been disturbances." Adrian's spine stiffened. "Explain." Garrick exhaled. "In the last 2 weeks, there have been intrusions on our lands. Patrols have found signs of foreign wolves. They move carefully, leaving no trace but their scent." Adrian's fingers curled into a tight fist. "Rogues?" "At first, we thought so," Garrick admitted. "But there's a pattern. A purpose. They aren't just scavengers looking for a home. They're testing our defenses." Adrian's stomach tightened. The same thing had been happening in Blackwood. And before, it had been easy to suspect Shadowfang wolves. But now? Now, that made no sense. Then who the hell was behind it? Garrick watched him carefully. "What do you think?" Adrian clenched his jaw, his thoughts racing. His gut twisted with a sense of unease. Something was wrong. Something bigger than both their packs. He met Garrick's gaze, masking his uncertainty. "I need time to think." Garrick studied him for a long moment, then nodded, though there was a flicker of something uneasy in his expression. The same unease that curled in Adrian's gut like a predator lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Something was wrong. And they were running out of time to figure out what. "We will hold a full council meeting tomorrow," he said. "In the meantime, rest. And enjoy your citadel." Adrian simply inclined his head. He would think on it. And by tomorrow, he would have an answer. Or at least, he hoped he would. An unspoken understanding. Adrian found Claire in the courtyard garden, standing near a large stone bench, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the petals of a deep red rose. The early evening light softened her features, casting a golden glow over her delicate frame. He took a moment just to watch her, the way the wind stirred her blonde hair, the way her expression flickered between thoughtfulness and quiet contemplation. She belonged here. And despite everything, he had to admit he felt jealous. Others had known her before he did, had seen her smiles, heard her laughter, shared moments with her when she was truly free. They had been part of a life that he had no claim to, a world where she had belonged completely. The thought unsettled him, stirring something dark and possessive deep within his chest. She noticed him approaching, her blue eyes flickering up to meet his. "Adrian?" He stopped a few steps away, crossing his arms. "We sleep in your room." Claire blinked, caught off guard by his abrupt statement. "Excuse me?" "I don't want to be given your parents' quarters," he clarified. "That is not our place." His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Something in her posture eased. She had worried about stepping into a space filled with ghosts, about being swallowed by memories of a life that no longer existed. She nodded, voice soft. "Thank you." Adrian held her gaze for a moment, then shifted. "Give me a tour of the citadel." Claire's lips twitched. "An alpha following others now?" He gave her a pointed look, but there was no real heat behind it. Claire laughed, shaking her head. "All right, come on. But you better keep up." Memories in stone. Claire led him through the grand hallways of the Shadowfang citadel, her steps lighter than they had been since their arrival. She moved effortlessly, like someone who knew every stone, every stair, every turn. And as they walked, she told him stories. "This hall used to terrify me as a child," she admitted, gesturing toward the long stone corridor lined with ancient suits of armor. "I used to think the eyes followed me when I walked past." Adrian smirked. "Maybe they did." She nudged him playfully. "Don't encourage my childhood nightmares." He found himself listening, really listening, as she spoke about growing up here, the hidden tunnels she and her brothers had explored, the library where she had spent countless hours, the kitchens where she used to sneak treats with Sam. Her stories painted a picture of a girl who had been loved, cherished, a girl who had once belonged completely. And yet, she had never once shown resentment about losing it all. Adrian admired that. As they walked, he noticed how the other wolves reacted to Claire. There was no hesitation, no reluctance, only warmth, respect, and genuine affection. She was treasured. And Adrian couldn't ignore the small, unwelcome thought that crept into his mind. Would Blackwood ever treat her the same way? A seat at the table. By the time evening fell, they had returned to the great hall where a lavish dinner awaited them. The Shadowfang betas and gammas were already gathered, talking in low, familiar voices as platters of roasted meats, fresh bread, and fine wine were laid before them. Adrian had expected formality, tension. Instead, the atmosphere was surprisingly light. Thanks to Claire. She was the center of the conversation, the one who made the room feel less like a council of war and more like a gathering of family. She smiled, teased, laughed, and they responded with ease, treating her as if she had never left. Adrian had always been good at reading a room. And what he saw here was loyalty. These wolves weren't just following Claire because of duty. They followed her because they believed in her. It was a rare thing. And it was powerful. Adrian listened, spoke when needed, took in every detail. And though he would never admit it aloud, he enjoyed himself. By the time the meal ended, the tensions he had carried with him felt lighter. At least for now. A bottle of wine, a question of war. Back in Claire's chambers, she had just finished unlacing her dress when there was a knock at the door. She turned, raising a brow as Adrian stepped inside. He held a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. "I need your advice," he said simply. Claire blinked. "On what?" He poured the wine, handing her a glass, and they both sat on the chairs that were facing the window. Claire took a slow sip, watching him carefully. It was the first time Adrian asked for her advice. Whatever this was, it was serious. He exhaled. "It's about the intrusions on our lands." Claire frowned. "You think they're connected?" He nodded. "I do." She set her glass down. "What do you need from me?" His golden eyes met hers, intense, unguarded. "I need you to tell me why your father attacked us." "I know the pretext, I need the real reason." Claire felt a shiver run through her. This was different. This wasn't an order. It wasn't a command. This was trust. He was asking for her insight, her judgment. He was relying on her. Claire swallowed, nodding. "I don't really know," she said softly. "Better ask Beta Gareth." Adrian watched her for a long moment before setting his glass aside. "Your father was a calculated and powerful man," Adrian said, his tone measured, his golden eyes sharp with thought. "He wouldn't have launched an attack over the deaths of a few werewolves not without something greater at stake. Especially considering we had casualties too. This could have been a misunderstanding, or it could have been something much worse." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping lower. "Think back, Claire. The days before the attack, was there anything unusual? Anything that felt out of place? A puzzle with missing pieces." Claire sat at the window, her fingers tracing absent patterns against the glass as she stared out at the towering walls of the Shadowfang citadel. She had spent the last hour trying to recall anything, any sign, any warning that might explain why her father attacked first. But there was nothing. Their pack had always been strong, self-sufficient. There had been no famine, no rebellion, no internal strife. And then, like a whisper from the back of her mind, a memory surfaced. Counselor Francis. Her fingers froze against the glass. Adrian, who had been sitting in the chair across from her, noticed immediately. "What is it?" She turned to him, frowning slightly. There was one thing that was different before the war. Adrian leaned forward, his golden eyes sharp. "Go on." Claire hesitated. "The King's Counselor Francis. He came to visit my father a few days before the attack." Adrian's expression darkened. "The King's Counselor?" She nodded. "I thought nothing of it at the time. It wasn't uncommon for my father to have private meetings with royal envoys." But she trailed off, searching for the right words. Adrian's jaw tensed. "But what?" Claire swallowed. He looked tense. More than usual. Each time they met, he left the chamber looking like a man burdened with something heavy. Adrian exhaled sharply. "And no one knew what was discussed?" "No," she admitted. "Not even Beta Garrick. Whatever was said, my father kept it to himself." Adrian rubbed a hand over his jaw. "That's not right." Claire nodded. "I know." Something about it nagged at her. Counselor Francis wasn't just an ordinary envoy. He was one of the King's closest advisors. If he had come to personally meet with Damien, then whatever was discussed had been important enough that it couldn't be sent through messengers. Her stomach tightened. What if her father had been pushed into war? What if it hadn't been his decision at all? A marriage meant to weaken. Adrian was silent for a long moment, his fingers tapping against the armrest of his chair. Claire watched him, sensing the tension building beneath his calm exterior. Claire folded her arms. I have a theory. And you're not going to like it. His lips curled slightly, though there was no humor in his expression. Try me. She inhaled slowly, choosing her words carefully. Both of our packs were stronger before this war. Adrian's eyes narrowed. Claire continued. And now, we're both more vulnerable than ever. We lost warriors. We lost leaders. And then, to make matters worse, the king forced you into a marriage that made you look even weaker. His jaw tightened. I'm not weak. She sighed. That's not what I meant. He exhaled sharply. Then explain. Claire leaned forward. Your pack has always thrived on strength and respect. The Blackwood Wolves followed you because you were the strongest alpha they had ever known. But what do they see now? Adrian's expression hardened. They see a man who was forced into a marriage with a human, she said bluntly. They see you submitting to an order you didn't want. His golden eyes flickered unconvinced. Claire didn't back down. And now, both Shadowfang and Blackwood are weakened. We're exposed. She met his gaze, deadly serious. What if this was the plan all along? What if the king never wanted peace but rather a war that would leave both of our packs vulnerable? Adrian's fingers clenched into fists, his golden eyes burning with realization. You're saying the king orchestrated this? That he used Francis to push your father into war? Claire exhaled sharply. I don't know. But if the king wanted to weaken both packs, what better way than to pit us against each other? Then, after the bloodshed, he forces you into a marriage that destabilizes you further. Adrian clenched his jaw, tension tightening his muscles. The thought of being manipulated into weakness made his blood boil. He had spent his entire life building strength, making sure his pack would never be vulnerable, never be pawns in someone else's game. And yet, here they were. Forced into a union, forced to repair the damage of a war neither of them started. He wanted to deny it outright, wanted to believe that the king wasn't foolish enough to break down two of his strongest defenses against external threats. But Claire's words burrowed into him like thorns. Was it possible? Could there be forces at play beyond his sight? No. He couldn't afford to believe it. Not yet. This is just speculation, he muttered, shaking his head. The king would have nothing to gain from it. He needs strong packs, not fractured ones. Claire's gaze didn't waver. And yet, here we are. Adrian shook his head. No. I know the king. He wouldn't gain anything from breaking us down like this. He needs strong packs to protect the realm, not weaken ones. Unless he is afraid of something, Claire countered. Afraid of us? Together, we could be a threat. A heavy silence stretched between them. Adrian rubbed a hand over his face, frustration thick in his voice. Regardless of the king's motives, we can't afford to be caught unprepared. If there is someone moving against us, we need to act first. Claire nodded. We need to fortify the borders, summon your betas, and strengthen our forces. If there is another war coming, we won't be blindsided again. Adrian studied her, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he reached for her, pulling her against him. Claire let out a soft gasp as his mouth met hers, the urgency of their conversation melting into something raw and unspoken. He deepened the kiss, his hands gripping her waist as if anchoring himself. When he finally pulled away, his forehead rested against hers, his breath warm against her lips. No more surprises, he murmured. No more being caught off guard. Claire swallowed, her fingers brushing against his jaw. Then we prepare. Together. Adrian kissed her again, slower this time, before lifting her effortlessly and carrying her to the bed. That night, with war on the horizon, they sought comfort in each other, knowing that whatever came next, they would face it as one. A leader's burden. The morning air was cool and crisp, the sun barely breaking over the high stone walls of the Shadowfang citadel. Adrian walked with purpose, his mind already racing ahead of the conversation he was about to have. When he entered the war room, Beta Garrick was already waiting, his arms folded across his broad chest. The older wolf had the hard gaze of a seasoned warrior, but today, there was something else beneath it: concern. Alpha, Garrick greeted, inclining his head. Garrick, Adrian returned, taking his place at the long wooden table. Maps of the territories lay spread before them, marked with fresh indicators of recent intrusions. Without preamble, Adrian got to the point. I don't know who they are yet, he admitted, his voice grim, but I do know this: they're targeting both of us. Shadowfang and Blackwood alike. This isn't about old grudges, and it's not a scattered group of rogues looking for a home. It's a calculated threat. And it's only going to get worse. Garrick's expression darkened, his fingers twitching against the table. How sure are you? Adrian exhaled. I'm sure enough to know that if we don't act now, we'll regret it later. Garrick nodded slowly. What's your plan? Adrian met his gaze, his voice unwavering. We merge our forces. Garrick's eyes flickered with distrust. Adrian pressed on. This isn't just an alliance. We can't afford to operate as separate armies. We need one army, trained together, fighting together. I'll summon my commanders, and we'll create a unified strategy. A long silence stretched between them. Then, Garrick let out a slow breath. Do you think they'll accept this? Adrian's jaw tightened. They don't have a choice. A gathering like no other. 3 days later, the unthinkable happened. The warriors of Blackwood and Shadowfang, who had once clawed and bled to destroy each other, now stood in the same room. It was a sight Adrian never thought he'd see. The highest-ranking betas and gammas from both packs, the warriors who had fought on opposite sides mere weeks ago, now sat at a single table, their gazes cautious but assessing. Tension thickened the air like a storm waiting to break. At the head of the gathering, Adrian stood. He let the silence linger for a moment, allowing them to feel the weight of what this moment meant. Then, he spoke. I know what you're all thinking. His voice was strong, carrying through the hall. You don't trust each other. You don't trust me. You don't trust that this will work. No one spoke, but the truth was in their eyes. Adrian continued, his tone steady. For years, we were enemies. We tore each other apart. We lost family, friends, brothers, mates. He let that sink in before stepping forward. But tell me, what did we gain? And for what? Does any of you remember where this hatred came from? He looked at each of them, letting the silence stretch. We lost warriors. We lost leaders. We lost the ones we swore to protect. And for what? To fuel a hatred we can't even remember the roots of? And now, while we mourn the past, someone else is watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. They won't care if you wear the Shadowfang sigil or the Blackwood crest. To them, we are all the same, vulnerable, divided, and easy to destroy. Several betas shifted uncomfortably. Do you think they care which pack you're from? Adrian asked, his golden eyes burning with conviction. Do you think they care whose colors you wear? They don't. Because to them, we are all the same. They strike Shadowfang with equal force as they do with Natevale. A murmur spread through the warriors. Look around, Adrian continued. Do you see enemies in this room? Or do you see wolves who bled just as much as you did? A long pause followed. Then, slowly, heads began to nod. Adrian took a breath, his tone lowering, more personal now. We have a chance to make something better, he said. To build something stronger than we ever could alone. Not as two packs forced together, but as one. The hall was silent. Then, a voice spoke up. I won't pretend this is easy. It was Beta Garrick. His voice carried the weight of decades of war, of battles fought and brothers lost. He looked around the table, his sharp eyes assessing the warriors, taking in their tense shoulders and wary expressions. But I won't pretend I don't see the truth in it either. We've all buried too many of our own. We've all stood over the bodies of fallen warriors, asking ourselves if it was worth it. We've all carried that weight. And if we keep fighting each other, that's all we'll ever do, dig more graves, more and more losses. Duncan, Adrian's own beta, gave a slow nod. The past is the past. It's time to stop looking back. More voices joined in agreement. Adrian let out a quiet breath. It was working. Now, the real battle would begin. Building trust. For the next few hours, the leaders of both packs spoke, debated, strategized. The first step was integration. Mixed training units were to be formed, allowing warriors from both packs to learn how to fight together. Each former rival commander was tasked with leading a mixed group, ensuring they learned to trust one another. Territory patrols would also be merged, spreading them evenly across the land. For the first time, there would be no distinction between a Shadowfang warrior and a Blackwood warrior. It was slow. It was awkward. But it was progress. Adrian watched as former enemies sat beside each other, discussing formations and battle strategies instead of trading threats. Claire sat beside him, quietly observing the shift happening before them. She leaned toward him, her voice soft. "It's working." Adrian glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "For now." She studied him. "You don't believe it will last?" He exhaled. "I want to. But trust doesn't form overnight." His gaze swept the room. "It takes time. And time is the one thing we might not have." Claire hesitated before placing a hand on his arm. "They are all good men, Adrian. They have seen the same threats you have, and they understand what's at stake. Each of them has lost comrades, family, people they swore to protect. This isn't about pack pride anymore. It's about survival. They know the only way forward is to unite, and they will follow you not out of obligation, but because they believe in what you're trying to build. They'll stand with you, without hesitation." She was right. And he would not waste a second. 2 weeks of progress. 2 weeks had passed since Adrian's speech, and in that short time, everything had begun to shift. The combined forces of Blackwood and Shadowfang were adapting to their new reality. The first mixed patrols had gone out, and while tension still lingered, the warriors were learning to fight as one. Adrian had spent the past days overseeing training, watching enemies become comrades, and ensuring the transition went as smoothly as possible. Yet despite these victories, there was something gnawing at him. The cause of the war. He still didn't know why Damien had struck first, and that knowledge or lack of it kept him restless. So that evening, after the day's training had ended, Adrian found himself seeking out Garrick. It was time for answers. The weight of secrets. Garrick sat alone in the Citadel's stone-walled council chamber, a cup of dark ale in his hand, staring at the fireplace with quiet intensity. Adrian entered without hesitation, closing the heavy door behind him. "Beta," he greeted. Garrick sighed, setting his cup down and turning to face Adrian fully. His expression was measured, but there was no reluctance, only the quiet weight of a man who had long carried responsibility. "I knew this conversation was coming, Alpha." His tone was steady, respectful. "You deserve answers." Adrian took a seat across from him, eyes sharp. "Then you already know what I'm going to ask." The older wolf was silent for a long moment. Then, finally, he spoke. "It's difficult for me to give details," Garrick admitted, swirling the ale in his cup. Adrian's patience was already thin. "Try." Garrick exhaled, meeting Adrian's gaze without hesitation. There was no reluctance in his eyes, only the weight of truth he had carried for too long. Damien didn't strike first out of arrogance or ambition, Adrian. He was left with no choice. He was cornered, pushed into it by forces beyond his control. He leaned forward slightly, his tone grave but steady. "I should have told you sooner, but I needed to be sure. And now, you deserve to know everything." The fire crackled, filling the silence between them. Adrian leaned forward, his tone cold. "Stop circling. Tell me the truth." Garrick set his cup down. "The king thinks you're a traitor." A dangerous accusation. The words hit like a physical blow. Adrian went still. A moment stretched between them before he spoke, his voice dangerously low. "Explain." Garrick's jaw tightened. Councillor Francis came to Damien weeks before the war began. He didn't come to negotiate or to threaten. His eyes darkened. He came with an accusation. Adrian's mind raced. "What accusation?" Garrick hesitated, then finally said the words that changed everything. "The king suspects that you gave shelter to one of his former commanders, the man who killed the Luna Queen and set fire to the king's castle." Adrian froze. Shock twisted into disbelief, then fury. "The king believes he cut himself off," his voice shaking with restrained rage. "That's a damn lie." "I know," Garrick said quickly. Adrian pushed back from the table, standing so abruptly that his chair scraped loudly against the stone floor. His hands curled into fists. There has been no word of the Luna Queen's death, Adrian growled. Not a single report. If the queen was dead, the entire kingdom would know. Garrick looked at him steadily. That's what I thought too. Adrian ran a frustrated hand through his hair, his mind churning. None of this made sense. If the Luna Queen had truly been murdered, the king would have declared war on every pack until he found the one responsible. But there had been no proclamation. No warning. No demands. Instead, Damien had been manipulated into striking first. Adrian narrowed his eyes. Counselor Francis, how persuasive was he? Garrick exhaled. Very. Adrian clenched his jaw. Damien wouldn't he have trusted him so easily? What else did he say? Garrick hesitated before continuing. Francis claimed to have evidence. He said there were reports of you harboring a fugitive, a man who once served as the king's personal guard. Adrian scoffed. And did anyone ever see this man? No. Adrian let out a bitter laugh. Of course not. Garrick sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. At first, even I wasn't sure about it. After all rogues find a shelter under your command. I wondered if there was any truth to it. But then I saw how Claire trusted you, and I decided to trust you too. Adrian's anger wavered just slightly. You had doubts about me? He asked, voice calm but measured, searching Garrick's expression for any lingering hesitation. Garrick met his gaze. I was willing to protect my pack. Just as you would have done. Adrian couldn't argue with that. But he could argue with the truth twisting before him. If the king thought he was a traitor, then this war wasn't just about old grudges. It was about removing him. This was worse than he had imagined. They weren't just preparing for another attack. They were preparing to fight the crown. A kingdom on the brink. Adrian paced the room, his muscles tight with frustration. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture they created was even worse than he had feared. They're setting me up, Adrian muttered. They wanted the war to happen. And now they're waiting for us to weaken ourselves further before they move in to finish us off. Garrick nodded grimly. That's what I fear. Adrian turned to him, his golden eyes burning. Then we don't wait. We prepare. Garrick sat back, watching him carefully. And if the king comes for you? Adrian's expression hardened. I will defend myself within the law, but I want to be naive. If this accusation is being used to justify an attack, then I need to be ready not for a fair trial, but for a fight where I might never get the chance to speak my truth. A beat of silence passed before Garrick let out a low chuckle. Garrick let out a wry chuckle, shaking his head. I have to admit, Alpha, he said, a note of admiration in his voice. You're a hard man to break, and an even harder man to corner. Adrian smirked grimly. Let us make sure it stays that way. A new reality. Later that night, Adrian found himself standing on the balcony of the citadel, looking out at the distant forests. Claire joined him, her presence a familiar comfort. You're troubled, she murmured. Adrian didn't lie. Yes. She leaned on the stone railing, watching him. Tell me. Adrian exhaled. The king thinks I'm a traitor. Claire stilled. What? He told her everything. When he finished, she took a slow breath. Do you believe the queen is really dead? She asked softly. Adrian hesitated. I don't know. But you do know that if the king sees you as a threat, we're in more danger than we thought. Yes. Claire's gaze turned sharp, her mind already working through the possibilities. Then we don't wait for them to come to us, she said. We find the truth first. We need to go home and search for whatever or whomever gave Counselor reasons to suspect you. You do trust me when I say I had nothing to do with this, he said, resting his forehand on hers. I do trust you. You are one of the most honest men I know and one of the most loyal ones, she whispered, her breath warm against his lips. She leaned in, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to his mouth. Adrian responded instantly, his hand sliding to her waist, pulling her closer. The kiss deepened, slow and deliberate, as if sealing an unspoken promise between them. His fingers traced the curve of her spine, sending shivers through her as she melted into him. He tilted her head slightly, savoring the way she sighed against him, the tension of the day unraveling between them. For a moment, there was no war, no looming threats, just the warmth of her body, the taste of her lips, and the certainty that, no matter what came next, they would face it together. The Shadowfang Citadel had been Claire's home for most of her life, yet as she packed the last of the medical equipment and supplies onto the waiting wagons, she felt a strange sense of calm acceptance settle over her. The towering stone walls that had once felt unshakable now seemed smaller, less imposing. This place had shaped her, molded her into who she was, but now, her future lay elsewhere. Not because she had grown indifferent to her homeland, but because Blackwood was now just as much a part of her as Shadowfang had once been. Who would have thought she would ever call it home? The courtyard bustled with movement as warriors and medical personnel prepared for the journey. Adrian stood at the center, issuing final orders to his betas, while Garrick and a handful of Shadowfang officers prepared the trucks. Claire's gaze swept across the scene before settling on Sam, who was overseeing the packing of supplies. The moment their eyes met, Sam grinned and strode over, brushing her long auburn hair from her face. "Well," Sam said with a smirk. "Who would have thought we'd both wed a Blackwood and would just wait the return home with them?" Claire exhaled a soft laugh. "Not me." Sam crossed her arms. "It feels strange, doesn't it? I thought I'd die here, fighting for our pack. Now, I'm making a life for myself with the man I once saw as an enemy." Claire nodded, glancing toward Adrian, who was deep in conversation with Duncan. "I never thought I'd be married to a Blackwood alpha either." Sam's expression softened, her voice dipping into something more curious, more thoughtful. "And how does that feel? To belong to Blackwood now? To belong to him?" Claire hesitated before answering. "It feels unexpected. He doesn't treat me as fragile, as different. To him, I'm not just a human, I'm his equal. It's empowering, but at the same time, it's overwhelming. I don't want to fail him. And something strange is happening to me." Sam's expression turned serious. "What do you mean?" Claire glanced around, making sure no one was listening, then leaned in. "I think I'm changing." Sam frowned. "Changing how?" Claire sighed, frustration evident in her tone. "I don't know. Ever since I married Adrian, things have been different. I can do things I couldn't before." Sam's brow furrowed. "What kind of things?" Claire swallowed, lowering her voice further. "A few days ago, a young girl fell on the stairs and scraped her knee. When I touched her, the wound healed instantly." Sam's eyes widened. "And that wasn't the first time," Claire continued. "It's happened before. Wounds closing, bruises fading just from my touch. I don't even have to try." Sam's lips parted slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Claire, that sounds like magic." Claire shook her head. "No. There must be another explanation." Sam tilted her head, thoughtful. "You're a human, Claire. But now, you're married to a werewolf. Maybe the bond awakened something in you." Claire sighed, rubbing her temples. "That's not possible. I grew up surrounded by wolves. If I had magic, surely someone would have noticed it before. My father would have noticed it." "Maybe," Sam said, "or maybe the bond with Adrian triggered it. Maybe you were dormant all this time, and now that you're bound to an alpha, your power is waking up." Claire felt a chill creep over her skin. Could that be true? She wanted to dismiss the idea, to rationalize it away, but the truth was she had no explanation for what was happening to her. "And after all, we know almost nothing of your mother," Sam said. "Your father banned anyone to talk about her. Maybe she was a witch." "A witch that died in childbirth," said Claire doubtful. Before she could dwell on it further, Sam nudged her playfully. "Let us not dwell on this for now. You're not growing horns or casting spells yet." Claire chuckled, shaking off the unease. "Agreed. But I still have one thing from the strangest part of me to tell. You're pregnant." Sam let out a soft gasp, her hands flying to her stomach. "I am?" Claire nodded, her chest tightening with emotion, her own joy intertwining with Sam's yes. "You're going to be a mother, Sam." For a moment, Sam simply stared at her, as if waiting for the words to sink in. Then, she let out a soft, disbelieving laugh, covering her mouth. "I'm going to have a baby? You are sure?" Claire grinned. "Yes. I can give you a consult, but my new awakened powers are sure. You're going to have a baby." A wide smile spread across Sam's face, pure joy radiating from her. She pulled Claire into a tight hug, laughing and crying at the same time. I can't believe it, Sam murmured. Duncan is going to lose his mind. Claire laughed. In the best way. Sam pulled back, eyes shining. How do I tell him? Claire smiled. However you want. But knowing Duncan? He'll probably throw you over his shoulder and run through the entire citadel shouting about it. And maybe you would that happen at the Natevale residence less public, said Claire with a grin. Sam laughed harder, wiping her tears. That sounds about right. Claire squeezed her hands. You're going to be an amazing mother. Sam sighed happily, holding on to Claire's hands as if grounding herself in the moment. And you're going to be an amazing Luna. More than that, Claire. You're going to change everything. Claire froze slightly at the words, but Sam didn't seem to notice. Before Claire could dwell on it, a voice called from outside. Time to leave. A new normal. Adrian had never enjoyed traveling by car before. For years, he had ridden alone or leading patrols as a wolf, not by car, moving between outposts, always watching his back. But now, as he sat beside Claire in the car, he felt different. The warmth of her presence beside him, the way she absent-mindedly traced patterns on the window, the soft lilt of her voice as she spoke about the improvements she would make to Blackwood's medical facility, it was all so natural. It was absurd how quickly she had become a vital part of his life. Only weeks ago, she had been a stranger, a forced bride, a human in a world of wolves. Now, she was his. His partner. His anchor. Adrian glanced at her, a rare smile tugging at his lips as she spoke. I still don't know where I'll set up the maternity ward, Claire mused. The current infirmary is too small, and I refuse to let expectant mothers give birth in a place meant for battle wounds. Adrian chuckled, shaking his head. You really want to rest until you fix everything, will you? Claire grinned at him, her blue eyes shining with determination. Someone has to. Adrian's chest tightened. How the hell had he ever thought she was a weakness? She was his strength. And now that the packs were united, he was starting to believe they could face anything together. Little did he know. The first sign of trouble. A sudden sharp voice echoed in his mind. Alpha. Adrian's muscles tensed as Duncan's voice mind-linked through their pack bond. We found a couple of human cars up ahead. Drivers are dead. Something isn't right. We should stop and check. The smile vanished from Adrian's face. His golden eyes darkened as he immediately reached for the pack's shared link. How fresh? He asked. Recent. Not more than an hour. Adrian inhaled deeply, the old instincts kicking in. He glanced at Claire, who had noticed the change in his expression. What's wrong? We're stopping ahead, he said, his voice calm but firm. Something's off. Claire straightened, her expression instantly serious. She had learned to trust his instincts. He reached for the radio to inform the other cars in their convoy. But before he could say a word, the world shattered. Impact. A deafening crash slammed into their car from the side. Adrian barely had time to react before the force sent them spinning. Claire's scream echoed through the chaos as metal groaned and glass exploded outward, shards slicing through the air like razors. Their car flipped once, twice before slamming into the ground with a brutal crunch. Dazed, Adrian lifted his head, the taste of blood thick in his mouth. Everything hurt but pain meant he was alive. Claire. He turned toward her. She was unconscious, slumped against the seat. Blood streaked her temple, her breathing shallow and uneven. Rage exploded inside him. No. 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 Not her. He reached for her just as the first wolf slammed into the car. The attack. A feral snarl ripped through the air as claws tore through the broken windshield. Adrian reacted on instinct, drawing his blade and slashing upward, his strength fueled by fury. The enemy wolf cried out, blood spraying the ruined dashboard as Adrian kicked the body out of the car. Another one lunged. He dodged, twisted, and drove his knife deep into its side, sending it crashing to the dirt. He was outnumbered. The attack had been planned. This wasn't some random ambush, this was a coordinated strike. Adrian didn't hesitate. Duncan. Get to us now. He mind-linked, his command roaring through the pack's bond. On our way. Came the immediate reply. But Adrian knew he couldn't wait. More wolves were closing in, their eyes glowing with violent intent. He had to get Claire out of the car. He fought them all with such violence that no other ones dared approach them. The only way to save her. Ignoring the chaos around him, Adrian went back to the car, unbuckled Claire's seatbelt and pulled her into his arms. Her body was limp, her skin pale. Too pale. His wolf held inside him, panicked and enraged. He barely registered the bodies dropping around him. Duncan's men had arrived, fighting off the remaining attackers. But none of that mattered. Claire was dying. Adrian carried her away from the wreckage, his movements swift but careful. He reached the shade of a nearby tree, lowering her onto the soft earth. Her breath hitched weakly. "Claire," he whispered, pressing his forehead against hers. "Stay with me." Her lips parted slightly, but no words came. Adrian's chest tightened painfully. He wasn't going to lose her. He couldn't. Which meant there was only one way. His teeth lengthened, his wolf surging forward with raw instinct. He brushed her golden hair aside, exposing the curve of her neck. "I'm sorry for this," he whispered against her skin. "But I want to let you go." Then, without hesitation, he sank his fangs into her throat. Bonded in blood. The moment his teeth pierced her skin, something ancient and powerful ignited between them. A pulse of energy shot through his body, through both of them. Claire's back arched, a strangled gasp escaping her lips. Her heartbeat slammed against his senses, erratic and weak before slowly stabilizing. Adrian growled, holding her tightly as the bond took hold, tying them irrevocably together. Her breathing evened out. The blood stopped. She was alive. He pulled back, licking the wound to seal it, watching as her lashes fluttered. Then, her eyes opened. Adrian froze. Her gaze met his, still heavy with pain, but aware. She reached for him, her fingers brushing his jaw. "I love you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Then she went limp again. Adrian's breath caught. For a long moment, he couldn't move. He couldn't think. She had said it. The words rang in his ears, an undeniable truth that hit him harder than any blade ever could. And now, she was his mate. His forever. And he would tear apart anyone who dared take her from him again. A moment of relief. Adrian didn't dare breathe as he watched Claire's body finally still, her breathing evening out from the chaotic, fragile rhythm it had been only moments ago. His bite had worked. She was alive. He brushed damp strands of golden hair from her face, taking in her ashen skin, her parted lips, the slow rise and fall of her chest. But she wasn't out of danger yet. The bite would restore her, but it wouldn't heal her wounds fast enough. She needed a real healer, real medical attention, real safety. And that meant she needed to get far away from this battlefield. Assessing the situation. Adrian lifted his head, his golden eyes surveying the carnage around him. His wolves were still fighting viciously, their battle cries mixing with the snarls and growls of their enemies. Bodies littered the ground, both friend and foe. Blood stained the dirt, the air thick with the scent of death. But what struck him the most was that their attackers weren't rogues or mercenaries. They were disciplined. Organized. And that meant one thing: they weren't just anyone. They were King's men. Adrian's chest tightened as realization set in. This wasn't just an ambush. It was a hunt. For him. A desperate order. He snapped his head toward Duncan and Sam, who had just arrived by his side. Duncan's eyes widened at the sight of Claire, still unconscious in Adrian's arms. "Alpha." "Take her," Adrian interrupted, his voice steel. He carefully passed Claire's limp body to Duncan, who took her instantly, cradling her against his chest. Sam pressed a hand to her mouth, her eyes glistening with fear. "She is so pale." "She'll recover," Adrian said, forcing certainty into his voice. "But only if you get her out of here now." Duncan hesitated. "We can fight, Adrian. We're not leaving you behind." "You will," Adrian snapped. "That's an order." Duncan's jaw clenched, his wolf raging at the idea of leaving his alpha behind. But Adrian had no time for arguments. "You and Sam take Claire and drive straight to Blackwood residence. No detours. No stopping." Sam swallowed, tears streaking her face. "And what about you?" Adrian met her gaze. "I'll hold them off." Duncan's hands tightened around Claire. "Adrian, no. But before he could object further, Adrian mind linked him in private. The last command. Duncan, listen to me carefully. Duncan's eyes flickered with confusion, then sharpened as Adrian's voice filled his mind. You're fighting against the king's men. This isn't just an attack, it's an execution. They came for me. Duncan's grip tightened on Claire. Adrian, if that's true, then we can't leave you here. Yes, you can. And you will. A pause. Adrian exhaled. I don't know if I'll survive this. Duncan stiffened. But I don't care about that. Adrian's voice hardened with finality. What I care about is Blackwood. What I care about is Claire. She is your Luna now. Keep her safe. No matter what happens to me. Do you understand? Duncan's breath hitched. Then, slowly agonizingly he gave a single, stiff nod. Understood, Alpha. Adrian let out a slow exhale. Then he cut the link. The escape. Without another word, Duncan hoisted Claire into his arms, his movements efficient but gentle. Sam wiped her tears furiously before hurrying to help him get her into the car. Adrian turned away, forcing himself not to watch. He couldn't afford to. If he looked at her again, if he let himself feel anything beyond the fight, he might break. And Adrian did not break. Facing the enemy. As the car carrying Claire, Duncan, and Sam sped off into the night, Adrian turned to the battlefield. The fighting had started to slow, his warriors outnumbered and struggling. And then, out of the smoke and chaos, a tall figure emerged. He was broad-shouldered, his armor gleaming with the king's insignia. Adrian's grip tightened around his blade as he stalked forward. The man tilted his head, studying him. You fight well, Blackwood Alpha. Adrian smirked, blood dripping from his knuckles. I aim to please. The king's envoy's lips curled into a smirk. Your reputation does not exaggerate. Adrian narrowed his eyes. You know my name. I don't know yours. The envoy chuckled. You won't need to. Adrian shifted his stance. Why are you here? The man's smirk vanished. And then, in a voice filled with unshakable authority, he said. By the king's command, I am here to arrest you for treason. The choice. A heavy silence fell. Adrian felt the words like a blade slicing through his chest. Treason. They had already judged him guilty. He had expected this. But hearing it still sent rage boiling through his veins. His fingers twitched around his weapon, his wolf urging him to fight. He could. He could rip through them. Kill as many as possible before they took him down. But that would leave Blackwood even weaker. Claire was still recovering. The packs had just started to unite. If he fought and died tonight, everything they had built would crumble. And so, with one last deep breath, Adrian did the unthinkable. He dropped his blade. The metal clattered to the ground. The envoy's men stiffened, caught off guard. I surrender, Adrian said calmly. Shock flickered across the envoy's face. He hadn't expected that. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, the envoy nodded. Take him. Bound in chains. Adrian didn't resist as iron shackles were locked around his wrists. But when they brought out the silver crown, he stiffened. It wasn't a crown of honor. It was a tool of submission, one designed to block a werewolf's ability to mind link. A cage for the mind. A slow smirk curled at his lips, though his voice dripped with venom. I see the king isn't taking chances. The envoy met his gaze, expression unreadable. Neither should you. The moment the silver touched his scalp, pain flared through his skull. Adrian gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. He had made his choice. And now, all he could do was wait for his fate. As the car sped toward the king's castle, one thought echoed in his mind. Claire. He had done what he could to protect her. Now, it was up to her to survive. A desperate arrival. The tire screeched as Duncan pulled the car to a halt just outside Blackwood's medical facility. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw open the door and rushed to the back seat, where Claire lay pale, unconscious, and frighteningly still. Sam was already there, her hands shaking as she tried to adjust Claire's position. She's burning up, she whispered, voice tight with fear. We have to get her inside now. Duncan nodded, his jaw set, and carefully lifted Claire into his arms. Her body was limp, but there was a pulse stronger than before, but still unsteady. With quick strides, he carried her through the doors, and within seconds, Lady Ivana appeared. She took one look at Claire and inhaled sharply. "Put her down," she ordered, her voice calm but firm. "Now." Duncan gently placed Claire onto the nearest bed, stepping back as Lady Ivana began her assessment. A long silence followed as she ran her hands over Claire's body, checking her pulse, the wound on her neck, and something else, something only she seemed to understand. Then, Lady Ivana exhaled slowly, her expression unreadable. "She's changed," she murmured. Sam frowned. "What do you mean?" Lady Ivana lifted her gaze. "She is not fully human anymore. The witch's blood." Duncan and Sam exchanged a startled glance. "What does that mean?" Duncan asked, his voice low. Lady Ivana hesitated before pressing a gentle hand to Claire's forehead. "It means her body is adapting," she explained. "Something has awakened inside her." Sam's eyes widened. I told her before that she might be a witch." Lady Ivana's gaze snapped to Sam. "Explain." Sam swallowed, glancing at Duncan before speaking. "A few days ago, Claire told me that she had started healing people just by touching them. Small things, a girl's scraped knee, bruises, small cuts, but she wasn't doing anything consciously. It was just happening." Lady Ivana's eyes narrowed slightly. "And she dismissed it?" Sam nodded. "She didn't believe it. Said there had to be another explanation." Lady Ivana hummed thoughtfully, her fingers grazing Claire's wrist. "Perhaps there was," she murmured. Duncan, who had been silent so far, suddenly spoke. "Adrian bit her." The room fell silent. Lady Ivana's head snapped up. "What?" Duncan took a step forward. "During the fight. She was dying. Adrian bit her." Lady Ivana's lips curled into something unreadable approval. "Perhaps? That's why her body is changing," she murmured, almost to herself. "The bite didn't just save her life, it fused something inside her. A transformation is happening." Sam looked between them. "So is that a good thing?" Lady Ivana finally agreed. "It's the best thing that could have happened to her. My nephew is smart." Then she turned back to Claire, placing her hands gently on her chest. "I will do my part now. Both of you out." Duncan hesitated, his gaze flickering to Claire, torn between duty and his worry for his alpha S-mate. Sam grabbed his arm. "Come on. We need to make sure the pack is safe." Reluctantly, Duncan nodded, throwing one last glance at Claire before turning away. Ensuring Blackwood's safety. Outside, the air was tense. The moment Duncan and Sam stepped into the courtyard, warriors gathered around them, waiting for orders. They all knew something was wrong. Duncan didn't hesitate. "We double the patrols," he ordered. "No one gets in or out without my permission." A murmur of agreement spread through the group. Sam stepped closer, her voice quieter. "Duncan, what if the king knows about this attack? What if he was part of the plan?" Duncan's jaw clenched. "Then we prepare for war." Sam exhaled slowly, worry deepening in her expression. "Adrian should be here," she whispered. Duncan didn't answer. Because he agreed. And the fact that Adrian wasn't with them meant something was terribly wrong. The news they feared. Hours passed. Duncan stood at the gates, watching the horizon, waiting for something, anything. Then, just before midnight, a group of wolves approached. They looked exhausted, battle-worn, their eyes filled with something dark and heavy. Duncan's heart dropped. The moment they reached him, the tallest among them stepped forward. He didn't need to speak. Duncan already knew. But he asked anyway. "Where is he?" The wolf hesitated, then bowed his head. "The king's men took him." The words hit like a punch to the gut. Sam gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Duncan staggered back a step, his vision blurring with fury. "They arrested him for treason," the warrior continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "He surrendered." Duncan's hands curled into fists. "Adrian wouldn't surrender. Not unless." His stomach twisted. Not unless it was the only way to keep Claire and Blackwood safe. Sam's voice was shaky. "Where did they take him?" The wolf swallowed. The king's castle. Silence fell over the courtyard. Duncan's breath came slow and sharp, his entire body vibrating with anger. He gave himself up, he muttered. To protect us. Sam wiped a tear from her cheek, her voice trembling. We have to do something. Duncan nodded slowly, his mind racing. Oh, we will. A memory of safety. Claire drifted in darkness. She felt weightless, floating in the endless void, where nothing hurt, and nothing mattered. Then, like a whisper on the wind, a warmth surrounded her. The warmth of strong arms, of a presence she had once known and cherished. She smelled cedarwood and smoke, the familiar scent of her father. She was small again, no more than 5 or 6, nestled against his chest, his deep voice vibrating softly through her. You are my beautiful, strong, little one, he murmured, stroking her golden hair. Claire clung to him, breathing in his scent, memorizing the moment. But Papa, she whispered, what if I'm not strong enough? Her father chuckled, his chest rising and falling against her tiny frame. You are stronger than you know. She looked up at him, his features blurred by the haze of memory. I just want to be happy, she murmured. Damien cupped her cheek, his thumb wiping away a tear she hadn't realized had fallen. And you will be, my Claire. One day, you will be free, and you will be happy. Everything will be fine. His words wrapped around her like a promise. But even as she held on to him, the warmth began to fade. She reached for him, but her fingers grasped only air. Papa. The world shifted. A future that could be. The next time Claire opened her eyes, she was somewhere new. Gone was the warmth of her father's embrace. She now sat in a dimly lit, luxurious box at the opera, dressed in an elegant dark blue gown that shimmered under the soft glow of candlelight. The stage below was alive with movement, a ballet performance in full swing. Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet. And beside her, watching her instead of the performance, was Adrian. Her breath caught. He wasn't just looking at her, he was drinking her in. His golden eyes, usually so guarded, were soft, warm, full of something she didn't dare name. You love this, he murmured. She turned to him, her heart stuttering at the way his fingers reached for hers, tangling them together with such quiet certainty. I do, she whispered. Adrian smiled, leaning closer, his breath tickling her ear. Then I will take you to every performance in every city until you've seen them all. Her chest tightened. Because this moment, this warmth, this love felt real. Too real. Like something she had already lived. She opened her mouth to speak, but the world began to shift again. No, wait. Adrian's hand slipped from hers, the opera dissolving into nothingness. And then. She wasn't alone. A mother's love. Claire stood in an endless field of moonlit lavender, the air thick with the scent of blooming flowers. And at the heart of it, standing beneath the silver glow of the full moon, was a woman. Claire's breath hitched. She was tall, regal, with flowing silver blonde hair as hers and piercing blue eyes the same blue as Claire's own. The woman smiled softly. My sweet girl. Claire's knees buckled. A sob tore from her throat, and before she could think, she ran into her mother's arms. Mother, she choked, gripping her as if she would disappear. Luna Miriam held her tightly, her hand stroking her hair, her voice soothing. I am here, my love. Claire buried her face in her mother's shoulder, her tears soaking into the fabric of her gown. I waited for you, she whispered brokenly. I thought you were gone forever. Miriam kissed the crown of her head. I have always been with you. Claire pulled back, searching her mother's face. But why now? Miriam cupped her face, her touch gentle but firm. Because, my love, now is the moment you embrace your destiny. Claire stiffened. What do you mean? Miriam smiled, but there was something deeper behind it. You have always been special, Claire. The gift of healing, of protection, it is your birthright. Your father and I knew of your gifts, but we chose to keep them hidden, to protect you from forces that would seek to control you. We wanted you to grow without the burden of expectation, to find your own path. But the time for secrecy is over. Claire's breath hitched, her mind spinning. You knew? Miriam's expression softened. We did. And there is more you do not yet know. My child, I did not die in childbirth, as you were told. But that is a story for another time. Claire shook her head. But I'm human. Her mother's smile softened. Are you? Claire froze. Miriam brushed a hand over her cheek. Your father's blood gave you strength, she whispered. But my blood gave you something more. Claire's chest tightened. You're saying I'm a child of magic, Miriam confirmed. Claire felt her world tilt. Magic. She had magic in her veins. Her mother continued. You have always been powerful, but your husband's bite has awakened something more. Claire's eyes widened. Miriam's fingers gently touched Claire's temple. You can heal and protect, she murmured. But now, thanks to him, you have been given a new gift. Claire swallowed. What gift? Miriam's smile turned knowing. You can tame and control fire. Claire frowned. Fire. How come? Her mother's voice whispered through her mind. You will find why soon. Claire gasped, stepping back. I don't know what to do with this gift. Miriam nodded. You will use it when needed. Until then, you must pay attention to those near you. The truth is always closer than you think. Claire's breath shuddered. Her mother stepped forward, pressing a kiss to her forehead. You are ready, my love. Claire closed her eyes. And when she opened them again, she was awake. The awakening. Claire gasped sharply, her body jerking as she was pulled from the dream. She was no longer in the lavender fields. Instead, she was lying in a bed, the scent of herbs and burning candles filling the air. Her vision blurred, adjusting to the dim light. And then, a familiar face appeared above her. Claire. Lady Ivana. She was smiling, her aged eyes filled with relief. Welcome back, dear one. Claire's lips parted, her heart pounding. Had it all been a dream? Had she really just spoken to her mother? Claire's body felt light, almost weightless, as she floated on the edge of consciousness. The warmth of sleep still clung to her, wrapping her in a fragile cocoon. But something tugged at her from the other side. A feeling. A presence. A whisper of pain and longing she couldn't place. She stirred, blinking against the dim candlelight flickering against the wooden ceiling above her. The scent of burning herbs and dried flowers drifted in the air, soothing yet unfamiliar. A groggy awareness settled in. She wasn't in Shadowfang. She was in Blackwood. And then, it all came rushing back. The journey. The ambush. The crash. Adrian. Claire's breath hitched as she turned her head, ignoring the dull ache that bloomed across her body. She sought him out, expecting to find his golden eyes watching over her. But he wasn't there. Fear clawed at her throat. She pushed herself up only for a firm, gentle hand to press against her shoulder, guiding her back down. Easy, child. Claire's blurry gaze focused on Lady Ivana, who sat beside the bed, her wise eyes filled with a mix of relief and concern. Where is he? Claire whispered, her voice hoarse, barely more than a breath. Lady Ivana's face hardened, her lips pressing into a thin line. Claire's chest tightened. Tell me. The older woman hesitated, but only for a moment. Adrian has been arrested. Claire froze. The words did not compute. She stared, her mind rejecting them. Arrested? No. Not Adrian. The walls of the small infirmary seemed to tilt, the edges of her vision darkening. No, she choked, shaking her head. That's not. Lady Ivana's grip on her hand tightened. I want to lie to you, child. Adrian surrendered himself to the king's men to protect the pack. He is being held at the king's castle. Claire sucked in a breath, a sharp, strangled sound escaping her lips. Adrian was gone. Taken. A deep, shattering pain spread through her chest, unlike anything she had felt before. This wasn't just grief. It was something else, something primal, as if part of her had been ripped away. Her hands clenched into fists, her body trembling with the need to move. I have to go to him. She tried to swing her legs over the side of the bed, but the moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her body, weakening her limbs. Lady Ivana pressed her back down with surprising strength. You will do no such thing. Claire struggled, glaring up at her. I have to. You can barely lift yourself out of bed, Lady Ivana cut in sharply. If you try to leave now, you will collapse before you even make it to the gates. And then tell me, child, what help would you be to him? Claire's throat burned, her frustration twisting into helplessness. Tears stung her eyes. She had never felt so useless in her life. She had survived. She had been saved. But at what cost? The bond that saved her. A heavy silence filled the room. Then, Lady Ivana sighed, her expression softening. There is something else you must understand, she said gently. Claire sniffed, wiping at her damp cheeks. What? Lady Ivana hesitated before speaking. Adrian saved your life, Claire. Not just by getting you here and surrendering to the king's will. Not just by fighting for you. She paused, her sharp eyes locking onto Claire's. He saved you by marking you. Claire froze. The words echoed in her mind, settling over her like a heavy weight. She swallowed. He bit me? Lady Ivana nodded. Yes. Claire's fingers drifted to her neck, tracing the faint, healed wound where his teeth had sunk into her flesh. The memory was hazy, lost in the feverish blur of near death. She remembered pain. But she also remembered something else. A pull. A connection. Something warm and intoxicating, a feeling that had wrapped around her like a second skin. Something she had never felt before. Lady Ivana watched her closely. Do you feel different? Claire hesitated, then nodded slowly. I do. And that was the truth. Even now, she felt a presence within her, something strong, alive, tethering her to something just beyond her reach. Tethering her to him. Lady Ivana smiled knowingly. This is your bond, she murmured. Adrian didn't he just save you, child? He tied your souls together. He made you his. Claire's heart clenched. She had been asleep for it. She hadn't been aware. Hadn't been present for something so monumental, so irreversible. Tears welled in her eyes again, but this time, they were different. Did I miss it? She whispered. The moment? The connection? Lady Ivana reached for her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. No, my dear, she said softly. You are living it. And you will feel it every moment from now on. Claire squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself to feel beyond her grief, beyond her pain. And then. She did. A flicker of something warm and distant, faint but undeniable. Adrian. Her mate. Claire clutched the sheets beneath her, determination rising beneath her sorrow. She has to find a way to help him. Even if it meant becoming something new. The next step. By morning, Claire was already stronger. The weakness still lingered, but her body was healing fast. Lady Ivana brought her a bowl of warm broth, and Claire ate without protest. When she finished, she set the bowl aside and met Lady Ivana's gaze. I had a dream, she said softly. A dream where my mother told me I was a witch. That magic runs through my veins, even though I never knew it. Lady Ivana studied her, her eyes deep with wisdom and understanding. I always suspected as much, she admitted. I had my doubts, of course, but now that you have seen the truth yourself, there is no denying it. I want to learn, she said. Lady Ivana raised a brow. Learn what? Claire took a deep breath. To control what's inside me, she murmured. My gifts. My magic. Lady Ivana studied her for a long moment, then leaned back thoughtfully. Before we begin, tell me everything you remember about your dream, child. Claire hesitated, then recounted every detail her father's words, the warmth of Adrian's presence at the opera, and most importantly, the encounter with her mother. She spoke of Luna Miriam's embrace, of how she had reassured her that she had always been with her, and the shocking revelation that she was a child of magic. Lady Ivana listened carefully, nodding slowly as Claire finished. As I said, I always suspected, the older woman finally said, her voice filled with quiet certainty. There was something different about you, something unspoken. Your ability to heal, to connect with people had always hinted at something beyond simple human traits. And now, with your mother's confirmation, we know it to be true. Then, slowly, Lady Ivana smiled. I am not a witch myself, but my mother was. I didn't inherit my mother's gift, but I inherit her library, Lady Ivana said. And we need to study fast all that has been kept a secret to you so that you will master your powers as quickly as possible. We have a lot of challenges in front of us. Claire exhaled, her fingers tightening into fists. She had no idea what she was capable of. But she was ready to find out. Because Adrian needed her. And she would do whatever it took to bring him home. The burden of knowledge. Claire traced her fingers over the aged leather cover of the book in front of her, feeling the faint pulse of energy within its pages. It had been less than an hour since Lady Ivana had given her the first of the books from her mother's library, but already, the weight of them felt immense. The faded gold lettering on the spine whispered of forgotten knowledge, of power buried beneath layers of secrecy. And now, it was hers to uncover. She exhaled, steadying herself. Magic. The word still felt strange on her tongue, foreign in her mind. She had spent her entire life believing she was ordinary, a human caught in a world of wolves. But she wasn't he. She was something else, something in between. And if she was going to help Adrian, she needed to understand what that meant. But before she could delve into the unknown, there was something else she needed to do. Duncan was waiting. The meeting with Duncan. Claire found Duncan in the great hall, standing near the large wooden table that now served as Blackwood's war room. Maps and patrol schedules were scattered across the surface, marked with symbols and notes in Duncan's bold handwriting. When he looked up and saw her, he immediately straightened. Luna, he greeted, inclining his head. Claire had expected the title, but hearing it from Duncan, a man who had been Adrian's closest friend for years, made it feel real in a way it hadn't before. She returned the nod, stepping closer. How are things? Duncan ran a tired hand through his hair. Under control. We've doubled the patrols, reinforced the borders. No new attacks, but I don't like the silence. Claire nodded, her gaze flicking to the maps. And the pack? Duncan exhaled, crossing his arms. They're holding together, but there's uncertainty. Adrian was always the one to lead, to keep them steady. Now, they're looking to me. Claire studied him. And how do you feel about that? Duncan hesitated. Then, with a sigh, he leaned against the table. I never wanted to lead. But Adrian trusted me to keep this pack safe, and I won't fail him. Claire felt a flicker of respect. Duncan wasn't just a soldier, he was a man carrying the weight of responsibility he hadn't asked for, but wouldn't refuse. She met his gaze. You're doing well, Duncan. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Coming from you, that actually means something. Claire allowed herself a small smile, but her expression quickly turned serious. There's something else, she said. Has anyone been sent to the king's castle? Duncan nodded. A few of our most trusted wolves left at dawn. They tried to gather information and see if there's an opportunity to help Adrian. Claire let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. That was something, at least. A dangerous suspicion. She took a moment, then stepped closer, lowering her voice. There's something you need to know. Duncan's brow furrowed. Go on. Claire hesitated only briefly before she spoke. Adrian and I knew about the king's suspicions, she admitted. That's why my father attacked Blackwood, to find proof of Adrian's supposed betrayal. Duncan's eyes darkened. Proof of what? That Adrian was harboring a traitor, Claire said, someone who had been involved in the death of the Luna Queen. Duncan stiffened, his expression shifting from confusion to frustration. That doesn't make sense. No one has heard that the Luna Queen is dead. If she had been killed, we would have known. And Adrian, he had no reason to harm her. The king trusted him. Why would he risk everything for something that makes no sense? Claire swallowed, feeling the weight of his words. I know, she admitted. It didn't make sense to me either. But this is what Councillor Francis told my father, that a traitor and the proof of Adrian's betrayal were hiding in Blackwood. That's why my father attacked. He believed he was acting on solid evidence. Duncan's hands clenched into fists. Then either the king is being manipulated, or someone inside our own pack has given him a reason to believe it's true. Exactly, Claire said. Which means that there must be something or someone within the pack that made the king suspect him. Duncan's muscles tensed, his mind already working through the implications. You're saying there's a traitor in Blackwood? Claire met his gaze, her expression grim. I'm saying we need to consider the possibility. But that doesn't exclude another one. The king himself might be manipulated. If someone wanted to weaken both Blackwood and Shadowfang, this would be the perfect way to do it. We can't ignore the fact that someone may be feeding him these suspicions for their own gain. Duncan was silent for a long moment. Then, finally, he nodded. "I'll start looking," he said. Quietly. Claire felt a wave of relief. She trusted Duncan to handle this carefully, to root out whatever truth lay buried beneath the surface. Because if they didn't, Adrian might never be free. A step toward power. As soon as the meeting ended, Claire returned to her room, where Lady Ivana was waiting for her. The older woman sat beside a stack of books, some so ancient their covers were cracked with time. Claire exhaled, pushing away her lingering worries about Adrian and the pack. For now, she needed to focus. She took a seat across from Lady Ivana. "Are you ready?" the woman asked. Claire nodded. "Yes." Lady Ivana picked up the first book, placing it in front of her. "This," she said, "is where we begin." Claire placed her hands on the worn cover, feeling the weight of centuries of knowledge beneath her fingertips. She had no idea what awaited her within these pages. But she was ready to find out. A week of change. A week had passed since the ambush and Adrian's arrest. 7 long days of uncertainty, training, and waiting. For Claire, it had been a time of transformation. Her days were spent learning and practicing, poring over ancient texts, absorbing the knowledge Lady Ivana placed before her. When she wasn't studying, she was healing, tending to the sick and wounded at the Pack's healing facility. And for the first time since being with the Natevale Pack, she felt purposeful. It was a strange feeling, to no longer be an outsider. The wolves of Blackwood had begun to trust her, not just as Adrian's wife, but as one of their own. They sought her out, not with suspicion, but with respect. And it wasn't just because of her status as Luna. It was because she could help them. She had healed Lucinda first, the Beta's wife who had nearly lost her life giving birth to twins. Since then, Lucinda had chosen to remain at the healing facility, working alongside Claire and Lady Ivana. Her presence had become a comfort, her kindness and humor making the long days feel lighter. Claire had gained a friend. But despite the small victories, the weight of Adrian's absence pressed against her chest every moment of the day. And then the first real news arrived. The news from the king's castle. Claire sat at the large wooden table in the great hall, Duncan across from her. The scout had just delivered the report, and the air between them was thick with unspoken tension. Claire's fingers tightened around the edge of the table. "No formal accusation?" Duncan shook his head. "None. No trial, no announcement, nothing. It's as if Adrian doesn't exist." Claire's stomach twisted. That didn't make sense. "He's in the king's castle," Duncan continued, his jaw tight. "But no one outside of the king's closest circle knows he's there. The betas and gammas present in the castle haven even heard rumors about him." Claire's mind raced. That was impossible. Adrian was a powerful alpha. If he were truly accused of treason, the king would need proof, a public display of justice. But instead, he was being hidden. Something wasn't right. Duncan leaned forward, lowering his voice. "The only ones who have seen the king recently are Councillor Francis and his mother, Serafina. No one else can get close." Claire's breath caught. Serafina. The king's witch. Claire's stomach twisted at the name. She had heard countless stories about Serafina, a woman shrouded in secrecy, wielding power far beyond what any werewolf should possess. Some whispered that she had been the true force behind the throne for years, that her influence over the king and his father before him stretched further than anyone dared to admit. Others claimed she was more than a mere witch, that she dabbled in magic so ancient and forbidden that even those gifted with supernatural abilities feared her. But one thing was certain, she was dangerous. Claire's pulse quickened as the implications settled in. If Serafina was the only voice reaching the king, then Adrian's imprisonment wasn't just political, it was personal. Whatever forces had arranged this, they had made sure to silence him completely, to bury the truth before anyone could question it. Her hands clenched into fists. If Serafina had a hand in this, then Adrian was in more danger than they had realized. Claire swallowed hard. "Duncan, something strange is happening." He gave her a pointed look. "You think?" Claire ignored his sarcasm and pressed on. "If Adrian is formally accused, that means the king would have to admit the Luna Queen is dead. And yet, no official announcement has been made. That's not just an oversight, it's deliberate. The king is either withholding the truth because he isn't certain of what really happened, or he is being manipulated into staying silent. Either way, the lack of an accusation means they can keep Adrian imprisoned without needing to justify it publicly. It's as if they're waiting for something. Duncan's eyes darkened as he processed her words. He exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. Counselor Francis. Serafina. Claire's jaw clenched. If Adrian was imprisoned because of false accusations, then whoever controlled the king controlled Adrian's fate. And she wouldn't let them win. She pushed away from the table. I need to get back to my studies. Duncan nodded but called after her as she turned away. Claire. She stopped. His expression softened, just slightly. I know you're trying to stay strong. But this is dangerous. Claire held his gaze. I know. She was grateful for his care, for the steadiness he provided in a world that was unraveling around her. Duncan wasn't just a beta or a warrior, he was a friend, someone who had remained unwaveringly loyal to Adrian and, now, to her. His concern wasn't just for the pack's safety, but for her well-being, for the weight of responsibility she carried alone. And though she knew she had to be strong, his quiet support was a reminder that she didn't have to bear it all by herself. The hooded girl. Claire made her way back to the study, her thoughts still tangled in the web of secrets surrounding Adrian's imprisonment. The halls of the Blackwood residence were quiet, warm, the scent of burning wood and pine filling the air. She turned a corner. And stopped. A low voice caught her attention. Two figures stood in the shadows of the corridor. The first was a young woman, small and slight, a hood pulled over her head, obscuring her face. The second was an older wolf, broad-shouldered, with a long scar running down his left hand twisted and discolored, as if from a fire. Claire's breath slowed. She had seen the woman before. She was one of the Omegas, the one who cleaned her rooms. The one who had spoken to her against Adrian's orders. The one who had disappeared afterward. Claire stepped back, pressing herself against the wall, watching. The older wolf's voice was rough, edged with irritation. You shouldn't be here. The woman's response was too soft to hear. But Claire caught the urgency in her tone. The older wolf growled. If anyone sees you, it's over. Claire's pulse quickened. What were they hiding? The woman reached out, gripping the older wolf's wrist. Claire saw it, then the way his scarred hand trembled at her touch. He wasn't just warning her. He was afraid. Claire's breath caught. She took a careful step back. And the wooden floor beneath her creaked. Both figures whipped their heads toward her. Claire's stomach clenched. For a moment, she thought that she will see the girl's face. Instead, she pulled her hoodie closer, obscuring her completely. Then, she turned and ran. The older wolf cursed under his breath, casting Claire one last unreadable look before following. Claire stood frozen, her mind racing. Who was that girl? And why did she feel as if she had just stumbled upon something dangerous? She needed to find out. The moment of decision. Claire's heart was still pounding from the strange encounter with the hooded girl and the scarred wolf when she stepped back into the great hall. She needed to tell Duncan what she had seen, whoever those two were. They were hiding something, and secrets were dangerous in times like these. But before she could say anything, Duncan's gaze snapped toward her, his expression tense. We just received a message, he said, holding up a sealed envelope marked with an unfamiliar crest. Claire frowned, stepping closer. From whom? Duncan exhaled, his fingers running along the edges of the envelope. From Alpha Gregor of the Stormfawn pack. It was sent to Adrian, but it's encrypted. Claire's breath hitched. Stormfawn was a powerful southern pack, known for its skilled warriors and their ironclad discipline. Gregor was not the kind of alpha who reached out without good reason. Duncan hesitated. We don't know what it says, and technically, it wasn't addressed to us. But given our situation. Claire nodded. We open it. Duncan didn't protest. The pack was in a precarious state, their alpha imprisoned, their enemies gathering in the shadows. They couldn't afford to ignore a potential ally or a potential threat. Claire reached for the envelope, fingers brushing over the seal. It was thick, the wax imprinted with the crest of the Stormfawn pack, and though it had been carefully pressed, there was something rushed about the way it had been sealed, as if the sender had been in a hurry, or worse, in fear. A strange sense of unease settled in her chest. Whatever was inside, Gregor had not sent it lightly. She closed her eyes, inhaled, and let her magic rise to the surface. A soft golden glow spread across her fingertips, tracing the seal's edges. Then, with a quiet whisper of energy, the wax seal cracked and fell away. The letter unfolded itself, revealing a message written in sharp, urgent strokes. The encrypted message. To Alpha Adrian of Blackwood. I do not send this letter lightly. Stormfang is under siege. Not in the way of open war, not by an enemy we can name. But by something far worse, something coordinated and unfair. It began with disappearances. Lone wolves from our patrols vanishing without a trace. Then, our villages started facing organized attacks too swift, too precise, too disciplined to be mere rogues. Whoever they are, they fight like trained warriors. They know our weaknesses. They are forcing us to react instead of retaliate. I sought aid from Alpha Dorian of the Ashfang pack, but he dismissed my concerns, claiming I was seeing shadows where none exist. But I know what I have seen, and I know what I feel. This is not the work of mere outlaws. This is something greater. I have heard whispers that Nate Vale and Shadow Feng have faced similar attacks. I ask for your counsel and if possible, your aid. If we do not stand together, I fear none of us will stand at all. Alpha Gregor of Stormfang. A chilling realization. The weight of the message pressed down on Claire's chest like a boulder, heavy and suffocating. She swallowed against the lump forming in her throat, trying to push down the dread clawing its way into her mind. A part of her had hoped that what happened to Nate Vale and Shadow Feng was an isolated incident, but now that illusion had been shattered. The same shadows that had loomed over them were now reaching for Stormfang, and if they didn't act, the pattern would only continue. They weren't just victims of random, chaotic violence. This was something more, something orchestrated. Duncan's face was dark with frustration as he ran a hand through his hair, his fingers tightening into a fist before he forced them to relax. His shoulders were tense, his breath uneven. This isn't just war, Claire, he murmured. This is something calculated. Someone, whoever they are, is picking us off piece by piece. We barely survived, and Stormfang, they might not be as lucky. Claire clenched her jaw. Then we don't let them fall. Duncan turned toward her, his blue eyes filled with a mixture of concern and resolve. This isn't just about helping another pack. If we go, we might be walking into something much bigger than we can handle. Claire nodded, her hands tightening at her sides. I know. They stood in silence for a long moment, the flickering candlelight casting their tense expressions in sharp relief. Neither of them spoke, but the understanding was this wasn't a choice. This was a necessity. The weight of the decision. Duncan studied her. You're certain? Claire met his gaze without hesitation. If we let Stormfang fall, we'll be next. And once we fall, there won't be anyone left to stop whatever's coming. Duncan exhaled slowly, nodding. All right. I'll gather some of our best warriors. We can send a team. Claire shook her head. Yes, but not just that. Duncan frowned. What do you mean? Claire straightened, squaring her shoulders. I'm going. Duncan stiffened. Claire, that's. I know the risks, she interrupted, her voice firm. But we need allies, and I need to speak only to Alpha Gregor. And I can't write him a letter telling him Adrian is arrested. I need to be there and explain everything. As Stormfang is under attack, they need more than just blades. They need someone who sees the bigger picture and who believes them. Duncan ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Adrian would lose his mind if he knew you were even considering this. Claire's heart clenched at the mention of his name, but she didn't let it deter her. Adrian isn't here, she said softly. I wish he was. But until he is, I have to do what I think is right. Duncan's blue eyes darkened. And what if this is a trap? Claire hesitated, but only for a moment. If it is, then we learn something valuable, she said. And if it isn't, then we stop something before it's too late. Duncan sighed heavily, shaking his head. You really are impossible. Claire allowed a small smile. I've been told that before. A moment of silence passed between them. Then, finally Duncan nodded. Fine. But you're not going alone. Claire's smile widened slightly. I'd expect nothing less. Please prepare everything until tomorrow at lunch. We will be leaving in great secrecy. I still think we have a traitor in the pack. And I think I know how to discover him. Or she. A morning of restlessness. Claire awoke to the soft glow of the morning sun filtering through the curtains of her lodge. The warmth that should have brought comfort instead felt like an unwelcome contrast to the tension brewing inside her. The past few days had been filled with uneasy whispers of hidden dangers, secrets lurking in the shadows, and now, this mysterious Omega who continued to slip through her grasp. She had spent most of the night turning over the puzzle in her mind, thinking of the hooded girl, the older scarred wolf, and the strange way they interacted. There was familiarity between them, an unspoken understanding that had sent a chill down her spine. Now, as she dressed in a simple but sturdy woolen tunic, braided her golden hair away from her face, and strapped on her belt, she made up her mind. Today, she would finally get answers. The silent stalker. Claire left the lodge under the pretense of heading to the library, her steps deliberately slow as she feigned interest in the frost-covered pathway leading through the village. She knew the routine well enough by now. The Omega would arrive shortly after she left, like clockwork, to clean and arrange the room. But today, Claire didn't truly leave. Instead, she doubled back through the side entrance and hid in the shadows of the hallway, waiting. It wasn't long before the soft creak of the door echoed through the lodge. Claire held her breath as the hooded girl entered, moving with measured, careful steps. She was small, slender, and eerily quiet, so much so that Claire realized with a start that the girl barely made a sound as she walked, almost as if she had trained herself to disappear. For a brief moment, Claire simply watched. The girl moved efficiently, dusting the shelves, straightening the bedding, her movements quick but precise. Then, something unexpected happened. Instead of finishing her work and leaving, the Omega paused near Claire's desk. Her gloved fingers ghosted over the pages of the open book, lingering on the ancient script Claire had been studying the night before. Then, she lifted her chin slightly, turning her head as if listening for something. She knows. Claire's stomach twisted. The Omega had sensed her. Not willing to let her slip away again, Claire stepped out from the shadows. "You're not just here to clean," she said, her voice steady. The hooded girl stiffened. For a moment, she didn't move. Then with the reflexes of someone well-trained, she bolted for the door. Claire lunged forward. "Wait, stop." But the Omega didn't listen. Instead, she yanked open the door and ran straight into Sam. The trap is sprung. Sam, waiting just outside the lodge, was ready. The moment the hooded girl collided with her, Sam grabbed her by the wrist, twisting her arm behind her back. "You're not going anywhere," Sam growled. The Omega struggled, twisting, fighting, but Sam held fast, her grip unyielding. Claire stepped forward, breathless from the brief chase. "Who are you?" The hooded girl remained silent, her breath ragged. "Tell me your name," Claire pressed, taking a cautious step closer. Still, the girl refused to answer, despite Claire using her commanding voice. Any other ordinary wolf would have obeyed. Then before another word could be spoken, the door to the lodge slammed open. A dark figure stormed in, his presence a force of raw, barely contained energy. The scarred wolf. Claire barely had time to react before Sam, with the ruthlessness of a warrior, whirled the Omega around and pressed a dagger to her throat. The hooded girl froze. The older man stopped in his tracks, his hands curling into fists at his sides. His sharp, battle-hardened gaze met Claire's. "Please," he rasped. "Let her go." Claire's heart pounded. Who were these people? Why were they hiding? Why did this man, the wolf with the scarred hand, look at her with such fierce, desperate loyalty? She opened her mouth, ready to demand answers. And then Sam tore the hood away. The unveiling. The moment the fabric fell, the room plunged into stunned silence. Claire sucked in a sharp breath, her heart stopping at the sight before her. The girl's face was marred by deep, jagged burn scars, the left side almost unrecognizable. Where her left eye should have been, there was only damaged, scarred skin, a reminder of something violent, something unforgiving. The right side of her face, however, was strikingly beautiful, pale skin, dark brows, and a single piercing blue eye that glowed with defiance. Claire's stomach churned. She had seen pain before, but this was something else. The Omega stared at her, her breath ragged, her one good eye filled with something strange, a mix of fear, shame, and something deeper. Claire took a step forward, voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you?" The scarred wolf lowered his head. "My Luna," he said, his voice rough, pleading. "Say nothing of this." But the young woman exhaled sharply, shoulders tense. No, she whispered. It's time. Claire's pulse raced. Time for what? She asked. The Omega lifted her gaze, her scarred face unreadable. For you to know the truth. Lower your knife. The words were spoken not as a plea, but as a command, low, firm, and imbued with an authority that sent a shiver down Claire's spine. For a split second, Claire saw Sam's grip loosen, her body reacting before her mind could catch up. Claire felt it too, that urge to obey, an instinctive response to a Luna's voice. It hit her then only a true Luna could wield such power with words alone. Sam's lips curled slightly, as if waging an internal war against herself, fighting the urge to listen. Sam, Claire said gently, reassuring her friend that all was in her power. Sam let out a sharp breath, then tightened her grip on the dagger instead of lowering it. Nice try, she muttered. But I don't take orders from strangers. The scarred wolf stepped forward protectively, his stance shifting just enough to prepare for action. Claire could see the tightness in his posture, the battle readiness, the sheer loyalty that radiated from him. Claire turned to him, keeping her voice measured. We are not enemies here. His expression was unreadable, but he gave the barest nod. Claire looked back at Sam. Let her go. Sam exhaled sharply, then released the girl's wrist and took a step back, but she didn't lower the knife completely. The hooded woman rubbed at her wrist where Sam had grabbed her but didn't complain. Instead, she lifted her scarred face toward Claire, her piercing eye unreadable. Claire straightened, nodding toward the chairs near the fireplace. Let us all sit. And start talking. A shocking revelation. The woman hesitated, as if weighing her choices, then finally walked toward the chairs. The scarred wolf followed, his eyes flickering to Claire in silent warning before he took a seat beside her. Sam stayed standing, arms crossed, dagger still in her grip, her wary gaze never leaving the strangers. Claire lowered herself into the chair across from them, hands folded in her lap. Tell us your name. The woman took a slow breath, her scarred skin tightening as she held herself unnaturally still. Then, she spoke. My name is Freya. Silence fell over the room like a weight crushing the air from Claire's lungs. Her mind stumbled over the name, trying to reject the truth staring her in the face. Freya. The Luna Queen. The king's mate. The woman who was supposed to be dead. Claire saw Sam's expression crack for the first time, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. That's not, Sam started, but then stopped, as if realizing the truth had already settled into place. Freya continued, her voice measured but quiet. I left the castle half a year ago. Claire's stomach twisted. Everything made sense now, the king's secrecy, the lack of a public accusation against Adrian, the strange whispers of deception surrounding the throne. If the Luna Queen had disappeared, then the king had no choice but to hide the truth. But why? Claire swallowed hard, forcing herself to stay calm. And your companion? The scarred wolf sat straighter, his sharp features shadowed in the dim candlelight. My name is Reiner. I was Her Majesty's guard. His voice was gravelly, steady, but there was something else beneath it, something haunted. Claire glanced between them, her mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. Why would the Luna Queen abandon her throne? Why would the king imprison Adrian if the real truth was that his own mate had left him? Claire's chest tightened. What happened? She asked. Freya's one good eye darkened, and when she finally spoke, her voice was hollow. I am no longer fit to be a queen, she said. Nor my mate Luna. A broken Luna. Claire had seen grief before. She had seen sorrow, loss, and anger. But what she saw in Freya was different. It was defeat. It was the look of someone who had once ruled, who had once been powerful, strong, and whole. And now, she was none of those things. Sam finally spoke, her voice disbelieving. You're the king's mate. His Luna. What could possibly make you? Freya lifted her chin just slightly, but there was no pride in it. Do I look like a Luna to you? Claire felt the words like a punch to the gut. Freya had been beautiful once, of that Claire had no doubt. Even with the scars, there was something regal about her, a presence that had not been entirely erased by pain. But there was also shame in her posture. And Claire understood. Freya wasn't just speaking about her scars. She was speaking about who she had been and who she had become. Sam fell silent. Claire leaned forward slightly. You left willingly? Freya nodded. Why? Claire pressed. If you were in danger, why not seek protection? Freya's jaw clenched, but it was Reiner who answered. The kind of danger she was facing was not to be solved by a werewolf's power, he said. And she was ashamed. Freya flinched at the words but didn't refute them. Claire felt her chest tighten. Ashamed of what? Freya let out a breath, one that sounded like it had been trapped inside her for far too long. I was weak, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Too weak to stand by my mate. Too weak to wear the crown he placed on my head. Claire stared at her. She had expected a tale of betrayal, of secrets, of dark forces at work. Instead, she had found a broken woman who had left her mate because she believed she was unworthy of him. Claire's hands tightened into fists. She had been raised to believe that Lunas were strong, that they were the heart of the pack. But now she understood something else. Even Lunas could be shattered. Even queens could fall. Sam shook her head, muttering, "This is madness." But Claire saw something deeper. Something achingly human. She reached out hesitant, but steady, and placed her hand over Freya's. Freya flinched but didn't pull away. We are all weak from time to time. All of us, even the king, Claire murmured. You just need someone to remind you of that. Freya's eye glistened just slightly, and for the first time, she looked away, as if she couldn't bear to be seen in this moment. Reiner, ever silent, looked at Claire with something unreadable. Sam still stood tense, untrusting, confused. Claire took a deep breath. Whatever had happened to Freya, whatever had made her run, it wasn't simple. But she knew one thing. This revelation would change everything. The weight of a story untold. Freya sat in the light of the morning coming from the window, her hands curled into tight fists against her lap. She had spoken her name. She had admitted her identity. And yet, even now, there was hesitation in her eyes, as if some part of her still feared the truth. Claire could see it clearly. This was a woman who had spent half a year running, not just from the king or the castle, but from herself. Freya took a breath deep, shaking, heavy. When I left the castle, she finally murmured, I believed I had no other choice. Her voice was haunted, her one good eye staring into the floor, as though she could still see the moment that had shattered her life playing out before her. Claire leaned forward slightly, giving her the space to continue at her own pace. Freya swallowed hard, then spoke again. It started with hope. A joy that turned to ash. The king was away, Freya whispered. He had gone on a hunt with his men, set to return in 3 days. She closed her eyes, her voice trembling. I found out I was pregnant that morning. Claire's heart clenched. Freya's fingers twisted in her lap, as though she were gripping onto something long lost. I was deliriously happy, she admitted, a ghost of a smile appearing, but it quickly faded. I could hardly believe it. I wanted to tell him immediately, but I wanted to wait, to confirm, to surprise him. Her throat worked around a pain she hadn't voiced aloud in a long time. But 2 days later, her breath hitched. I woke up in a puddle of blood. The words hung in the air, suffocating and terrible. Claire could feel Sam stiffen beside her, the sheer horror of the admission sinking in. Freya didn't cry. She didn't break down. She just sat there, her body tight, holding back emotions that had already swallowed her whole. I lost the pup, she whispered. And I lost my mind with it. Claire exhaled softly, her heart aching. She had seen many mothers in the healing ward suffer through miscarriages. It was devastating, but the worst part was the guilt, the way they blamed themselves for something they had no control over. And Freya had been alone. The poison of Seraphina's words. I barely remember the hours after, Freya murmured. I must have screamed, or sobbed, or I don't even know. I just remember the pain. And then, in the morning Seraphina found me. Claire stiffened. Sam cursed under her breath. Freya let out a shaky exhale. She stood in the doorway and looked at me as if I were filth. A shadow crossed her expression, something dark, something broken. She told me the king would never forgive me. That I had failed him. That I wasn't fit to be a queen, a Luna, or even someone's mate. Claire's chest tightened with fury. She said I had no choice but to leave. That if I stayed, I would only bring shame to my husband. Freya let out a bitter laugh, but it sounded hollow. And I believed her. Silence stretched, the weight of her words pressing into the room like a leaden force. Claire's breath shook as she exhaled, forcing herself to keep calm. Sam was seething, fists clenched at her sides. Freya's gaze dropped to the floor. I took some of my clothes, what little I could carry, and I ran. A moment of clarity, too late. Freya let out a slow, deep breath, as if even admitting this was painful. I ran for hours, she whispered. At first, I felt relief. Like I had escaped something heavy. But then, half a day later I realized what I had done. She laughed, bitter and sharp. I had been Luna of an entire kingdom. And in one morning I had thrown it all away because a woman whispered poison into my ear. Claire's heart ached. She had turned back, of course. She had gone back to the castle, to fix what had been broken. But when she arrived, Freya's hand curled into a fist. Seraphina was waiting for me. Her expression twisted, pure rage flashing across her face. She told me it was too late. That the entire castle already knew I had fled. That my mate knew. That I should die of shame. Claire inhaled sharply, sensing the horror that followed. I tried to fight my way back inside, Freya whispered. I wasn't going to let her win. Her fingers trembled. But then Reiner found me. The scarred wolf beside her, silent all this time, finally lifted his head. She would have died that night, Reiner said, his voice rough. Seraphina used all her might to make her disappear. Freya turned her face slightly toward him, something unspoken passing between them. Claire gritted her teeth. How? Reiner's gaze darkened. With fire. A witch's wrath. When I reached Freya, Seraphina was already raising her hands, Reiner said, his voice tight with remembered fury. I barely had time to pull her back before the flames came. Freya's fingers grazed the deep scars on the side of her face. Witch fire, she murmured. It burns deeper than normal flames. It stays longer. Claire felt a wave of nausea at the thought. The pain knocked me unconscious, Freya admitted. When I woke, we were miles away from the castle. Reiner had carried me out. Claire turned to Reiner, who sat tense, watching her. You saved her. Reiner nodded once, without hesitation. She is my queen, he said simply. Freya let out a bitter exhale. Not anymore. Her voice was so soft, so broken, that Claire felt something crack inside her. Freya looked at them then, her face raw with something fragile and vulnerable. I can't go back, she whispered. I am nothing now. I should be an Omega. I should live my days as a servant, because that is what I am fit for. Not a mother. Not a mate. Not a Luna. Claire's response, strength and truth. Claire let out a sharp breath, anger surging through her veins. Freya, she said, keeping her voice gentle but firm, as she reached forward and took Freya's trembling hands in her own. The woman flinched at first, but Claire didn't let go. Instead, she ran her thumbs gently over Freya's scarred knuckles, offering comfort through touch as well as words. 1 in 3 human pregnancies end in the first few weeks. With werewolves' ability to heal and be fit, I think expulsing a doomed pregnancy happens even more often. She squeezed Freya's hands, grounding her in the present, offering her silent reassurance that she was not alone. Freya blinked, startled. That is normal, Claire continued. With proper care, you could have recovered better. You could have been helped. And if the king would have been there, he would have stood by you. Freya looked away. Claire wasn't finished. And Seraphina, she pressed. You should not let her win. You should face her. Freya shook her head immediately. No. Claire backed down. She had so many questions left unanswered, so many possibilities to consider, but she knew better than to push an already wounded woman too far. Yet, as she sat there, a thought flickered at the edges of her mind, her mother's voice, soft but firm, reminding her that she had the power to tame fire. The memory sent a strange shiver down her spine. Could that be why Seraphina's magic burned Freya so deeply? Could Claire's gift be the key to standing against her? She didn't know yet, but for the first time, she felt the smallest glimmer of hope in the story she had just heard. The chains that held more than his body. Adrian paced the length of the small, dimly lit room, the clink of his chains the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. The walls were bare stone, cold and unforgiving, closing in around him like a tomb. The silver crown atop his head sent sharp pulses of agony through his skull, an unnatural weight pressing against his temples. The chains on his wrists were forged of the same cursed metal, ensuring that he couldn't remove the crown or summon his strength. The king's prison was clever. It did not break its captives through torture or violence. It did so through silence. Through waiting. Through the suffocating loneliness of uncertainty. Adrian exhaled sharply, his breath misty in the cool air of his confined space. He turned his gaze to the small window, his only connection to the outside world. Through the narrow opening, he could see a sliver of gray sky, clouds shifting slowly across the heavens, mocking his stillness. How many days had passed? More than a week, he knew. But how much more? Every day was the same. A guard would enter, set down a tray of food without a word, and leave. No messages. No accusations. No one to question him. No one to tell him if he would live or die. Adrian clenched his jaw, his hands tightening into fists despite the silver-inflicted pain. He would have preferred torture. He would have preferred a fight. Anything but this endless waiting. Sanity in a face he could no longer see. The chains bit into his wrists as he leaned against the wall, exhaustion pressing heavily on his shoulders. He closed his eyes, letting out a slow, controlled breath. Claire. Her name was a lifeline, pulling him from the darkness creeping at the edges of his mind. Did she survive? Had bonding to him been the thing that saved her? Was she well? He remembered the exact curve of her lips, the way her blue eyes glowed with excitement, how her golden hair tumbled over her shoulders like silk. He remembered the sound of her voice, soft but unyielding, a voice that could command even the most stubborn of wolves. He had once resented that stubbornness. Now, he prayed to the gods that it was keeping her safe. He pictured her sitting in their lodge, curled in a chair by the fire, reading some medical book too advanced for him to understand. He imagined her lifting her gaze from the pages, smiling just slightly when she caught him watching her. The image in his head was so vivid that for a moment, he almost forgot where he was. A future that may never be. And yet, even now, he could still hear her voice, whispering through the haze of his memories the moment she had told him she loved him. The sheer surprise of it had knocked the air from his lungs, leaving him mesmerized, shaken, and utterly powerless against the truth it carried. He had loved before, or at least, he had thought he had. Ella had been a part of him for years, a companion he had cherished. But their love had been a steady fire, a friendship deepened by time. What he felt for Claire was something else entirely. It was passion, it was connection, it was admiration. It was the feeling of belonging to someone completely. And a part of him felt guilty for how fast it had happened. For how quickly he had fallen. But it was real. And now, locked away in this prison, he would do anything to have her back in his arms. But then the cold chains dragged him back. Claire. Did she know what had happened to him? Had she fled? No. She wouldn't run. She would be fighting, thinking, planning. And that terrified him more than anything. Because if she was trying to save him, she was walking straight into whatever trap had been laid for them. A prison of questions without answers. Adrian forced himself to move again, pacing like a restless predator, trying to piece together the fragments of logic that still remained. There were too many unknowns. Why had no one accused him? Why was he kept here without trial? He had fought battles, commanded armies, survived ambushes. And yet, this stillness, this unnamed sentence, was breaking him in a way battle never had. The only certainty was that Serafina was behind it. She was the only one with the power and influence to have him locked away without question. But what was her endgame? The king's silence was the biggest mystery of all. Had Serafina poisoned his mind entirely? Or was he hesitating? Did some part of him still question the lies being fed to him? Adrian exhaled sharply. If the king believed he was guilty, wouldn't he have killed him already? If he believed he was innocent, wouldn't he have released him? So what was keeping him in this limbo? Adrian gritted his teeth, his chest tightening. For the first time, he wondered. Was the king himself a prisoner too? A moment of weakness that would not last. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stone corridor. Adrian froze, his heartbeat spiking with adrenaline. Someone was coming. For the first time in over a week, something was about to happen. He stepped toward the door, muscles tensing, his wolf snarling inside him, demanding a fight, a challenge, anything. But the steps slowed. and then continued past his cell. Adrian let out a breath, feeling something dangerously close to disappointment. He cursed himself for it. He could not allow himself to weaken, nor lose his mind. A plan to protect a fallen queen. Claire sat in the dimly lit lodge, her mind racing long after Freya's confession had settled into silence. The gray morning light cast soft flickers across Freya's scarred face, illuminating the weight of a past that had nearly crushed her. Claire inhaled deeply, her decision already made. No one else can know, she said firmly, looking at both Freya and Reiner. Sam, standing near the door, nodded in agreement but said nothing, her sharp eyes scanning the room as if expecting an enemy to burst through the walls. Freya was surprised. You want me to continue hiding? Claire met her gaze. For now, yes. It's too dangerous. Freya clenched her jaw but didn't argue. She had spent too many months in hiding to pretend she didn't understand. Claire turned to Sam. You'll go to Lady Ivana and ask her to take Freya in as her Omega. You'll say she is a long-lost friend from a neighboring pack who escaped an abusive mate and needs protection. Sam's lips twitched in approval. That's clever. She'll be safe under Lady Ivana's protection, Claire said, turning back to Freya. Reiner will stay close, watching over you like before. Reiner, ever silent, simply nodded once, a vow of loyalty unspoken but absolute. Claire leaned forward. When I return from Stormfang, we'll talk again. But Freya. The former Luna lifted her head, her one good eye wary. Think about the man who received you as one of his, Claire said quietly. And think about the king you left behind. Freya's breath hitched, but she said nothing. For now, Claire had another path to walk. The journey to Stormfang. In the afternoon, Claire and her warriors set out. The group was small but skilled, handpicked for their ability to fight fiercely if needed. Sam traveled in the same car with Claire, her keen gaze scanning the forest paths, always alert. The crisp air outside carried the distant scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the heavy silence inside the vehicle. Though Sam remained focused on their surroundings, Claire could feel the underlying tension in her rigid posture. The others followed closely in a tight formation, their presence a protective shield around their Luna, ready for anything that might come their way. The journey to Stormfang took a full day of driving, the barren winter landscape stretching endlessly before them. By the time they neared the Stormfang stronghold, the sky was painted in dusky purples and deep indigos. A tall, imposing figure waited at the gates, but it wasn't Alpha Gregor. Instead, a woman in dark robes stood in the cold air, her piercing green eyes locked onto Claire as if she had been waiting for her arrival all along. Claire's heartbeat quickened. There was something about her presence, something familiar and strange all the same. Before Claire could speak, the woman smiled, a knowing glint in her gaze. I have been waiting for you, she said, her voice smooth as silk. Claire stiffened. You knew I was coming? The woman nodded. I am Aloan, advisor to Alpha Gregor. Claire's breath caught. A witch. Aloan's expression softened, her piercing green eyes studying Claire as if she had already lived this moment before. I possess the gift of foresight, Luna Claire, and I saw you crossing these gates long before you arrived. Claire's stomach twisted. She had never met a true seer before. There was no turning back now. The gathering at Stormfang. Claire and her warriors were led into the main hall, where Alpha Gregor waited for them. The Stormfang Alpha was a towering figure, his presence commanding, his silver-streaked hair and lined face a testament to years of battle and leadership. He greeted Claire with a firm handshake, his sharp eyes scanning her, measuring her. I am grateful for your arrival, he said, his voice gravelly but calm. But I am also concerned. You should not have left your pack while things are so uncertain. I didn't expected the Luna of Natevale. Claire didn't waver. Neither should you have reached out for help if you weren't willing to accept it. Gregor's lips quirked slightly, a flicker of respect passing through his gaze. Fair enough. They moved to a private chamber, where Gregor, Aloan, Claire, and Sam gathered around a map-covered table. Once seated, Gregor folded his hands together. Tell me what determined you leave the safety of your pack. Claire took a deep breath and told him everything. About the attack on Natevale. About Adrian's imprisonment. About the king's silence. But nothing of the fallen Luna Claire has left in the hands of Lady Ivana that was not a secret of hers. By the time she finished, Gregor's face was gray, his hands had clenched into fists. This is worse than I feared, he muttered. If the king is compromised, then everything we stand for is at risk. Claire nodded grimly. And we should think of a way to talk reason with him or be prepared for the worse, Gregory added. Although it doesn't seem so now, you are an advantage, Eloan added. You have 2 witches against 1. Claire caught her breath. I am of not much use. I found out about my powers only recently and I was never trained. All I did is read anti-ant books on how to use the gift I have. I will train you in witchcraft at an accelerated pace, Eloan said, her gaze steady and reassuring as she met Claire's eyes. Her lips curled slightly with knowing confidence. You are far more powerful than you realize, and when the time comes, you will take Seraphina by surprise. Claire's stomach dropped. Seraphina. Eloan continued, she is the one blocking my foresight so that I can't defend my pack. I have always suspected her of orchestrating the attacks that are weakening our packs, but I could never see clearly. Every time I tried, my visions would darken, as though something or someone was suppressing them. She exhaled slowly. But now that you are here, I can see again. Claire's pulse pounded. What does that mean? Eloan's gaze burned into hers. It means you are the key. You can fight her. And you will. Claire's head swam. She had spent her life believing she was ordinary. A human among wolves. Now, she was being told she had power beyond what she understood, the power to fight an old and experienced witch. She felt Sam's eyes on her, silent support radiating through the bond of their friendship. Gregor leaned forward. If that is true, then we need to train you. Fast. Eloan nodded, her gaze steady and unwavering. You have already honed your healing abilities, refined through your medical training in the human world. But healing alone will not be enough against Seraphina. I will teach you something far more crucial: how to wield your power as a weapon, how to fight fire with fire, and how to stand against a witch who has spent decades perfecting her craft. Claire's heart thundered. The fate of their world rested on a power she barely understood. And she had no choice but to embrace it. Facing the flame. Claire stood before the flickering candle, its small, golden flame dancing gently in the dimly lit chamber. The room was warm, the air thick with the scent of burning wood from the large fireplace across the hall. Yet, despite the physical heat, a cold knot of doubt twisted in her stomach. Eloan stood beside her, her emerald eyes watchful yet calm, radiating the confidence that Claire couldn't quite find within herself. Fire is not your enemy, Claire, Eloan said, her voice smooth but firm. It is life and destruction, warmth and ruin. It is only dangerous when left unchecked. Claire swallowed hard, staring at the tiny flame before her. That's easy for you to say. You've had your whole life to now about controlling elements. Eloan's lips curved slightly. And yet, I have never seen a student learn as quickly as you have. Claire exhaled sharply, shaking her head. I can barely move a flicker of light. How can I possibly fight Seraphina? Eloan turned fully toward her, stepping closer. It's not about power. Not yet. It's about understanding. She reached out and cupped her hands near the candle, close enough that Claire thought she would burn herself. But instead, the flame stretched toward her, as if drawn by her presence. Claire's breath caught. You must stop fearing it, Eloan continued, her gaze unwavering. Fear feeds the flame. Fear makes it wild. But respect control, that is what tames it. She slowly withdrew her hands, and the flame settled, shrinking slightly as if it had only just realized it was reaching too far. Claire clenched her fists at her sides. And how do I stop fearing it? Eloan smiled faintly. By realizing that it is already part of you. The first test. Claire exhaled slowly and lifted her hand, hovering it just above the candle. Clear your mind, Eloan instructed. Don't think about what you're doing. Just feel. Claire focused on the warmth, the way the fire flickered with the smallest shift in the air. She imagined it responding to her touch not as something separate from her, but as an extension of her will. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the flame quivered. A shiver ran through Claire, her pulse quickening. She started, but Eloan shushed her gently. Again. Claire closed her eyes this time, pushing away the thoughts of failure, the doubts, the creeping frustration. She let the warmth seep into her skin, let herself become part of the flame. A soft gasp left her lips as she felt a pull, something shifting deep inside her. When she opened her eyes, the flame had risen higher, bending toward her palm. She yanked her hand back in shock, and the flame immediately shrunk down to normal. Alolan smiled, a hint of pride in her expression. Good. Claire's heart pounded. That was your first lesson, Alolan finished. Now let us see if you can do more. The fireplace trial. An hour later, Claire stood before the grand fireplace, its flames roaring, casting golden and crimson light across the chamber. She was exhausted already, but Alolan had insisted she try again, on a larger scale. You've already felt it, Alolan said softly. Now command it. Claire lifted her hands, staring into the fire. This was different. The candle was tame, a single flicker. But the fireplace was alive, a beast of its own will. Her muscles tensed. Do not fear it, Alolan reminded her. Claire bit the inside of her cheek, trying to push away the growing doubt. She inhaled, feeling the air around her, feeling the heat pressing against her skin. Then, she reached. The flames shuddered, bending slightly, but then snapped back into place. Claire growled under her breath. Again. This time, she didn't hesitate. She focused, stretched out her will. The fire swirled, pulling toward her hands, its edges licking at the stone walls. A thrill shot through her. She was doing it. For a moment, she felt the power surge through her, not something she was forcing, but something she was guiding. Then, her energy waned too quickly, and the fire collapsed back into itself. Claire staggered, suddenly drained, panting from exertion. Alolan reached out, steadying her. You did well. Claire shook her head. I barely held it for a second. Alolan's grip tightened on her arm. And yet, you held it at all. That is more than most accomplish in a month. Claire pressed her lips together, frustrated with herself. It's not enough. Alolan tilted her head. You will learn, Claire. But you must give yourself time. Claire let out a tired sigh, rubbing her eyes. What if I don't have time? Alolan hesitated, then simply said, then we will make time. Exhaustion and longing. After several more attempts, Claire could barely stand. Her limbs ached, her mind felt stretched thin, and her head throbbed with fatigue. Alolan finally dismissed her, instructing her to rest before their next lesson. Claire made her way to her chambers, collapsing onto the bed with a heavy sigh. Despite her exhaustion, sleep did not come immediately. Her mind was filled with flames and power, failure and progress. And then, as her body finally surrendered to the night, her thoughts drifted. To Adrian. She wondered if he was awake, if he was thinking of her. She wondered if he was holding on. The last thought she had before sleep claimed her was a simple wish that he would not give up. Because she was coming for him. Claire sat across from Alpha Gregor in his study, a large wooden table between them covered with maps and letters, the morning sunlight filtering through the narrow windows. The air smelled of old parchment and spiced tea, but despite the warmth of the chamber, there was a chill in Claire's bones that no fire could chase away. She needed a way into the castle. A way to confront the king before it was too late. Gregor leaned back in his chair, studying her with his weathered, thoughtful gaze. We need to make this official, he said finally. If we go in demanding Adrian's release outright, the king will dismiss it as an emotional plea, and we'll be no better than traitors in his eyes. Claire nodded. So, we force him to listen. Gregor's lips curled slightly. Exactly. He reached for one of the maps, tracing a bold line with his finger. I'll travel to the king's castle and formally request a pack council under the pretense of addressing the rogue attacks. Claire frowned. Will he allow it? Gregor exhaled. He has to. If a pack is struggling with unknown forces, it is his duty as king to gather the alphas and discuss the matter. Claire could already see where he was going. Gregor tapped the map. Once the alphas are gathered, you will arrive and place your own request before the king. Claire sat forward. For Adrian's release. Gregor nodded. Or at the very least, force the king to take action. She could feel the tension in his voice, the unspoken warning. They had no idea what mood they would find the king in. The strength of allies and enemies. Claire folded her arms. How many alphas can we count on? Gregor sighed, rubbing his beard. I will stand with you. Alpha Lennox and Alpha Burin will likely support us as well. Claire nodded. They were fair leaders, not ones to blindly obey without cause. But, Gregor continued, Alphadorian will be against us. He always stands closest to the king and dislikes Adrian. Claire pursed her lips. She had expected resistance. And the last? Alpha Soren. Gregor's tone was uncertain. He is harder to predict. But he respects strength. Claire exhaled. Then we make our case strong enough that even he will have to listen. Gregor's lips twitched. Spoken like a true Luna. Something about the words sent a shiver down her spine. Luna. She wasn't sure she deserved the title, not yet. Not when Adrian was still imprisoned. She also hoped that she will have another, more important ally, the queen herself. An extra delay. Gregor's gaze sharpened. How soon can you be ready? Claire hesitated. I need a few extra days before we move. Gregor frowned. Why? Claire set her hands on the table. Because I need to speak with my father first. The room fell silent. Gregor leaned back slightly, studying her as if weighing the wisdom of such a decision. You think Damien Whitmore will help? He asked finally. Claire straightened. I think he knows more than any of us about Councillor Francis' involvement. Damien had been part of the chain of events that led to this moment, even if he hadn't meant for things to unfold this way. He had been used, just as the pacts were now being manipulated. She needed to know exactly what he had been told, and what he knew about Councillor Francis and Serafina. Gregor nodded after a long pause. Then we wait. Claire let out a breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly. I'll be traveling with her, Aloan said from where she stood near the door, arms crossed. Gregor turned his sharp gaze toward the young witch. Aloan smirked. She needs to train constantly. She is still too raw, too unrefined. She tilted her head toward Claire. And I don't intend to let your gift go to waste. Claire suppressed a groan. She was already exhausted, but she knew Aloan was right. There would be no room for failure when she finally faced Serafina. Gregor sighed but nodded. Fine. But don't take too long. If the king becomes suspicious before we arrive, he could refuse the council entirely. Claire nodded. We'll be ready. Or at least, she hoped they would be. A meeting long overdue. Far away, in the depths of the king's castle, Adrian paced his small cell, his chained wrists aching, the silver crown weighing heavily on his head. Days had blurred together. He had nothing but silence and his own thoughts to keep him company. And then, for the first time since his imprisonment, the door to his cell opened. Adrian's head snapped up, his muscles tensing. A figure stepped inside, his black and gold robes flowing behind him. The king. Adrian's chest tightened, 1,000 emotions colliding at once. His old friend. His ruler. The man who had put him in chains. The king stepped closer, his expression unreadable, and when he finally spoke, his voice was like steel. It's time we had a talk. Adrian stood motionless as the scent of cold steel and authority filled the small, dimly lit cell. Adrian had seen this man covered in blood and battle scars, had fought beside him through war and hardship, had once trusted him above all others. But now, there was no trust in the king's gaze. Only betrayal. The king's golden eyes burned with accusation as he spoke the words that had been building for days, festering in silence. Why did you betray me? Adrian clenched his fists against the chains that bound his wrists, his body taut with barely contained frustration. Not why are you here? Not what do you have to say for yourself? But why did you betray me? The words cut deeper than any wound. Adrian exhaled, steadying himself. I never betrayed you. The king's jaw tightened. You expect me to believe that? Adrian lifted his chin, meeting his king's gaze without hesitation, without fear. Even now here, chained, imprisoned, left in the dark without a single word of explanation, all I can think about is what pain could have made you act this way. The king's eyes flickered just for a moment. But the hardness returned just as quickly. You have no right to question my pain. Adrian swallowed the rage and hurt clawing at his throat. Then tell me what crime I have committed. Let me understand why my king, my friend, believes I would ever betray him. The king took a slow step forward, his voice cold and sharp as a blade. You harbored the man who killed my queen. A fatal accusation. The words slammed into Adrian like a physical blow. Though he had feared this moment, hearing the words aloud still sent a jolt through his chest. He had known the king suspected him. Beta Garrick's warnings hadn't been vague, but to hear the accusation so plainly, so venomously, still left him momentarily stunned, his mind racing to steady itself. The queen. Gareth had been right. The Luna Queen was dead. And the king believed it was his doing. I did no such thing, Adrian said, forcing his voice to remain calm. The king's eyes burned with fury. Then tell me why the murderer was seen under your protection. Adrian's muscles tensed against his chains. He thought of Beta Garrick's words, of the whispers about the king's suspicions, but he did not speak of them. Instead, he focused on the one truth he could stand by. Even if this man was in my territory, Adrian said slowly, deliberately, I did not know who he was. I did not know what he had done. The king let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Do you take me for a fool? Adrian's jaw clenched. No. I take you for a grieving husband who has been fed lies. The king's eyes darkened dangerously. His heart was a battlefield of grief and suspicion. He had trusted Adrian like a brother, had fought beside him, believed in him. But Seraphina had shown him visions, twisted truths cloaked in fire and ash. She had whispered of betrayal, of ambition festering behind Adrian's loyalty. And now, seeing Adrian so composed, so unwavering, only fed the doubt that Seraphina had planted, that perhaps Adrian was not shocked because he was guilty, that perhaps he had prepared for this all along. You lie. I do not, Adrian snapped. Had I known, I would have. Enough. The king's voice cut through the air like a blade. Silence fell, thick and suffocating. Adrian's pulse hammered, his mind grasping for any foothold of reason in the madness. The queen was dead. The king believed he was responsible. But Adrian had never heard of any of this before Beta Garrick's message. Why? Had Seraphina or the king hidden the truth from the Pax? Had she twisted it to frame him? Adrian's breath came faster. He needed time. He needed answers. But most of all, he needed to know if Claire was safe. A plea for truth. The king turned toward the door, his robe shifting with the movement. Panic shot through Adrian's veins. He had gotten nothing. No explanation. No chance to fight for his innocence. And he had been given no word of Claire. The king's hand reached for the door handle. Adrian surged forward as far as his chains would allow, his voice breaking through the heavy silence. Is Claire alive? The king hesitated. For just a second. A single, fleeting second that stretched into eternity. And then. He walked out. Without a word. Without a glance back. The door slammed shut. Adrian stood in the crushing silence, his breath ragged, his chest aching. The walls of his prison felt smaller, the air thinner. He had no answers. And now, he had no idea if Claire was even still breathing. A deep, guttural growl ripped from his throat, shaking through the stone walls. His wolf howled within him, clawing to be let free. But the silver crown on his head burned hotter, holding him back, keeping him powerless. For the first time since he had been locked away, true despair settled into his bones. Because he could handle being imprisoned. He could handle being falsely accused. But he could not handle a world without Claire. The weight of the journey. Claire sat rigid in the passenger seat, her fingers clasped tightly in her lap as the car hummed quietly along the winding road. The morning mist clung to the windows, blurring the landscape outside into smears of gray and green. Despite the comfortable warmth of the interior, a chill of anxiety clung to her skin, growing stronger with each passing mile. The closer they rode to the borders of the Leaken lands, the heavier her heart became. Her father was there. Damien Whitmore, the man who had once been the formidable alpha of Shadowfang, now lived in exile, cast away from the power and home he had known all his life. She had spent years longing for his approval, desperate to prove her worth among the wolves despite being only human. Now, she was traveling toward him, not as his daughter begging for recognition but as a woman who had seen war, loss, and the weight of fate itself. As someone who had fallen in love with his enemy. Claire let out a slow, unsteady breath. You are restless, Eloan observed. The witch rode beside her, her dark cloak billowing behind her, her green eyes piercing even beneath the dim winter sun. Claire forced a tense smile. I can't stop thinking about what I'll say to him. Eloan raised a brow. And what is it that troubles you most? The truth about Seraphina? Or telling him that you love Adrian? Claire swallowed hard. Both. Damien had always hated the Night Vales. Would he be able to look past that hatred and see that the real enemy had never been Adrian at all? She wasn't sure. And that uncertainty made every passing mile feel heavier than the last. As if sensing her unease, Sam, who had joined them for the journey, reached across the back seat with a reassuring squeeze to Claire's shoulder. I used to hate the Night Vales, Sam said with a rueful smile. All my life, I thought they were nothing but enemies. And now? I'm married to one. Happily. Her voice softened. Things can change, Claire. Sometimes the unexpected turns out to be the best thing that ever happened to you. Claire smiled faintly, but doubt still lingered like a shadow at the edge of her thoughts. A father's tears. By the time they reached the modest outpost near the Leakin borders, Claire's heart was pounding so hard it hurt. The camp was small, tucked into the rocky terrain of the northern border. Soldiers in armor lighter than those of their werewolf kin patrolled the edges, their eyes filled with wary curiosity as they caught sight of them. Then, as the car rolled to a gentle stop, Claire stepped out and barely had time to close the door before a familiar figure came rushing toward her. Damien. Her father's hair was streaked with more silver than she remembered, his shoulders more weary, his once proud presence diminished. But his eyes, those sharp, piercing gray eyes, were the same. And as soon as he took one look at her, they filled with tears. Claire barely had time to take a breath before he engulfed her in his arms. His grip was desperate, crushing, raw. My little girl, he whispered against her hair, his voice thick with emotion. My daughter. Claire clung to him, her own tears spilling freely. They stood there, father and daughter, bound by grief, by time lost, by everything they had both endured. Damien pulled back first, his hands cupping her face. His fingers trembled as he traced the features he had not seen in so long. Then his eyes darkened. Claire, he said, his voice tight with barely contained fury, tell me right now, is Adrian mistreating you? Claire's breath caught in surprise. Damien's fingers curled into tight fists. If he has harmed you, if he has. No, Claire said quickly, shaking her head. No, father. That's not why I'm here. Damien narrowed his eyes. Then why? Claire took a deep breath, gathering her strength. Because I am trying to save him. Revealing the truth. Damien's face twisted in confusion and disbelief. Save him? Why would you? Claire steeled herself. Because I love him. The words hung between them, heavier than the sky itself. Damien took a step back, his mouth opening then closing, as if struggling to find words. Aloan, sensing their need for privacy, quietly excused herself, exchanging a glance with Sam, who gave Claire's arm a final, supportive squeeze before following the witch into the shadows of the camp, leaving father and daughter alone beneath the pale sky. Claire reached for her father's hands, her grip strong, unwavering. Please, father. You need to listen to what I have to say. Everything you thought was true at ISNT. And so, she told him everything. About Freya. About Seraphina's cruel manipulations. About the lies Counselor Francis had woven into his mind. Damien stood frozen, absorbing it all, his expression shifting from shock to horror, then to deep regret. When she finished, his voice cracked. I believed them. His hands shook as he pressed them to his face. I should have questioned it, I should have known. Claire swallowed back the lump in her throat. You weren't given a chance to question it. You were used, father. Damien's breathing turned ragged, his grief tangling with anger. I was told, he said hoarsely, that a tragedy had happened at the castle. Claire remained silent, letting him speak through his pain. Counselor Francis came to me, Damien continued, voice laced with regret. He said the king was in mourning. That his Luna Queen had been pregnant but that she had died as well as the unborn child by the hand of an assassin. Claire's blood ran cold. The king believed Adrian responsible, Damien murmured, his gaze distant, lost. Claire frowned. But why? Damien's jaw clenched. Francis said the king suspected that Adrian had been planning to overthrow him. That hearing of the Luna's pregnancy, he had grown desperate, accelerated his plans, and that he was waiting for the right moment to strike the castle. I was supposed to punish him. To weaken him. To find the proofs. Claire's stomach twisted. So that was the lie Seraphina had fed them. That was the poison that had turned the king against Adrian. And it was all a carefully crafted deception. A father's regret. Damien exhaled shakily, rubbing a hand over his face. I should have asked more questions. I should have seen through it, he whispered. Instead, I let my hatred for the night veils cloud my judgment. Claire squeezed his hand. But now you know the truth. And we can fix this. Damien looked at her, truly looked at her, at the woman she had become. For the first time in his life, he saw not just his daughter, but a leader, a force, a Luna. He nodded slowly. Tell me what you need. Claire's heart swelled. We need allies, she said firmly. When Gregor calls for the Pack Council, I need to say the right words to make my voice heard. Damien nodded once. I'll tell you everything I know of each of the alphas. But I don't know how will you be able to stand against Seraphina. Claire exhaled in relief. There is something more you should know. About me. A truth finally spoken. Claire took a steady breath, watching the way her father's weathered face seemed hollowed by years of regret. The campfire between them crackled, casting flickering shadows across Damien's lined face, making his expression difficult to read. Eloan and Sam stood nearby, silent yet ever watchful, giving Claire the space she needed. Damien had just vowed to help her navigate the dangers ahead. But there was one last truth he needed to hear. Something that had been waiting in the dark for too long. Father, Claire began, her fingers tightening on the edge of her cloak. There is something you should know. About me. Damien's gray eyes narrowed slightly, studying her carefully. Go on. Claire exhaled. I'm not just the daughter of an alpha. She held out her hands, palms facing upward. With a single thought, a soft purple glow shimmered at her fingertips, flickering like the very fire that burned in the pit between them. Damien stiffened, his sharp gaze locked onto the light. And then, to her utter shock, he sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. I know, he said, his voice weary. Claire blinked. You know? Damien let out a breath, meeting her gaze. I suspected. Claire's heart pounded. How? Damien leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Because, Claire, your mother was a witch. A mother's sacrifice. The words hit her like a tidal wave. Claire felt the world tilt, her breath catching in her throat. You knew, she swallowed, voice shaking. I thought this was a secret. She wasn't just a Luna, Damien said, his expression distant, as if looking back at a memory he had tried to bury for too long. She was a force of nature. Claire's stomach twisted. You've never spoke about her. Damien's jaw tightened, his eyes dark with old pain. I refrained myself. Claire sat frozen, unable to breathe. Damien exhaled slowly, his hands clenching together as if holding on to something invisible. Because your mother, she died protecting you. Protecting all of us. Claire's fingers dug into her knees. From what? Damien's gaze flickered with uncertainty. We never truly identified what it was. One night, when you were still a baby, something breached our territory. It moved like a shadow, fast and silent, and it went straight for you like it knew who you were and what you could become. We had no warning, no trail to follow. It left no scent, no sign. Whatever it wasn't a rogue, or even another pack. It was something older, darker. Your mother sensed it before any of us did. She was the only one strong enough to face it, and she did. A cold chill swept through Claire's veins. Damien's voice dropped to a whisper, almost as if the memory still haunted him. Your mother faced it alone. I arrived too late, just in time to see her collapse, burned, barely breathing. But she had destroyed whatever it was. She saved you, saved the entire pack, but at the cost of her own life. Silence settled between them, heavy as stone. Claire's hands shook. She had spent her life believing her mother had died bringing her into this world. But now, she knew the truth. Her mother had died saving her from something that should never have existed. Damien's voice was hoarse. I told you she died in childbirth because I couldn't bear the thought of you growing up knowing what had happened. I wanted you to be free from that burden. Claire's vision blurred. Her mother had been a witch. And she had died fighting something unnatural. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to steady. Did you ever find out what it was? Damien shook his head. No. But I know one thing: if you plan to go up against Serafina, you must be far more prepared than your mother ever was. And you are not. A father's warning. Damien's hands tightened into fists. Thus, I don't want you fighting her. Claire met his gaze, her voice firm. I don't have a choice. You do, Damien snapped. You can run. You can leave this world behind and live among humans. You don't have to do this. Claire stood abruptly, her anger rising like a storm inside her. Run? And leave Adrian to rot in a cell? Leave the Pax to suffer? Let Serafina win? Damien looked away, his face tight with grief. Claire inhaled sharply, forcing her hands to relax. I've already started my training, she said. Eloan is helping me. And I'm going to keep going until I'm ready. Damien sighed, rubbing his forehead. You don't know what you're up against. Claire lifted her chin. Neither did my mother. But she still fought. Damien's expression cracked, something raw flickering in his eyes. Finally, after a long moment, he nodded. Then if you must fight, he said, his voice low, I will make sure you know everything I do. A battle plan. Damien spent the next hours detailing everything he knew about Serafina and Counselor Francis. He spoke of whispers from the castle, of the king's slow isolation, and of how the king's grief and detachment had left him deeply susceptible to the quiet influence of Serafina, a woman whose presence had lingered near the throne since his infancy. Damien described how Serafina had gradually embedded herself into the king's inner circle, using her cunning, her magic, and her status as his mother's trusted advisor to guide his decisions, especially in his most vulnerable moments. Her influence, once subtle, had grown into something more insidious, making the king question even those who had stood loyally by him for decades. She has made him doubt everything, even himself, Damien said grimly. If you want to win, you need to break the spell she has over him. Eloan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. She uses fire, the witch murmured. Claire will have to be able to counter it. Damien's gaze snapped to Claire. Then you'll have to learn faster. Claire nodded, determined. I will. Damien watched her for a long time before finally sighing. I can't stop you. Claire stepped forward, placing her hand over his. You can't, she agreed. But you can help me. Damien exhaled sharply. Then, he clasped her hand tightly. I am. A promise to return. By the time Claire, Sam and Eloan prepared to leave, the sun was beginning to dip behind the horizon. Damien stood before her, his face torn between pride and worry. Promise me, he said, his voice rough, that you'll come back. Claire's heart twisted painfully. I promise, she whispered. She turned to get in her car, but Damien called out once more. Claire. She looked back. When? Claire gripped the door handle tightly as she slid into the car beside Eloan, the resolve in her chest battling the ache of parting from her father again. I will. With that, she, Sam and Eloan rode off toward to the Natevale residence and their next battle. The black car rolled through the tall iron gates of the Natevale residence, its wheels crunching over gravel as dusk spread her golden veil across the forest. The main lodge stood warm and tall ahead, light glowing through its windows like a hearth welcoming them home. For Claire, the sight stirred both comfort and dread. Beside her, Eloan sat in silent reflection, arms crossed, lips tight. Sam, in the back seat, fidgeted nervously with the sleeve of her coat. Claire had barely unbuckled her seatbelt when the front door swung open, and Duncan strode down the stone steps, relief flashing across his face. Claire, he breathed, reaching her side in 3 long strides. You're back. Claire stepped into his brief embrace, steadying herself. What has happened? Duncan pulled back and gave her a grim nod. There will be a packed council. The king expects all alphas in attendance in 5 days from now. Word is already spreading. Claire exhaled sharply. The time had come. Then we leave tomorrow. I want to reach the capital 2 days before the council convenes. Duncan's brow furrowed. You'll need rest first. We'll rest in the car. Claire glanced at Eloan and Sam. Sam is staying here. She'll keep Natevale steady while we're gone. Sam opened her mouth, hesitating. Claire turned, her expression softening. Go on. Tell him. Sam flushed. I wasn't sure when to say it. But now feels like a good time. Duncan raised a brow. Sam stepped closer and took his hand. I'm pregnant. The silence broke into his stunned laugh. Then he pulled her into a tight hug, burying his face in her shoulder. Eloan smiled faintly. Congratulations. For a fleeting moment, they were just people, no threats, no politics, no witches or warriors, just a small pack beginning to bloom again. But the moment couldn't last. Claire turned to Eloan. There's someone you need to meet. Revelations and secrets. The private chamber in the medical lodge was quiet when Freya entered. She wore a simple gray cloak, hood up. Reiner followed closely behind, his steps protective, eyes darting. Eloan, seated beside Claire, narrowed her gaze as the strangers stepped inside. Who are they? Eloan asked warily. Friends, Claire said, locking the door. But what we speak of here does not leave this room. Freya slowly pulled back her hood. The fire-scarred side of her face shimmered in the candlelight, pale and worn. Eloan stiffened. Is this who I think? Yes, Claire said gently. This is Freya. Luna Queen. And this is her guard, Reiner. Eloan stared for a long moment, then gave the faintest nod of acceptance. How come? I thought you are dead. Why now? Because hope is rising, Claire answered. And it's time to heal. She turned to Reiner. If you'll allow me, I want to help you. Reiner shifted uncomfortably. You don't have to. I do, Claire said softly. Let me do this for all of us. Please remove your shirt. She reached out and pressed her hands to Reiner's chest, just above the collarbone where the worst of the burns still marred his skin. At first, nothing happened. Claire closed her eyes, her breathing deepening, centering herself in the flame of her power, not to destroy, but to restore. A familiar warmth lit up her fingers. Her magic responded, flowing from her like a gentle stream, the glow of healing tinged with violet light. Reiner gasped as the pain lifted, as tight, burned skin loosened and softened beneath Claire's touch. Freya reached for his hand, her eyes wide and wet with disbelief. The process drained Claire quickly, more than she anticipated. As the final scar faded to a faint mark, the room tilted. She collapsed. The weight of hope. When Claire awoke, the world was still. A blanket had been pulled over her shoulders. Freya sat at her bedside, tears slipping silently down her cheek. Claire blinked. Did it work? Freya nodded, then shook her head slightly. You healed him. Good. Claire tried to smile. Freya leaned closer, her voice a raw whisper. Hope is a dangerous thing. It makes you think impossible things are possible. Claire reached for her hand. It's also the strongest thing we have. Freya hesitated. Then she nodded. I'll come with you. To the king's castle. I can't hope for more than to help you and at least give him closure. Claire squeezed her hand. Only the moon goddess knows the future and what it is to come. Departure. By dawn, the caravan was ready. Claire, Eloan, Duncan, Freya, and Reiner each packed and solemn, eyes set toward the distant capital. Sam stood at the gates, ready to say her farewell. Bring him back, she said to Claire. Claire nodded. That's the plan. They climbed into the car, and soon the forest blurred past the windows once more. The road ahead was long, 2 days of travel through neutral territory. But the true journey was internal. In the back seat, Freya sat quietly beside Claire. She removed her hood but kept her head turned to the window. Her good eye gleamed in the morning light. Eloan, Claire said as the car turned onto the open highway. We're not just going to talk to the king. Eloan turned her sharp gaze toward her. I want to start healing Freya, Claire said. Her scars, they're more than skin deep. But if I can reach the eye, maybe she'll start to see the world and herself differently. Freya's hand trembled slightly in her lap. She didn't object. Eloan sighed and nodded. We can begin once we stop for the night. But only if you pace yourself. You collapsed last time. I'll be careful, Claire promised. Duncan glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Once more? Claire smirked faintly. I'll be careful. The healing. The car pulled off the road just as the sun dipped below the treetops, casting golden fire across the quiet clearing. The small inn nestled in the trees wasn't grand, but it was safe, one of the last friendly places before royal territory began. Duncan checked them in swiftly, while Reiner and Aloan scanned the surroundings with practiced vigilance. Claire stood outside for a moment, her arms crossed, watching the treetops swaying gently. The weight of the coming council pressed against her chest, but it was the woman sitting silently inside the car who tugged at her thoughts most. She turned, stepping back into the vehicle. Freya hadn't moved. Her hands rested in her lap, her face half hidden by shadow. Claire slid in beside her. "It's time," she said gently. Freya didn't answer immediately. Then she turned to Claire, her gaze heavy. "I've lived with this face for the past months, staring at me from the mirror every morning, that I've almost forgotten how it felt to be whole." "You were always whole," Claire replied. "This is just about letting the world see it too." Upstairs, in the quiet room Duncan had secured for them, Claire gathered her focus while Freya sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers curled into the blanket. Aloan stood near the window, arms folded, but her gaze was watchful, concerned. "Your power is still new," she said quietly. "This isn't like easing muscle pain or healing a flesh wound. You're working against witchcraft and trauma. Fire. And a scar that carries not just pain, but shame." "I know," Claire whispered. Aloan moved beside her, pressing a hand briefly to Claire's shoulder. "Then I will guide you. But you must stop the moment I say so." Claire nodded and turned to Freya. "Are you ready?" Freya exhaled slowly. "I don't know. But I trust you." Claire knelt before her, steadying her breath. She placed her hands gently against Freya's face, thumbs just beneath her temples, fingertips hovering near the damaged skin. She felt the resistance immediately tightness, a kind of inner recoil, as if Freya's body still feared the memory of flame. "Breathe with me," Claire whispered. Freya did. Slowly, painfully. The light bloomed in Claire's palms, faint at first, then pulsing with warmth. She closed her eyes, letting Aloan's quiet voice guide her. The magic stirred in her blood, not forceful, but steady curving around the damaged tissue, coaxing it open like a bloom in spring. Freya gasped as the first tendrils of magic sank deeper, not just into flesh, but into memory. There was pain, but also something else, a rush of emotion that felt like mourning, and hope, and raw vulnerability all tangled together. Claire focused on the eye. The scarred lid twitched, the cloudy film behind it shifting slightly. Her hands began to tremble. "Too much," Aloan said sharply. "Ease back." Claire obeyed, pulling the power inward. The light faded gently, slowly, leaving a faint violet sheen on Freya's skin. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Freya lifted a trembling hand to her face. Her fingers traced the healed patches along her cheekbones softer, smoother. When her hand brushed her eye, her breath caught. I can feel it," she whispered. "Like it's waking up." Aloan exhaled quietly. "That's enough for tonight." Claire slumped back, exhausted. Her limbs were heavy, but her heart was light. Freya turned to her, and this time, her voice was clear. "It is the first time since Serafina burnt me that I can see myself able to speak to the king." "You are still you," Claire said softly. "No matter the exterior." Freya nodded, her expression fragile and luminous all at once. "Then I will walk into that castle. I will stand in front of the king. And I will make him listen to me." They sat in silence after that, each woman lost in her own storm of thoughts, but bound together by something new, a shared promise of return, of truth, of fire born not to destroy, but to heal. Tomorrow, they would drive on. Toward the capital. Toward the council. Toward whatever came next. But tonight, there was only healing. And hope. The royal castle loomed like a crown carved into the earth itself. Built from obsidian-hued stone and pale mountain marble, the massive citadel stood at the heart of a sweeping valley, surrounded by high walls etched with the symbols of every pack sworn to the crown. Guard towers rose at each corner, their fires already lit though the sun had only begun to set behind the hills. As the car rolled to a stop at the entrance gate, Claire stared up at the towers with a strange cocktail of fear and calm inside her. This was where it would all unfold. Where truths would be revealed. Where power would be claimed or broken. Aloan sat in the front passenger seat, stone-faced as ever, but her fingers were twitching slightly, the only betrayal of the storm she must be felt within. Freya sat in the back with Claire, cloaked and hooded, her face still partially veiled beneath a silk wrap. Her only eye glinted with something fragile and raw, a cautious kind of hope. The gates opened slowly, creaking as armored guards waved them through. A steward in deep green robes greeted them outside the courtyard and gestured politely for them to follow. No names were spoken. No explanations offered. Just a well-rehearsed calm that reeked of control. Their cars were taken away, and an escort led them on foot into the inner circle of the royal grounds, where stone walkways cut through lush, geometric gardens and marble columns supported arching vaults that disappeared into the gray sky. The castle itself was breathtaking, a blend of ancient werewolf tradition and newer architectural ambitions, as if trying to impress the past and the future at once. Gold and iron chandeliers swung from carved ceilings, and tapestries lined the hall, scenes of war, victory, and blood-stained glory. Their quarters were located in the eastern wing of the castle. High-ceilinged, fire-warmed, and discreetly watched by guards posted at both ends of the corridor. They were alone, but not unseen. Claire entered her chamber in silence. The moment the door shut, Freya sank into one of the velvet armchairs by the fire, and Eloan removed her traveling cloak, shaking out her sleeves. "We have until morning," Eloan said. "That's when the Pack Council will begin to convene." "I want to continue the healing," Claire said. Eloan raised a brow. "You should rest. Your energy." "I'm fine." Claire turned to Freya. "I promised." Freya looked up, something vulnerable flickering across her features. "You shouldn't burn yourself out for me." "You're not just anyone," Claire replied softly. "You're the key." Freya hesitated. Then, with a nod, she allowed Claire to kneel beside her again, removing the silk wrap from her face. The light from the fire bathed her in soft orange hues. The burnt side of her face was now remarkably healed, the skin no longer charred and angry, but smooth and warm. It had taken shape again. But the area around her eye was still raw and fragile and still covered her eye. Claire reached out slowly. Her fingertips tingled as she summoned the pulse of healing from within, focusing it through her hands. "Let me see," she whispered. This time, the energy came easier. Less like a tide and more like a stream. She funneled it carefully, guiding it along the torn paths of muscle and tissue. The process was painful. Freya's breath hitched, but the former queen remained still, her knuckles white from gripping the arms of the chair. Eloan stood nearby, eyes narrowed, watching every movement. After what felt like an hour, Claire collapsed back, chest heaving. Freya blinked rapidly, tears springing to her eyes. "Both of them." I can see the fire," she whispered. Claire smiled weakly. "We're not done yet. But we're close." Eloan gently helped Claire to her feet. "Rest now. If you push harder, you may do more damage to yourself than good." Claire nodded, too drained to argue. Before she could retreat to her bed, Eloan gave her a glance that meant more than words. "You're doing it." While Claire rested, Eloan slipped away and found her way to Gregor's quarters, guarded by 2 sentries who recognized her and let her in without delay. The Alpha of Stormfang stood at the hearth, already in a deep blue tunic adorned with his Pack's silver crest. He looked tired, worn by weeks of politics and threats. "You made it," he said, nodding toward her. "I did," Eloan replied. "And I brought more than I told you I would." Gregor turned, brows lifting. "What do you mean?" Eloan closed the door behind her. "Freya is here." The silence that followed was sharp. Gregor stared at her, unmoving. "The queen is dead." "No," Eloan said. "She is alive. And she is ready to speak." Gregor sat heavily in a nearby chair, disbelief etched across his face. "And that's not all," Eloan continued. "I need you to start identifying warriors loyal to truth, not the crown. Serafina has more influence here than we guessed. When this all breaks open, we need to be ready." Gregor didn't answer immediately. "Then, you really think this is going to end in a fight?" Eloan's eyes darkened. "It already has." Elsewhere, locked in a chamber of stone and silence, Adrian sat hunched against the far wall, his head bowed, arms wrapped loosely around his knees. He had stopped tracking the days. Hunger didn't gnaw at him anymore. His body had gone still. Only his mind moved, and even that, slowly, carefully. He was a man pacing the edge of madness with nothing to hold on to but memory. Claire's face lived in every corner of his thoughts. The sound of her laugh. The brush of her hand over his skin. Her stubborn fire and quiet gentleness. He prayed he hadn't imagined it all. He had no word from the outside. Not from Duncan. Not from the king. The silence itself was a punishment worse than anything else. Until now. The door opened without warning, and for the first time in what felt like weeks, someone stepped inside. A silent guard. No words, no expression. He simply held out a sealed piece of parchment. Adrian's heart kicked in his chest as he took it. The handwriting was unmistakable. The King's. The message was brief. She is alive. She is here. Prepare. The paper shook slightly in Adrian's hands. Alive. Here. The first word hit like a rush of breath he hadn't dared hope for. The second made his chest clench in a way that bordered on pain. But the last prepare was a puzzle. Was it a warning? Or an invitation? He read it again. She is alive. She is here. The king knew Claire had come. He had allowed this message to reach him. Which meant something had changed. Adrian stood slowly, his knees cracking after too long in stillness. His fingers tightened around the note. Whatever came next, he would be ready. Because Claire was alive. And he would fight to stand beside her again. The grand hall of the king's castle was carved into the base of the citadel itself, vast, circular, and crowned with a domed ceiling of silver-veined marble. Above, a mural stretched in sweeping arcs, depicting the history of the lycanthrope pacts, unity born of war, thrones built from blood and loyalty. Stone pillars rose like sentinels, each bearing the sigil of a founding pack. Tension shimmered through the air like heat on steel. The alphas had gathered. 5 leaders stood in solemn silence before the high dais. Claire recognized only a few Gregor of Stormfang, her tall and grim friend in deep blue Soren of Ashvale, broad-shouldered and unyielding Dorian of Hollowfall, young and cunning-eyed. The others held their silence with wary restraint. Atop the dais sat the king. He wore a mantle of deep crimson and black, the royal sigil gleaming at his chest. Though regal as ever, his face had thinned eyes sharp and tired. At his right stood Councillor Francis, draped in silver, a hawk-like smile always perched at the edge of his lips. At the king's left, Seraphina. Cloaked in midnight velvet, her raven hair braided with obsidian pins, she looked carved from night itself. A stewardess voice rang out. Claire Whitmore of Shadowfang, Luna of the Natevale Shadowfang Alliance, daughter of Damien Whitmore, approaches the court. Claire stepped forward into the circle, each footfall echoing across the marble. Eloan and Gregor flanked her, quiet and strong. She wore a deep forest green cloak over her formal tunic, her braid pinned with the sigils of both her bloodline and her bond. She bowed, low but unwavering. Your Majesty, she said, her voice clear, I come seeking truth. And justice. The king's eyes did not soften. Speak. I ask that Alpha Adrian of Natevale be brought before this council. That he be granted the right to stand among his peers and answer the charges against him, whispered in shadow but never spoken aloud. A stir rippled through the hall. Councillor Francis stepped forward sharply. This is outrageous. His voice coiled like smoke. You come into this sacred hall and demand the presence of a traitor? A would-be usurper? He does not deserve this honor. Claire didn't flinch. And yet no formal charge has been made. No trial, no hearing. Only silence. Because his guilt is clear. Francis barked. He harbored a known fugitive. He plotted against the throne. With what proof? Claire's words cut clean and cold. Who has seen these plans? Who can name the traitor he harbored? The king's hand rose, silencing the tension. All matters concerning the honor of an alpha must be seen to by the council, Claire continued. I invoke that right. Let us speak. Let the alphas judge. Francis turned to Seraphina, who leaned close and whispered into his ear. Her lips barely moved, but her eyes never left Claire. The king stared ahead for a long moment. Then, very well. A collective inhale filled the room. The council will hear Adrian's testimony, the king said. Prepare the prisoner. Francis looked furious. Seraphina remained still, but a shadow passed across her face. Claire bowed again, her heart thundering. She had not won. But she had cracked something. Eloan placed a hand on her shoulder as they stepped back. Gregor leaned in. You've started the storm. Let us see who can weather it. The air inside the grand hall had turned dense with waiting. The council chamber already tense after Claire's request fell into a heavy hush as the main doors creaked open. 2 guards flanked a man shackled at the wrists, his step slow and stiff. Adrian. He looked nothing like the alpha they all remembered. His skin, usually sun-bronzed and flushed with energy, had gone pale and tight across sharp cheekbones. His black hair was longer now, unkempt, hanging over eyes sunken from sleeplessness. His broad shoulders were hunched with the burden of exhaustion. He had lost weight, his tunic hung from him like it had been tailored for another man. Claire's breath caught in her throat. He was still Adrian but stripped to the raw edges. All that remained was the unbroken core of him, flickering through the weight of days in a cell, starved not only of food, but of hope. Their eyes locked across the marble floor. His step faltered for the briefest second when he saw her. And she, unable to help herself, stepped forward a pace. Claire. Her name on his lips sounded hoarse. Ragged. Reverent. A guard growled a warning. Stop, the steward snapped. No contact. The king gestured. Allow them a moment. Adrian's eyes drank her in like salvation. He stopped a few feet away, chains still binding his hands. You're here, he said, barely above a whisper. Claire nodded, her hands clenched at her sides to stop herself from reaching for him. So are you. You're safe? She swallowed. I'm stronger than I was. Her voice cracked. You look like I've been buried alive. He tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. You found a way. You always do. I will. Her gaze burned into his. I will get you out of this. Their eyes said what they weren't allowed to touch. I missed you. I ached for you. I will fight for you. Then the moment ended. The king's voice echoed across the hall. Let the council begin. The guards guided Adrian to the center of the chamber. He stood unsteady but unbowed. Councillor Francis stepped forward, all smooth venom in his silver robes. The traitor stands before us, he said. Let us not forget that deception often wears familiar faces. Murmurs passed between the gathered alphas. Francis turned to the king. He is charged with high treason, for conspiring with the late Luna Queen against the crown, and for sending an assassin to the castle with intent to kill His Majesty. Claire's head snapped toward him. That's a lie. Francis's eyes glittered. Then let us bring proof. I ask the court for a moment to summon the witnesses who can attest to this treachery. The king's jaw worked. Then he said, you may call your witnesses. But before you do. He stood. I order the silver crown be removed. The gasps were audible. Francis spun around. Your Majesty, that is highly inadvisable. Without the crown, he can speak to his men. He could rally his conspirators and spark rebellion within these very walls. The king's voice was steel. Where would I be better protected than here, between my men, my closest advisors and strongest defenders, counselor? His hand extended towards Serafina, who stood in silence, her pale eyes burning like frost. She is enough. Claire's skin went cold. The guards hesitated. Then moved. The silver crown was lifted. Adrian straightened the moment it was gone. Power sparked along his spine, strength flickering behind his eyes. He rolled his shoulders, breathing deeper, as if life returned to his limbs. Then his gaze flicked to the king. Something passed between them, silent, unseen. A private mind link. Prepare your men. Brace for the impact. Adrian's pupils widened. His jaw tightened, barely perceptible. But he nodded once, imperceptible. He checked for his men in the room, not many, but all his most trustworthy betas and Garrick and his men too. The tide had begun to turn. And the storm was closer than anyone knew. A strained silence fell over the council chamber as Councillor Francis returned, 2 guards trailing behind him with 2 figures bound and gagged between them. Claire's breath caught. Freya. And Reiner. Their wrists were shackled in silver cuffs that glinted sharply in the firelight. Iron gags locked around their jaws, cruel and muffling, designed not only to suppress voices but to snuff out power. Freya's cloak was torn, her steps faltering, the angry scars visible on her neck, shoulder, and left hand, while Reiner moved with his jaw clenched, fury etched into every line of his body. Eloan, standing beside Claire, flinched. No, she whispered. He didn't. Gregor swore under his breath. Even the king looked stunned as the guards pushed the captives into the center of the hall. Francis stepped forward, triumphant, his voice slicing through the stillness. "Here is your proof," he declared. "The queen herself alive, hidden away for months conspiring with Adrian to overthrow our king. Her presence alone condemns them both." Gasps echoed through the room. Claire moved as if to charge forward, but Aloan grabbed her wrist. "Wait," she hissed. "Watch." Seraphina's lips curled back, not in triumph but in rage. She stepped forward, eyes narrowed on Francis. "You fool," she spat. "What have you done?" Francis blinked, clearly caught off guard. I've done what needed to be done. This proves everything." "This proves you've blown our position apart," Seraphina growled. "You forced our hand. And now there's no undoing it." She snapped her fingers. From every alcove and shadow of the great hall, soldiers in black armor emerged, Seraphina's personal guard, swords drawn, expressions flat. They poured in like a tide of iron. "Seize them all," she shouted. "Every traitor. Every sympathizer. Take the king if you must." The air erupted. Growls filled the chamber. The first to move wasn't a soldier. It was the king. He let out a low, guttural roar, his body shifting mid-stride. Bones cracked. Skin split. Fur surged. In seconds, a massive grey wolf stood where the king had been, eyes burning golden. He launched at Freya. Freya flinched, expecting fangs. But instead, his massive claws tore the shackles from her wrists and the gag from her face. She gasped, collapsing, the scent of burned skin from silver rising into the air. Adrian roared, already mid-transformation, his weakened body shedding fatigue in a fury of muscle and fur. Claire stumbled back, grabbing Aloan's hand. "We need to protect the others." Seraphina raised her hands, magic flaring red-hot. She screamed something in a language Claire didn't understand but felt deep in her bones. Gregor's men surged forward, meeting the dark-armored guards with steel and claw. Dorian, the alpha of the smaller border pack neighboring Gregor's, hesitated, then turned toward the king with a growl. "You always were too weak," Dorian spat. Then his men joined Seraphina's. The battle began. Chaos reigned. Blades clanged. Wolves tore through the air. The grand hall became a war zone. Claire moved fast, dragging Aloan behind a stone pillar. "We have to get Freya safe." "I'll draw the heat," Aloan said, already preparing a spell. Flames burst from her hands, blue and sharp, and hurled toward a group of dark-cloaked soldiers. Claire bolted for Freya. Reiner had already half-shifted, keeping her shielded behind him. His back bled from slashes. Claire skidded to her knees beside them, tearing the shackles away from Reiner, setting him free. He shifted completely into a gracious and strong wolf, showing others that he will first die then let them get close. "Can you fight?" "I can now," Freya whispered, her newly healed eye glowing. Claire touched her hand. "Then fight for him. Fight for yourself." Freya's body tensed and then she transformed, her wolf form lean and elegant, scars vanishing into pale fur. She leapt forward, knocking aside two soldiers with feral grace. Claire turned to Reiner. "With me." Together, they sprinted toward Adrian. He was locked with Dorian claw to claw. Dorian's wolf was black as pitch, snarling with a madness Claire hadn't seen before. Claire reached into herself, calling on the new wellspring of power that had opened weeks ago. Her fingers glowed with purple light. She reached out, grabbing Dorian by the shoulder. The light burned. He screamed, breaking off from Adrian, collapsing. Adrian staggered, breathing hard. "You're here." She reached for him, finally allowed to touch. "Always." Behind them, the king roared again, throwing back three guards. Seraphina and Aloan clashed with fire, two witches locked in a blaze of fury. The tide had turned. And the truth had risen. The grand hall was burning. Flames licked the walls, spells collided midair with thunderous explosions, and the clash of claws and steel echoed like a war drum. Claire stood near the center, surrounded by chaos, but her focus was locked on one thing: Aloan. The witch who had been her guide and mentor stood on one knee, scorched and shaking, blood trickling down her temple. Across from her, Seraphina's eyes glowed with white-hot power, robes flaring as she summoned another blast of searing flame. "Aloan!" Claire screamed, taking a step forward. A voice flared in her mind. Adrian S. Duncan, get Claire out of here. Now. Before she could respond, Duncan's voice joined the link. We're clearing a path. Get her ready to move. But then her voice joined theirs. No. Silence followed. Then a wave of disbelief. Claire? I'm not leaving. I'm not running. I have a mission. Adrian, bloodied and mid-fight, stumbled. He had never heard her in his mind. Her voice so clear, so strong, vibrating with something primal was not just his mate's. It was a force. Inside of head. How could that be? You awakened something in me, Adrian. Something ancient. Something buried. I know who I am now. It is time. She walked into the heart of the fire. Claire crossed the broken stone floor as smoke swirled around her. Serafina turned slowly, her eyes narrowing at the sight of her. Claire didn't flinch. You've been running for a long time, Claire said, voice like steel rising above everything around her. But it's over. I've come for you. Serafina's lips twisted. You dare? Claire held her ground. It's time you faced someone you tried to kill long ago. Behind her, Aloan rose slowly, her voice hoarse. Claire. But Claire didn't look back. As the saying goes, she continued, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Serafina sneered. You think this is your moment? I am the daughter of Miriam Eldros of the Firevale line. And I came to avenge my mother's death. To stop the harm you've done, all these years you thought no one could stop you. A hush rippled across what was left of the hall. Serafina's face contorted with something old and ugly, hatred so deep it poisoned the air. I hated your mother, she hissed. She was everything I wasn't respected. Loved. And powerful in a way I could never be. So I summoned something else. Something greater. Claire's pulse quickened. I brought forth a demon, Serafina confessed, her voice rising. I gave it my blood and my soul if it would destroy her. And it did. The great Miriam Eldros died screaming in flame. And then I made sure the world believed her daughter was powerless. I tested you myself. I knew there was no magic in you. You were nothing. Claire's eyes burned not with tears, but with light. You were wrong. And then she moved. Flame spiraled around her. Not from Serafina but from within. Power erupted from her fingertips in purple and gold. The fire met Serafina's and clashed with a roar that cracked stone and shattered glass. Around them, warriors stopped. Alphas pulled their wounded away. Even the king paused in his battle. Adrian watched mesmerized and terrified. Everyone knew they were witnessing something old, something sacred. Serafina screamed, launching wave after wave of corrupted flame. Claire danced between them, her fire brighter, purer. She burned with memory, with blood, with destiny. You can't win. Serafina held. You're still nothing but a girl. No, Claire said. I'm a daughter. A mate. A healer. And I am loved. She lifted both hands. A column of flame surged upward, and then collapsed inward, striking Serafina square in the chest. The Dark Witch screamed. Her own fire turned against her. She staggered, fell to one knee. Claire stepped forward. Her hands still glowed. It wasn't magic that awakened my power, she said softly. It was love. And it's stronger than anything you could ever summon from the dark. Serafina collapsed, unconscious. Her flames died. Claire fell to her knees, shaking, as the hall stood silent. The war had turned. The flames that had filled the council chamber had finally gone out. Smoke hung in the vaulted space like an afterthought, curling in lazy spirals toward the broken ceiling. Scorch marks marred the stone floor. Shattered chairs and overturned banners bore witness to the battle that had erupted between truth and deception. And at the center of it all, Claire stood, breathless and blinking, her fingers still crackling faintly with the last of her summoned fire. Serafina lay collapsed in a heap, her robe scorched and torn. Her breath came in shallow rasps, the strength she had cloaked herself in now bleeding out into the cold floor. The silence after her fall was deafening until Aloan stepped forward. The witch's dark eyes were aflame, not with fire but with purpose. Her steps were slow, deliberate, as she approached the dark sorceress who had once ruled the castle's halls with whispered terror. Serafina looked up, her once commanding gaze now dulled by pain and disbelief. You, she whispered, but it came out a hiss. Eloan said nothing. She raised her hand, summoning her blade from the air, itself a weapon of silver fire and moon steel, humming with energy. It gleamed like a promise of justice. For Miriam, Eloan said, and drove the blade straight into Serafina's heart. The sorceress gasped and then was still. The power that had coiled around her soul, that had shackled kings and manipulated hearts, vanished like smoke into the wind. A pulse of energy rippled out from her body, extinguishing what little unnatural magic remained in the hall. And then it was over. The chamber exhaled. The moment Serafina's last breath escaped, Adrian moved. He lunged across the smoking hall, nearly slipping on the scorched stone, his body aching with the remnants of battle and imprisonment. But none of it mattered. He had one goal. One need. Claire. She turned at the sound of his footsteps, and before she could say a word, he was there, pulling her into his arms. I will never let you go again, he said against her temple, voice hoarse with everything he'd held in for weeks. If you leave my sight, I swear I'll tear down the world to find you. Claire let out a shaky laugh, burying her face in his chest. You were right, she whispered. You told me there is more about me than meets the eye. You scared the hell out of me, he murmured, holding her tighter. They didn't need to say more. They just breathed together, alive. Across the chamber, the king dropped to his knees beside Freya. She had collapsed under the emotional weight of what had happened, her return, her truth, and the battle that had nearly taken her from him again. He gathered her in his arms as if she were made of porcelain and tucked her head under his chin. He wept openly, no longer the stoic ruler, but a man grieving what had been lost and perhaps, what might still be found. Freya clung to him, not as a fallen Luna or a shamed consort but as a woman who had finally been seen again. I thought I'd lost you, the king choked. I thought it was all gone. Freya whispered something against his neck, too quiet to hear, but he nodded as though it were enough. Not far from them, Counselor Francis turned and began to edge toward one of the side exits, thinking himself unseen. But Gregor was already moving. The Stormfang Alpha moved with quiet purpose, intercepting the fleeing man before he reached the door. Francis whirled, face pale, just as Gregor slammed him back against the wall with one forearm to his throat. You're not going anywhere, Gregor growled. You'll answer for every word you twisted and every truth you buried. Francis opened his mouth to object, but Gregor's grip only tightened. We'll let the king decide your fate, he said, but I hope God's help me that justice tastes as bitter to you as your lies did to us. Duncan and Marcus entered then, having secured the castle with allied wolves. Their armor was scorched, their faces streaked with dirt and blood, but they were alive. Duncan's eyes locked on Claire, and relief flooded his face. Eloan joined the others slowly, her movements tired but sure. She watched Claire and Adrian silently for a moment, then offered the briefest of smiles before walking over to where Serafina's body lay cooling. She knelt beside the dead witch, pressing 2 fingers to the spot over her heart. Your poison ends here, she murmured. No more lies. No more fear. Later that evening, as the halls were cleaned and the wounded tended, Claire and Adrian stood on a stone balcony overlooking the palace grounds. The night air was cool, the stars unusually bright. She almost destroyed everything, Claire said quietly. Because of her need of power. Because of her jealousy. Adrian nodded. And you saved everything because of your heart. She looked at him. I wasn't enough alone. You weren't alone, he said, brushing his fingers over hers. You had Eloan. Sam. Reiner. Freya. And me. You'll always have me. They stood in silence for a long moment before Claire whispered, It's over. Adrian shook his head. No. It's just beginning. And for once, that didn't feel like a warning. It felt like a promise. The dawn that followed was unlike any other the castle had seen in generations. Cool light spilled across the stone corridors, washing away the scent of blood and smoke with crisp morning air. The royal banner fluttered gently outside the grand hall, no longer a symbol of conflict, but of quiet clarity after the storm. Inside, the council was summoned again, though this time, the chamber was absent of chaos. The ruined chairs had been replaced, the scorched banners removed. Fresh torches lit the circular hall, casting gold across the assembled alphas. Adrian stood at Claire's side, restored to his strength, but carrying the gravity of all that had been endured. His hand occasionally brushed hers, a quiet tether in a room still filled with power and politics. Gregor stood tall across from them, and Alolan sat just behind Claire, her expression guarded but calm. To one side of the dais, Freya stood draped in royal blue, no longer hidden in cloaks and shadows. When the king entered, the room stilled. He looked older, more mortal, but also more honest. His crown was simpler now, his robes a deep gray. He did not sit on his throne. He remained standing. "Thank you all for returning," he said, voice resonating with unflinching authority. "We gather not in judgment, but in reckoning. It is time to lift the veil of silence that has shrouded our kingdom." He paused, letting his gaze sweep the room. "You have all wondered where your Luna went. Why no word was ever spoken. Why confusion and division blossomed among our ranks. The answer, as some of you now know, is painful." He turned slightly, and gestured for Freya to step forward. "Luna Freya," he said quietly, "was not killed. She was driven away." Gasps stirred the chamber. "Driven by the manipulations of Seraphina," the king continued, "and the lies of Counselor Francis. When Freya lost our child in my absence, Seraphina preyed upon her grief, convincing her she had been abandoned, and that her place in this world was no longer hers to hold. When Freya left, Seraphina ensured that word of her disappearance was twisted into a tale of betrayal. She declared her dead, and ensured none could speak her name." He paused again, visibly swallowing. "I believed my mate had left me willingly. I allowed myself to drown in rage and confusion. It was in this fog that Seraphina named Adrian a conspirator. And his voice faltered. I believed it." The alphas were silent. Dorian sat rigid, stone-faced. "I sentenced a loyal alpha to chains," the king said, his gaze turning to Adrian. "But even in chains, he did not break. He did not rally rebellion. He did not turn his grief into vengeance. He waited and he held to truth." Adrian bowed his head, but said nothing. "Of all the decisions I've made," the king said, "the one thing I did right, perhaps the only thing, was forcing a union between Adrian and Claire Whitmore. Though I acted for political gain, that bond healed more than just wounds. It unveiled the truth." He turned to the rest of the council. "And so, I now move that Adrian be fully restored as Alpha of the Natevale Shadowfang Alliance. His name shall carry no stain, and his honor will never again be questioned." Murmurs of agreement rose, followed by nods of assent. Adrian didn't move, but Claire could feel his quiet relief in the gentle squeeze of her fingers. The king exhaled slowly. "As for those who truly betrayed us..." He looked toward the opposite side of the chamber, where Dorian sat, flanked by two of his own betas. "Dorian," the king said, "you turned your blade against your monarch. You aligned with a witch who had already tried to kill your Luna Queen. You failed your pact. You failed your oath." Dorian's lip curled, but he said nothing. "I strip you of your rank as Alpha. From this day forward, you are Omega and will serve under the command of Stormfang's Alpha, Gregor." Gregor did not hide his surprise, but inclined his head respectfully. "Your beta, Turin," the king said, turning to the silent man at Dorian's right, "has shown integrity and wisdom in his dealings with this court. I name him Alpha of Hollow Rock." Turin blinked, stunned, then nodded once, solemnly. "May your leadership heal the wounds Dorian allowed to fester." Finally, the king looked toward Counselor Francis, who now stood guarded and shackled. "As for you," the king began, then turned to the alphas. "Your judgment is required. He deceived you all. Manipulated law. Endangered the crown." One by one, each alpha rose. None spoke for Francis. None asked for mercy. Gregor stepped forward. "Let him be cast into the black cell, no visitors, no sunlight, no voice allowed beyond his own. Let him live with the echo of what he tried to build." The rest agreed. The punishment was final. As Francis was led away, trembling and silent, Adrian stepped forward for the first time. "Your Majesty," he said, "one final request." The king raised a brow. "Speak it." Adrian turned toward the hall. Damian Whitmore. Former Alpha of Shadowfang. He was misled, yes, but when he saw truth, he aided in exposing the rot. His wisdom, and his willingness to trust his daughter, helped us all. I ask that his rank be restored, and his pack returned to him." Claire held her breath. The king was quiet. Then, agreed. "Let Damian rise again as Alpha." May his future actions outshine past mistakes. Tears shimmered in Claire's eyes as she reached for Adrian's hand again. The chamber held its breath. But for the first time in months there was no threat. Only the beginning of a new era. Before the sun crested the eastern peaks, casting golden light over the quieted halls of the castle, Claire and Aloan made their way through the royal wing. The corridors were hushed, but no longer tense with dread. What once echoed with fear now felt filled with cautious hope. They paused outside a wide-arched door, the crest of the royal house carved into the wood. Claire knocked softly. "Come in," came Freya's voice, steadier than it had been in months. Freya stood by the balcony, dressed in soft silks of blue and silver. The air of quiet sadness that had once hung around her was gone. She turned and smiled when she saw them. "I was hoping I'd see you before you left," she said. Claire crossed the room and wrapped her arms around her. "We wouldn't leave without saying goodbye." Aloan smiled as she closed the door behind them. "Or without finishing what we started." Freya tilted her head. "What do you mean?" Claire gestured for her to sit. "You're still carrying remnants of the fire Seraphina left behind," Claire said softly. "Let us take the last of it." Freya hesitated, then slowly sat, eyes glistening. Aloan knelt beside her, her palms glowing faintly, while Claire stood behind and placed her hands gently on Freya's shoulders. A warm, tingling energy passed between them, Claire's magic humming in time with Aloan's. The scars faded. First slowly, then all at once, redness dulling, puckered flesh smoothing, as if time itself had rewound. Freya gasped as light and heat wrapped around her, not burning, but soothing. When it was over, she reached up and touched her cheek. "I don't remember what it felt like not to hurt." "You'll still have healing to do," Aloan said gently. "But now it can start from peace." Claire squeezed Freya's hand. "And don't be afraid to try again." Freya blinked. "Try?" "To be a mother," Claire said. "Your body remembers pain, but it also remembers love. And when the time comes..." She hesitated, her voice softening with emotion. "When the Luna Queen carries life again, I'll come to the castle. I'll stay by your side, and make sure you bring that child into the world. You won't be alone." Tears gathered in Freya's eyes, but this time, they didn't fall from sorrow. "You'd do that?" "I will do it," Claire said. "Not just as a healer. As your friend." Aloan stepped back, watching the bond form with a knowing smile. "Your child will grow under protection and love. What better legacy?" They sat in quiet joy for a moment, until Aloan turned to Claire. "I've wanted to ask you something," she said. "After everything that happened with Seraphina, where did that strength come from? That certainty?" Claire inhaled deeply, eyes drifting to the horizon beyond the window. "The night before the battle, I dreamt of my mother," she said. "Miriam." Freya sat up straighter. "She came to me in firelight. Not as a ghost, not as a shadow. She stood before me, tall and bright and unshaken. And she told me that the fire in my blood was hers. That she had always known I would face darkness like hers one day. And she gave me her strength. All of it." Claire's voice trembled but did not break. "She told me I would prevail not because I had power, but because I had love. Adrian's love. Yours. Sam's. My Pack's. That was the difference between Seraphina and me. She had hatred. I had everything else." Freya rose and pulled her into a tight hug. "I felt her in you," she whispered. "You carried her through that fire." Aloan wrapped her arms around them both. "Then let the daughters of magic and queenship bind this day forever," she said. "Let our friendship be unshaken. Unperishable. As enduring as the healed hearts and skins that binds us." Claire closed her eyes, holding tightly to the warmth that surrounded her. And with the rising sun, the three women forged a silent promise. They would never walk alone again, no matter what. The road home was quieter this time, although just as long. Not silent but reverent, peaceful. The late afternoon sun of their second day of traveling bled through the tall trees as Adrian and Claire drove the winding forest road back into the Natevale territory. The trees arched overhead like old sentinels, casting dappled shadows across the windshield. Their hands were locked between them on the console, fingers twined and unmoving, as if afraid to break the fragile bliss that had settled between them. When the main gates of the Natevale residence came into view, Claire let out a soft exhale. "We made it." We did, Adrian said, his voice deep and warm, but quieter than usual. He pulled the car into the gravel driveway, cut the engine, and turned to face her. I've been thinking, he said slowly, about the day we first came here. That ride. You were in your bridal dress, exhausted, grieving, and somehow, radiant. Claire chuckled. Radiant? I was falling apart. No, he said, shaking his head, you were glowing. Not just from what you'd done in the medical tent. But from something I couldn't name yet. She tilted her head, smile fading as her chest tightened at the memory. He reached up, brushing his fingers along her cheek. And then, when you turned to me in that car, offered me your throat. Heat rushed to her face. I wasn't thinking, she whispered. I was so angry you called me a liar. I remember, he said, eyes burning golden. And I remember thinking that if I leaned forward just a few inches, I'd bite you. Right there. Claim you, consequences be damned. Why didn't you? She asked. His eyes darkened. Because I thought I hated you. Because you were a shadow fang. Because I couldn't trust my instincts. He leaned closer, resting his forehead against hers. But Maximilian knew. My wolf he held for you. I think he always knew you were my mate. I was just too proud to listen. She smiled, heart hammering. I guess my blood knew too, she whispered. Which blood? Mate blood. It all kept pulling me toward you. Even when I was terrified. He pulled back just enough to look her in the eyes. And when did you know? She shrugged softly. Somewhere between you letting me save others, watching you risk your life for your pack, and mine, you saving me. Even in my grief, even in my panic, I saw the man underneath the anger. The man who would be worthy of love. They were quiet for a long moment, watching each other. Then they both laughed. Which blood and wolf instincts, Claire said. We didn't stand a chance, did we? No, Adrian said, pressing a kiss to her lips. Thank the gods. They stepped out of the car, boots crunching softly on the gravel. The tree seemed to welcome them home, rustling in the breeze. Ahead, the warm wooden buildings of the Natevale residence stood tall and proud, smoke curling from chimneys, windows glowing with soft amber light. Two figures waited at the main lodge steps. Lady Ivana and Sam. Lady Ivana's arms were crossed, her silver hair braided back, a quiet smile of satisfaction on her lips. Sam's eyes were misty as she waved, her expression lighting up with joy. The warriors had returned, and everyone gathered was simply happy to see them safe. Welcome home, Lady Ivana said. Claire stepped into the woman's arms and was immediately engulfed in warmth and lavender. It's good to be home. Sam hugged her fiercely, then turned to look at Adrian and said to Claire, took you long enough. I brought him back, Claire said with a smirk. That's what matters. They laughed together, the sound light and full of promise. As the doors of the main lodge opened and the warmth inside spilled out, Claire took Adrian's hand again. The past was done. The battles fought. Now the future awaited. And it would be built on healing, laughter, and peace.